Duh duh duh. Although King Ada and Jill felt that they could not fight. But with Chu Feng by the side they were safe and sound. And they still had the courage to show their swords. Seeing the giant crawler looking over without hesitation, he fired frantically at the giant crawler. Each of them has a pair of pistols, and one of them has a pair of submachine guns. The two opened their bows at the same time, and the bullets were madly shot towards the giant crawler as if they didn't want money. The firepower of the two is enough, but the damage is low. Ding the dings ding. A large number of bullets were shot on the giant crawler, and even the defense could not be broken, and they were directly bounced off the skin of the giant crawler. Roar! The giant crawler did not expect that the two little humans would dare to fire at it, and let out a huge roar in the sky. This roar, the sound shook the world, and the tyrannical aura was exposed. Roaring without hesitation, he rushed down directly. The size of this giant crawler is 10 times that of an ordinary crawler. Such a terrifying behemoth. Its power will naturally not be small. How powerful is this force even if a small car is thrown? It is instantly smashed into several segments. Not to mention people boomed. At the critical moment of the second daughter, Chu Feng flew up and kicked the crawler. Chu Feng directly uses the magnetic field to charge. How powerful the power is. The power of this foot is so terrifying. Even a car can be kicked away in an instant. Let alone a creeper, oh tilde. The giant crawler let out a whimper and flew out, smashing the shop on the other side of the street. It's incredible. The giant crawler was kicked away by Chu Feng. Chu Feng is awesome. Not only is his fist awesome, but his foot strength is also awesome. He can even kick a crawler weighing several tons. As expected of Chu Feng, 666. With Chu Feng here we are safe and sound. Good job, kill this giant creeper. King Ada, Jill, Alice, Claire, Leon, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christo, and others were all excited when they watched Chu Feng blast the giant crawler. What is the aesthetics of violence, that is? Several tons of terrifying giant beasts can be kicked away with one kick. And no one has this power. With such an awesome boss as Chu Feng leading the team, what else can't be beat? It really d them off. The giant crawler, who was originally domineering and seemed to be able to destroy everything, stood up. But instead of rushing directly to Chu Feng, he whimpered a few times and climbed up the wall to prepare to escape. The nature of creepers is to sneak attack. Now that he was found to be unable to beat him, he naturally hurried away. Damn it. It's the first time I've seen a creeper run away from a human. Chu Feng is not a monster, but he is better than a monster. And even the monster has to run away. Everyone thought that such a behemoth had the majesty of a king. At least it was really domineering when it roared just now. It's just that this monster is an anticlimactic. And when he encountered Chu Feng's, he ran away with his tail between his tails. When a monster can be as good as it is, it's useless enough. Want to run after pretending naive? 35. When Chu Feng saw the domineering appearance of the creeper, he pretended to be aggressive. Now that he can't beat him, he wants to run. How can there be such a good thing in this world? After Chu Feng said, the electromagnetic force field vibrated, and with a move to the left and right, the metal street lamps on both sides were directly pulled out by Chu Feng. Chu Feng directly threw the giant crawler that escaped. PFFT 35 with two muffled noises. The giant crawler didn't understand what was going on, and was instantly pierced and nailed to the wall. Oh tilde. The giant crawler let out a huge howl as if in fear, struggling constantly, trying to pull out the two street lamps. However, Chu Feng didn't give it a chance to escape at all. Just pinched the two street lamps and spit out, boom. At the exit of the word explode. The two lamp posts that were originally stuck on the giant crawler exploded in all directions in an instant, forming a huge spur like two super hedgehogs. The giant crawler didn't understand what was going on, and died instantly at the same time in Chu Feng's mind. The system prompt sound also sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a giant crawler. Reward 1,000 points. Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard the system's reward notification sound. He didn't expect this monster to be so valuable. A normal creeper is 50 points. An enhanced creeper is 200 points and a giant creeper is 0 points. It is directly 20 times that of an ordinary crawler, so cool. Come on, let's get out of here. Seeing that the giant crawler has died, the monsters here are almost cleaned up. And there is no point in staying here, said. It's time to sink this underwater city. After that, Chu Feng stepped onto the Ferrari again. And others were looking for cars on the street, of course. The position of Chu Feng's co-pilot seat, King Ada, could not be grabbed and was directly occupied by Alice. Boom, 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 the car roared and shot straight forward. Seeing this, the others also stepped on the accelerator and followed with a bang. Hey, parks 35s. When Chu Feng and the others were driving their sports cars fast, a woman suddenly rushed out of the subway station in front of them, waving her hands to stop everyone's cars. Damn it. Is this guy immortal? Is this still alive? We have already killed her. We also got points. How did she come back to life? King Ada and Jill shivered when they saw the body of the person blocking the road and exclaimed. The person who stopped it was none other than Ren Crack. King Ada and Jill hurriedly loaded their bullets and prepared to continue their attack on Ryan. Oh, don't shoot, I'm not a monster. Ren was startled when King Ada and Jill pointed their guns at her and hurriedly explained. She finally survived the zombie outbreak. And it's so nice to see someone alive. Without a second thought, I stopped the car unexpectedly. The people who came down were so fierce. They wanted to shoot her directly with a gun. It's okay, she's not her. Chu Feng saw the person coming and directly stretched out his hand to signal King Ada and Jill to put down their guns. This version of Ryan's clone identity is an ordinary person, not a soldier, and there is no threat to them. King Ada and Jill are not fools either. They only reacted after listening to Chu Feng's words. Ryan, who was injected with the plague parasite just now, was a special soldier of the Umbrella Company. But because the Red Queen is experimenting with viruses, there are many basic human clone models. Obviously, this is another version of the Ren clone. Tun put the gun away. Swoo. Ryan let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. Rain, why are you here? Aren't you dead? Alice was stunned the moment she saw Ren, and without any hesitation rushed up, gave Ren a big hug, and said with a look of surprise. Alice remembers that they fought together and got out of the hive together when they were in the hive. However, after stepping on the train, Ryan turned into a zombie and was killed by Chad. I didn't expect to meet her again here. Who said that? When did I die? Ren was stunned when he heard the words, and did not understand what Alice meant. She is clearly alive and well. How do you say she's dead? Yeah, it's in the hive. Chu Feng's. Matt and Chad fought out of the siege. Toj the Ryu forgot. Alice looked puzzled. She didn't understand what was going on. Thighs, Ryan is alive, and she still doesn't remember her. When they fought and adventured together, she didn't remember such an important thing. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what's wrong with the world. And you may not believe it. I was still in the lighthouse country just now, and there was a sudden outbreak of zombies. And I came to the hairy bear country. When I ran, did I cross? By the way, why are you dressed like this, Queen SM? What about your daughter? Could it be that she didn't escape? Ren was also stunned, not understanding what was going on. She was chased by zombies and suddenly ran to Malkshan country in a blink of an eye. In the subway station just now, she was stunned when she saw all the words she couldn't understand. As a result, he was also pointed at a gun. Now I meet Alice, who was rescued by her on the road and then disappeared because of a car accident. Originally thought acquaintances met to figure out what happened. The result was good. This Alice not only changed into a leather tights, dressed strangely, but also asked her some strange questions. What is she dead? What is the hive? What is fighting together? She has no idea at all. Elisesh is not Ren, but a clone created by the Red Queen to experiment with biochemical viruses. Chu Feng, who was on the side, saw that the two were puzzled. But he did not hide it and said everything he knew.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
For Alice and Ryan, it was a bummer. But for a traveler like Chu Feng, they understand what's going on. 0 *****. This Ryan is the basic model of the Red Queen experiment and is used for virus experiments. Not only Ryan but also Alice, there are many clones. When they were created, they had no memory. And the memory was injected by the Red Queen and then activated, so that they can deal with disasters like ordinary people when zombies break out. The street where Chu Feng fought the plague parasite Ren had started the experiment before he arrived. At that time, the Ryan clone rescued the Alice clone. But there was a car accident when escaping, and the Alice clone left with the child clone and was killed in the hut. It is precisely because the escape of Alice's clone that the zombies were attracted. So the comatose Ryan clone in the car survived and came to this area by accident. Met them again by accident. So there are many clones of me here. 35. Alice trusted Chu Feng very much, believed it directly, and asked. Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. I am a clone, how is this possible? Don't lie to me. I have memories of the past, I remember clearly. What happened yesterday? What happened the day before yesterday? How could I be a clone? After listening to Chu Feng's explanation, Ren looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. She felt that Chu Feng was lying. She has memories of the past, how could she be a clone? Chu Feng must be lying to her. Chu Feng, I want to visit the clone factory 0. Alice hesitated for a moment but still spoke resolutely. Okay, Ada, do you know the location of the clone factory? Chu Feng knew that the cloning factory was nearby, so it would be good for them to come and take a look. However, he really didn't know the exact location, so he could only see if King Ada knew the location. I know where, come with me as a multifaceted spy agent. King Ada naturally understands many things here and speaks directly. After more than 10 minutes, everyone came to a factory. As soon as they entered the factory, everyone's body trembled. The entire factory is full of clones produced by the assembly line. They don't have any consciousness and no thoughts. Under the operation of the machine, they are continuously transported from the upper sky to the lower layer. And then they are instilled with memory and sent out of the laboratory. No, Tildas. Looking at the Lane who looked exactly like him. Thinking of Chu Feng's words, Lane couldn't stand the blow and was so excited that he fainted. Chu Feng had no choice but to support her, not to mention Ryan. Huho knew the plots. Was also shocked when he saw such a large-scale production of human clones with his own eyes. These beasts. It's so inhumane to actually clone humans for experiments. It's just unbearable. That is, this base must be destroyed. Yes, destroy this place. 35 Claire, Leon, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and others looked at the thousands of clones around and said indignation. I thought Umbrella Corporation's research on T-viruses was evil enough. As a result, they did not spare even the dead, and used it to clone and continue the experiment. To let them die without rest is simply too much. Such a company would not be destroyed, after all. No one wants to be cloned and played with after they die. I can save them. It was not the first time that Alice had seen her clone, so she acted calmly and said to Chu Feng, no need. These clones are different from the last clones. This is the basic model. They were not injected with the T virus to cultivate. They have no memory in their brains and can't share them with you. They are all shells. Chu Feng glanced at the unconscious Alice clones around and said, but without consciousness, that is the body. But these are different now. They are not cloned by Alice cells injected with T virus. They have no memory at all, they are all shells. Alice heard the words, understood what Chu Feng meant. and immediately dismissed her plan to rescue them. There is no need for her to forcibly inject memory into them in order to save these bodies. And then save them. To give them memory is to give them personality and consciousness, which is even more inhumane. You're right, they're all shells. After all, if they are conscious, they are a living entity. When they were at the White Queen base, those clones were injected with the T-virus for research. And naturally, they could share memories with Alice. In that case, let them rest in peace. Soon, everyone installed explosives in the clone factory. Not long after, Chu Feng and everyone withdrew from the underwater city. Cracked year after leaving the underwater city, Chu Feng did not hesitate and pressed the detonation button directly. Boom 99 in an instant. The explosives on the clone factory and the vent were detonated almost simultaneously, and the terrifying explosion shattered the ice. The sea water gushed all the way down from the vent. The experimental area was quickly submerged by icy seawater. At this point, the headquarters of the Umbrella Company was destroyed by Chu Feng and the others. Woohoo, so yeah. The surrounding people cheered when they saw the destruction of the underwater city. It's finally over. In this way, no one can restart the Red Queen again. Looking at the dungeon that was completely submerged by the sea and the explosion, Alice let out a long breath and said, "No, it's not quite finished yet." Chu Feng on the side said lightly, "What do you mean? Didn't we destroy the Umbrella headquarters?" Alice was puzzled when she heard the words. Didn't they just destroy the Umbrella headquarters? With such a huge explosion and flooding of sea water, the Red Queen should be finished. What, it's not over yet? Not only Alice, Leon, Claire, Matt, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and others also looked at Chu Feng with puzzled expressions, not understanding what Chu Feng said mean. This is indeed the headquarters of the Umbrella Company, but it is not the location of the Red Queen's host. Born in a raccoon and finally a raccoon. If you want to completely end the Red Queens, you must go to the hive in Raccoon City. Seeing everyone's doubts, Chu Feng explained. This is the headquarters of the Umbrella fact. The main body of the Red Queen is not here, but in the hive of Raccoon City. If you want to completely eliminate the Red Queen by 450, you have to go to the hive in Raccoon City. Hive, hasn't that host been destroyed by us? Alice was stunned when she heard the words. She was there when the hive was destroyed. It was the button that Chu Feng pressed. Why is there still a host now? Yeah. I remember you pushing the button yourself. 35. Matt on the side also said hoarsely, that's just a cover. The Umbrella's real behind-the-scenes base is under the hive. 5. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, Chu Feng said. Suck, everyone gasped when they heard Chu Feng's words. On the one hand, he admires the ability of the Umbrella Company to hide. And on the other hand, he is shocked by Chu Feng's ability. The Umbrella Company built the real base under the base, and it was concealed enough. But it turned out that Chu Feng could actually see that the Umbrella Company's base was under the base. It seems that in Chu Feng's eyes, this world has no secrets at all, fortunately. Chu Feng is his own persona if it is an enemy. It is unimaginable, so where are we going now? Back to Raccoon City, Alice asked with concern. Others were also very concerned about this issue and looked at Chu Feng one after another. Don't be in a hurry, know that you're out. Let's go to Busan again. Chu Feng thought about it, it's not very far from Busan. Busan, that's a good place. There are so many zombies there, it's a pity not to kill them. It is not Chu Feng's style to go beyond Bayashan. Time passed and a week passed in a blink of an eye. Chu Feng directly took the ticket and looked at the KTX 101 train in front of him. Well, it should be this, right? After confirming again and again, Chu Feng finally determined that this was the death train. Sir, I see you've looked at it for so long. But do you need any help? A beautiful flight attendant saw that Chu Feng had been watching the car but didn't get in. Smiled and asked, it's okay. I'll see if this is the legendary KTX 101 death train years. Seeing the flight attendant asking, Chu Feng said subconsciously, University is required to study at least one foreign language. And Chu Feng's study happens to be Bangzi language. So Chu Feng can understand the other party's speech. MRIS joking. This is the safest high-speed train in the entire Bangzi country. How can it be a death train? The flight attendant was stunned when he heard Chu Feng's words. And his original smile froze instantly. He thought that Chu Feng could not find the carriage. But it turned out that he actually wanted to determine whether this was the KTX 101 death train. KTX 101, that's definitely not wrong. But where did the death train come from? Despite the internal complaints, the flight attendant explained with an embarrassed smile as much as possible. It's all right, not yet, it will be later 35. Chu Feng didn't care either and said truthfully, true. Not yet. But later the people on the train will start getting infected. And that will be soon. Chu Feng has seen the trip to Busan. And the infection rate is much faster than the T-virus. Apparently a variant of the T-virus 6699 Welsier. If you're worried about this train, you can switch to another train. The flight attendant was completely speechless. She had seen strange passengers, but it was the first time she had seen someone as strange as Chu Feng. Come up and say that their train is a death train, okay? If you think this is a death train, then you can change to the next train. No, I'm looking for the death trains. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he directly stepped onto the KTX 101 death train. Oh. By the way, this train is very dangerous. Be careful of zombies. Chu Feng, who had already stepped into the car, suddenly turned back and reminded. Thank you for the reminder. The flight attendant smiled at Chu Feng, but scolded Chu Feng up and down in his heart. Who are these people? He also said that KTX 101 was a death train, and that he was on the KTX 101 train exclusively. This person is simply unreasonable. It's okay to scold this train and even say there are zombies. Who are you fooling? It's really a death train. There are really zombies. Are you coming? Seeing that the flight attendant didn't believe it, Chu Feng didn't say much and stepped into the car. Minji. What's wrong at this moment? A male flight attendant came over and asked with a puzzled look. Just met a strange passenger. Minji saw Jai Chu's questioning and said, strange passenger, could it be that he didn't buy a ticket? You can't let him go up without a ticket. When Jai Chu heard the words, he thought that another passenger wanted to get on the station to avoid the ticket. So he wanted to go up. What he didn't know was that when he came here and wanted to go up to check, there was a suspicious woman on his side who rushed up without checking the ticket. The woman acted strangely and seemed to be injured. No, he has a ticket. Now that the passengers are all on board, let's get on board. 35 Minjai was also unwilling to repeat Chu Feng's words, and only thought that Chu Feng was a strange passenger. Seeing that all the passengers on the platform had gone up, he didn't care and said, that's good. Jichu nodded and returned to his carriage. At this time, the guard at the station gestured to him, indicating that everyone had boarded the train. Jai Chu took out the key, inserted it in the door and twisted it. Crack, the train door slowly closed. The train doors closed and the guard was ready to go back to work, waiting to serve the next train, Tilda. However, above the platform, suddenly there was a scream. He looked up and found that there seemed to be people fighting on it. And there were many people watching and taking pictures. The person who was fighting was also fierce, even opening his mouth directly to the other person and biting. After that, the crowd went out of control. The bitten person just fell down for a few seconds, and even stood up and bit the onlookers. The last group of people heard the sound of the train moving and rushed directly to the platform below. Tilda, before the guard could understand what was going on, he was thrown over in the window seat. A girl was staring out the window in a daze, when she suddenly saw that the guard was almost terrified by being thrown by the zombies. So she wanted to turn around and say to her father. But when he looked back and saw that his father had fallen asleep in his seat, he hesitated for a while but didn't bother. Worried that he was dazzled and looked out again. But it's okay not to look at it this time. I was almost scared to death. There were even more zombies rushing towards it. Drowning the guards, she was about to cry. It's okay. It's just that the zombies broke out. Just get used to it. 35. Seeing that the little girl was pitiful, Chu Feng spoke comfortably, zombie zombie. The little girl was already scared enough. And when she heard the words, she was even more scared. And almost didn't cry. Hey, what are you doing? Don't scare my Zion, the little girl's father Shiyu. Didn't really fall asleep either. That Ish was too sleepy. So he took a nap. He suddenly became unhappy when he heard what Chu Feng told his daughter about the zombies. And suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Chu Feng. He had already heard about the outbreak of zombies in the Lighthouse Country. But now that the entire Lighthouse Country is blocked by the world, how could the zombies come here? This guy actually used zombies to scare his daughter. It was simply too much. Such things must be prohibited. Alas, how to say the truth is always unbelievable. Chu Feng shrugged with a look of helplessness. This good man is too difficult to be honest. No one will believe him. Helpless. Chu Feng no longer reminded him, and just leaned on his seat and waited for the outbreak of the zombie crisis. The train continued to move and soon left the platform. Throwing those zombies away, I did something wrong. I'm sorry. In the toilet of the other carriage, a woman's face was full of blue veins. Her face was in a trance, and she seemed to be overly frightened. He even took off the stockings and tied them to his feet. She felt that she was too innocent. When she saw people fighting, she took out her mobile phone and took a picture and posted it on the moments. Point zero. This behavior is really immoral. And when the retribution comes, the bitten person turned over and bit her foot. After that, the madman kept chasing and wanted to continue biting her. She really knew she was wrong. You shouldn't take pictures indiscriminately. The little girl Zion sat for a while and felt bored. So she got up and went to the toilet. In the toilet, the blood vessels on the woman's body became more and more obvious, and her consciousness became more and more blurred. She pushed open the toilet door and walked out. The woman was confused and soon couldn't bear it anymore. Fell to the ground and began to twitch. Miss, are you all right, miss? My God, what's going on here? The female flight attendant Minjai was looking at the walkie-talkie. And when she opened the doors, she quickly stepped forward to check the woman who had fallen to the ground. However, the woman kept twitching and didn't respond at all. There's an emergency here in car 11, manager. What's going on? It's suddenly interrupted. It's really worrying. Minjai hurriedly dialed the walkie-talkie to report the problem here. However, just after the call was made, the signal was suddenly interrupted. This made her anxious. He kept tapping the walkie-talkie, but it was of no use. What she didn't know was that behind her, the twitching woman had stopped twitching and sat up suddenly, her gray eyes staring straight at her. Minjai also felt something was wrong and turned back. However, what was ushered in was the bloody mouth of the female zombie. At this moment, she finally believed that Chu Feng. There were zombies on this train. Thighs was a death train. But she realized it was too late. Shiyu, who was in the seat, woke up suddenly, looked around, and found that his daughter was missing. This made him a little anxious. He just wanted to close his eyes and rest. But he fell asleep unexpectedly. Beep beep. Just as he was about to find his daughter, the phone rang. What's wrong? Things are more serious than imagined. There are turmoil everywhere now. Although I don't know what the situation is, it is definitely not as simple as demonstrations. It is said that it may be the virus of the Lighthouse Country. Manager, what should we do? I'll call you later. Shiyu answered the phone, and the voice of his assistant came from the other end. It is said that the situation is serious, and it may be the Lighthouse virus. Ask him what to do. Shiyu is now worried about where his daughter has time to take care of this. So he just casually hung up and didn't care much. The Lighthouse Country is separated from here by the vast sea. How could it be possible to pass here? Besides, the zombies of the T-virus are slow-moving, and the people on this TV are so violent. How could it be the T-virus? So he didn't think there was a problem at all. Hello. Did you see my daughter? Shiyu looked at Chu Feng, who was sitting across from him, and asked suspiciously. Your daughter? I just went to feed the zombies and you will have time soon. When Chu Feng 5'8" heard the words, he did not hide it and said truthfully. Yoshi Yu was speechless. He really wanted to slap Chu Feng to death. He really shouldn't have asked this guy. Does this guy have zombie phobia? It's so safe here, how could there be a zombie outbreak? I ignored Chu Feng and walked towards the toilet. A few cars ahead, Minjai is also full of fertility. But she did not die immediately after being bitten. And she still struggled desperately, pushing open the door. He carried the zombie all the way and wanted to run away. However, the zombie ignored her at all, biting her hard. After a short while, Minjai finally couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Before she died, she felt extremely regretful in her heart. She should have listened to what Chu Feng said. There are really zombies here, this is the death train. Too bad there is no regret medicine. Although she was unwilling, she still quickly lost her focus. 35. What's the situation, bite? What the hell are you doing? Most of the people in this carriage were high school students. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before. And they were all stunned. No one dared to step forward as they watched that Minjai was bitten to death. Roar, however, he didn't care about the zombies. And the zombies would not let them go after killing Minjai. The zombies didn't hesitate and rushed towards a nearby high school student. The man didn't understand what happened and died tragically in the mouth of the zombie in an instant. Huhoho 99 Minjihu was bitten on the ground. Quickly stood up again and rushed towards the others around him. In an instant screams joined together. And the entire carriage was completely thrown into chaos. Looks like it's time to earn points. Chu Feng heard the faint screams from the other side of the carriage. Opened his eyes suddenly and said lightly, let's go. The train manager heard the news and rushed all the way to the carriage where the situation occurred. Crack. However, when he opened the door, he was instantly stunned. The fleeing people directly knocked him to the ground. And what he saw was the zombies that were biting wildly in the whole carriage. The flight attendant Minjai, who informed him that he had lost his mind, threw a man down in front of him and bit down with a big mouse. Yaw 39 run without any hesitation. The train manager got up and fled back decisively. Such incidents are no longer something that a small train manager, can manage. As he ran, he shouted to the passengers along the way, what? Some of those passengers knew what was going on. And some didn't. But just listening to the infiltrating screams was enough to frighten them to pieces. They were crowded and rushed towards the front of the car. Train conductor, there is violence. The flight attendant informed the conductor of the incident while clearing the crowd. Shiyu still didn't understand what was going on and continued to walk in the direction of the carriage where the zombies erupted, looking for his daughter along the way. Passengers screamed and ran across the aisle, looking very flustered. The passengers around were all stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Run, get ups. The train manager kept pulling the bewildered passengers and urging them to run. A beautiful woman was sleeping soundly, and being shaken by the train manager was a question mark. What the hell, she is sleeping soundly, shake her for what? Roar. The female flight attendant Minjai, who turned into a zombie, did not hesitate. She caught Yup, opened her mouth wide and bit down on the neck of the train manager, The train manager didn't expect the zombies to rush so fast. One of them was unprepared. He was bitten directly from behind, fell on the seat, and let out a final wailing, yes. The beauties, who were still confused, just now saw the sudden experience of the flight attendant biting the train. She was blinded for 20 minutes and she forgot to run away, only screaming in her seat, roar. This wave of screams just caught the attention of the female flight attendant zombie. The female flight attendant suddenly raised her head, opened her mouth and rushed towards the screaming beauty. The beauty didn't understand what happened and died instantly on the spot. The bitten train manager also got up immediately, turned into a zombie and rushed towards Shiyu, Dad. The little girl came out of the bathroom, just saw this scene, and shouted to her father, run 35. Yu didn't understand at this moment. What Chu Feng said was true, the zombies really broke out. And the speed of these zombies is faster, more violent, and more terrifying than the zombies of the T-virus. Without any hesitation, turned around, hugged the little girl, and rushed back to the front carriage. The zombies behind him rolled wildly, forming a tide directly, which was extremely terrifying. Roared, however, before he ran for a long time. He saw that a pedestrian in front of him had also turned into a zombie, and he turned his head and rushed towards him. Drink. Yu, who was eager to protect the calf, couldn't care less at this time, and he hugged the little girl and ran into it. Both of them and the zombies were hit and fell onto the seats on both sides. Eager to protect the calf, who reacted faster, stood up abruptly, and continued to run for his life with the little girl in his arms. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that there were people running away from the aisle, the uncle knocked on the toilet door. Yun sang, "HWA, you are really annoying." The pregnant woman Sheng Jing opened the door from the inside and said impatiently, "She has a big belly, so it's not too much time to go to the toilet, rehearse." "What are you doing?" "Sorry, that's not the case." Yin Shanghua quickly apologized after hearing the words. He doesn't want to either, but the current situation is not right. Everyone around is fleeing forward. "Go away, Atilda." That Yin Shanghua was waiting to explain. The door of the car in front opened, and a zombie bit a woman and threw it out from the door. Not to mention how miserable it is. Just listening to the sound makes people feel infiltrated. And behind her is Yu, the manager, holding the child. He wanted to come, but he didn't dare to come, worried that the zombies on the ground will attack them. Yin Shanghua directly blocked his daughter-in-law Sheng Jing behind him. "Why are you standing still? Go and help her." 35. Seeing this, Sheng Jing, a pregnant woman, didn't care about anything else. And she was so kind, so she asked her husband to save people. Judging from the appearance of that person, it is estimated that he is crazy, and if he continues to bite, everyone will be killed. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Yin Shanghua had no choice. But at the urging of his daughter-in-law, he bravely stepped forward and pulled the biting man. Roar. Hearing the words, the zombie raised his head directly, gave up the woman on the ground, opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards Yin Shanghua. Although Yin Shanghua was a big man, he didn't understand what was going on, so he could only grab the zombie's neck and push it away as much as possible. Seeing the opportunity, Yu in the other carriage quickly rushed over with the little girl in his arms. Ho, that zombie is getting more and more mad. No matter how strong Yin Shanghua Ish can't hold it, being pushed back constantly. Seeing the critical situation, the pregnant woman was also dumbfounded, just staring blankly at her husband fighting the zombies. Panicked, just when the zombies were about to bite Yin Shanghua, puff, a dagger flew directly over, instantly blasting the zombie's head. At the moment when the zombie died, the system's reward prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a mad zombie. Get 100 points. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt. Then ecstatic, I rely on. The normal ordinary zombie is 10 points. I didn't expect that the zombies here are more valuable. One end is 100 points, which is directly 10 times the ordinary zombie. It looks like it didn't come in vain this time. Killing zombies here is 10 times faster than killing zombies in the lighthouse. Of course, the zombies here have high points, more agile movements and higher attack power. But this is not a problem for Chu Feng. You killed a man. Sheng Jing was stunned when he looked at Chu Feng, who was throwing a dagger beside him. He widened his eyes and looked terrified. Although the man bit someone, it was just a bite. Do not sin to die. Hey, are you crazy? Why kill? Yin Shanghuaho was fighting with the zombie. Put the zombie down, touched the pulse. Turned his head suddenly and said angrily to Chu Feng. He never thought that this Chu Feng looked like a gentle college student. But his shot was so vicious. To kill a person with a dagger is simply crazy. I saved your life and you rewarded me like this. He was a dead man, Chu Feng said calmly. If you are infected with the zombie virus, you will become a zombie that can only bite people. That person is already dead. And what he killed was not a human being but a zombie. Ha. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? You can save me, but you can't kill someone directly. He is obviously alive. How can you say that people are dead? 99s. Yin Shanghua felt that what Chu Feng said earlier made sense. He was indeed rescued by Chu Feng, for which he should be grateful. But Chu Feng actually kills people directly. He doesn't agree with that. What made her even more angry was that this Chu Feng actually said that the person was dead. He didn't kill anyone. It's too outrageous to lie. What do you mean this man is dead? The strength just now was so great that even a wrestler like him could hardly control it. How could someone with such infinite strength be dead? Isn't that bullshit? Could it be more outrageous to talk nonsense with one's eyes open? The pregnant woman next to her also nodded vigorously, indicating that she had seen it just now. That man was not dead, but you shot him with a dagger, okay. Since you think there are living people behind you, you can do it yourself. Seeing that the two had misunderstood, Chu Feng didn't explain much and said directly, "Didn't you say they were alive? Then you solve it yourself." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked back at them. Yin Shanghua was stunned when he heard the words, and turned his head kakaka. The dead woman on the ground kept twisting and quickly got up again. Bank 99 and the train door behind her was also slammed open. And behind her, a dense number of zombies rushed towards Yin Shanghua frantically. Hoo-ho-ho 35. This wave of zombies charged like a tide. Wow. Monster 39 Shengjing run. Looking at those bloody mouths, Yin Shanghua was about to cry. If it was normal, he would just turn around and run away. But his wife was behind him and he had a big belly, which forced him to fight with the zombies with all his might. It has to be said that this Yin Shanghua is worthy of being a wrestler. This outbreak, one or two zombies really can't do anything in a short time. The pregnant woman was not a fool, and she knew the danger when she saw this. So she fled back decisively at this time. That Shi-Yu had already carried the little girl back to the carriage without zombies. Hurry up, close the door, close the door. The general manager of the passenger bus company in the safety compartment saw the zombies rushing over there. And before the pregnant woman ran over, he urged in horror. Shi-Yu also hurriedly put down the little girl and rushed over to close the door. The surrounding life is full of chaos, and the chaos has become a pot of porridge. Shi-Yu tried to close the door several times without success. At this time, I finally found a red lock next to the door, and quickly opened it. Close the door, close the door. Close the door. Seeing that the pregnant woman is constantly approaching, the zombies are also constantly oppressing, and the selfishness of those around them is fully revealed. One by one frantically urged to close the door. Shi-Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally closed the door before the pregnant woman arrived. Boom! The moment the door was closed, the pregnant woman also arrived. However, she was still a step too late. Open the door, open the doors. The pregnant woman kept urging the door to open. But after such a delay, the zombies rushed closer, and these people dared not to open the door. This made the pregnant woman a little desperate. Chu Feng, who was on the side, had a laid-back look, and he didn't seem to have any mood swings because he was locked out. It's just a bunch of zombies and Chu Feng hasn't seen it yet. Roars, roars, 39 roars. Those zombies rushed towards him frantically, and Yin Shanghua fought back while fighting. And the fight was extremely hard as a result. When he looked back, his daughter-in-law was locked out of the house, and even Chu Feng was watching the fun and was about to cry. Come and help. Seeing that the zombies were about to break out and attack his wife, Yin Shanghua was completely panicked and could only ask Chu Feng for help. Although Chu Feng was a little more ruthless, these people were completely crazy. And when it was time for you to die, how could he care about it? How can you help? I'm too hard. What if I kill people again? Yin Shanghua is in a hurry. Chu Feng is not in a hurry. That Shengjing is indeed beautiful, but she is not his wife. What does she have to do with him? He just helped, you didn't want it, can you blame him? He strikes very hard, and once he strikes, he will kill zombies again. Don't you think they are alive? There is no way, big brother, I was wrong. They really aren't human, you can kill whatever you want. When Yin Shanghua heard what Chu Feng said, he was immediately ashamed and quickly apologized. A big man in his 35 big and 3 thick. Unexpectedly called Big Brother Chu Feng. Not to mention how discordant that 467 looks. Look at the madmen with their bloody mouths open. Always wanting to tear them apart. Who is such a monster? He really blamed Chu Feng just now, say early. Get out of the way. Chu Feng is not a person with a small stomach. Since he is wrong, also needs zombies to earn points. So let's do it. After all, Chu Feng let that Yin Shanghua get out of the way. Let go's 35s. At this moment, Yin Shanghua was completely stunned. He wants Chu Feng to fight with him. Why did Chu Feng ask him to step aside? There are zombies in front of him. If he gets out of the way, the zombies will rush over. Chu Feng ignored the dazed Yin Shanghua, took a step forward and blocked Yin Shanghua behind him. Look, what is that college student doing? I don't know. He seems to have put the big man directly behind him, 35. Could it be that he wants to deal with those zombies alone? One person, how is that possible? He's crazy. Haven't seen that big guy who can't beat those zombies. With his powerless hands. It's estimated that a zombie can kill him. Alas, what a pity. Another arrogant young man's. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He's dead and I can't bear to watch it, 35. I can't bear to open the door and go out to help. Bah. Those are monsters. Let me go out is to let me die. Are you willing to go out? 99. I'm not willing to go out. Those people in the safety compartment were all dumbfounded when they saw that Chu Feng actually blocked the big Yin Shanghua directly behind him. Everyone thought Chu Feng was crazy. It looks like a college student who hasn't graduated yet. And he dares to stop in front of the corpse group. They couldn't even bear to watch Chu Feng be killed by zombies. But they couldn't bear to return. They wanted them to open the door and let people in. But they couldn't do it. What the hell is he going to do? Sacrifice himself? Even the pregnant woman looked stupid. The first time she saw Chu Feng did not hesitate to shoot the crazy person with a dagger. Kakaka boom. After she and her husband were chased by zombies, she realized that what Chu Feng said was right. These were no longer humans but monsters that eat humans. Chu Feng Magneto's gene vibrates. The electromagnetic force field unfolds. And the Earth's magnetic field is manipulated to recharge the cells. Just when everyone thought that Chu Feng was going to die. So she felt that Chu Feng was a bad person or a big bad person. Sorry for the previous misunderstanding, however. Seeing that Chu Feng actually wanted to sacrifice himself and stop the zombies for them. Chu Feng's image instantly became taller in their hearts. The muscles on his body began to soar. Directly from the weak chicken student just now. Into a Superman's body of steel, roar. A zombie bite directly towards Chu Feng. The zombie's power is very powerful, even Yin Shanghua. A wrestler has to be cautious. Once he was thrown down, he would immediately splatter 3 feet of blood. Be careful. Although Yin Shanghua didn't understand why Chu Feng suddenly became stronger, he still exclaimed and warned that the zombies were dangerous. Seeing the zombie rushing towards him, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. And he just hit the zombie with an uppercut. Boom. How powerful is Chu Feng's Earth's magnetic field? The zombie didn't understand what happened and was blasted into the air in an instant, smashing the roof of the train and flying out, disappearing from everyone's sight at the same time. Chu Feng's mind also sounded a system prompt ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Seeing that 100 points have been credited to the account again, Chu Feng was very satisfied. It is cool to kill zombies here. 1 head is equal to 10 heads. For a moment Yin Shanghua was stunned. Sheng Jing was also stunned. And everyone in the safety compartment behind him was stunned. Mumble, what about the zombies? It seems that he was punched away. Where did the fly go? Ghost knows that car roof was smashed through a hole. Accidental. How can a person's strength be so great? Even if you knock a person into the air, you can still smash through the roof of a car. Impossible. I must be hallucinating. The body of this high-speed rail is made of aluminum alloy, which has higher strength than steel alloy. How can it be smashed through? You pinch me, oh it hurts. It's not an illusion, it's real. He really pierced the high-speed rail. All the passengers in the safety compartment were frightened by Chu Feng's terrifying power. I have seen strong ones, but I have never seen one that can blow zombies away with one punch. And it is even more unheard of to be able to blast zombies flying and smash through the roof of the car. Even if they could see the human-shaped hole on the roof of the car. They felt incredible. Unothais is not an ordinary train, but a high-speed rail. The density of aluminum alloys is about 1/3 that of steel. And alloys formed by adding certain elements have higher strength than steel alloys. The hardness of such a car body is simply beyond doubt. Not to mention smashing through it. It is impossible to smash it. How did this Chu Feng do it? Some people even thought that they had hallucinations and asked the person next to them to pinch them. Trying to wake them up, the result was screaming in pain. In the end, I had to admit that it was true. They didn't have hallucinations. Chu Feng really blew a zombie away with one punch and smashed through the roof of the car. He's not human. Shang Jing looked at Chu Feng, opened his mouth wide, and his beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Her husband is a wrestler, and she sees great people every day. But this is the first time I've seen someone's fists be so strong. This shouldn't be the power that a human being should have. Mumbling, "Brothers, is what you mean by hitting too hard. And then killing people. You're going to lift the roof off the car." Yin Shanghua is different from others. He is standing behind Chu Feng, and he can see more clearly and shocked than anyone else. Feeling the whistling airflow from the entrance of the cave, Yin Shanghua swallowed and said dumbly at this moment. He finally understood what Chu Feng meant by hitting someone too hard. Where does this kill someone? It just pierces the roof of the car. I got a smecta. Oh. I'm sorry, I just couldn't control my strength. I'll try harder. Hearing this, Chu Feng raised his head and looked at the leaking humanoid cave, and realized his own problem. This power seems to be used too small, and it is not possible to instantly headshot. And it also gives these zombies a chance to fly out, which is really not right after all. This is someone else's train, and it is wrong to destroy public goods casually. So I increased the power a little bit, and tried to get a punch and a headshot on the spot, so that there would not be such a situation of destroying public property. I couldn't control my strength. How much more force? Yin Shanghua is even more embarrassed. Brother, I am not talking about the issue of control strength, but you directly pierced the roof of the car. Pierced it. Wait a minute, I can't control my strength. Why do I need to be stronger? Isn't this your best effort? Zog, you have already pierced through the roof without all your strength. So don't you want to blow up the train with all your strength? Another two zombies opened their bloody mouths and rushed up. Ordinary people in the face of attacking zombies, let alone attack, just being scared can soften their feet. However, Chu Feng was not afraid, and raised his fist to face the two zombies, which was a continuous fist and puff puff. Chu Feng's use of the power of the Earth's magnetic field was already terrifying enough, but it also strengthened the power at this moment. The zombies that were thrown at both ends did not understand what happened, and was instantly headshot by Chu Feng this time. There was no situation where the zombies were hit and flew upside down. But because the power was too strong, it directly blasted the heads of the zombies. In an instant, two more system reward prompts sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. This power should be enough. Chu Feng watched the two headless zombies slam down and was very satisfied. This time of strength was just right, and they directly blew the zombies' heads without destroying the train. You should have nothing to say this time, huh? It's incredible it wasn't even his full strength just now. He actually blasted the dog heads of the two zombies directly with 2 punches. Oh my god, bombing directly. There is no chance to fly upside down. This power is too terrifying. Is his fist made of steel? How can he blow up a zombie's head? Murmur. Is he really a college student? Are college students so awesome these days? 2 punches directly blast the head of the zombie dog. God. Is this world crazy, or am I crazy, or everything is crazy? How can the power of human beings be so strong? 35. What the hell are we locked out of 35s? Hello, big brother, it's amazing. At the moment when Chu Feng blasted the zombie dog's head, the entire safety compartment burst into exclamations again. Shiyu Zio and Zhen Zhou. Jai Chu and the others all opened their mouths and eyes wide, with shock and disbelief on their faces. They thought that Chu Feng could blow up a zombie with 1 punch. As a result, people didn't even use their full strength. Now that they're better, it's even more terrifying. With a punch and a head, this zombie will not even fly upside down. And there is no chance to fly upside down. And it will be headshot. OMG, headshot a zombie with a fist. It's not a question of power anymore. No matter how powerful you are, if the hardness is not enough, you won't be able to explode. After all, the head of this zombie is not a piece of paper. Many people are beginning to doubt the speculation about Chu Feng's identity. Is such a Chu Feng, who can directly blast the head of a zombie with his fist, really a college student? Are today's college students so arrogant? Are they crazy? Or the world is crazier? Are they as crazy as the world? That's what you said about controlling the strength. Why is the strength under control stronger? What kind of monster are you? Yin Shanghua was just behind Chu Feng, and the shock and shock were stronger than anyone else. He thought that Chu Feng would be smaller after controlling the force. But Chu Feng's understanding of force control seems to be different from his. If a normal person punches a zombie and smashes it through the roof, the control force should be to reduce the force and try not to damage the train. However, when it came to Chu Feng, it turned out to be to strengthen the strength and directly blow up the zombie dog's head. So as not to destroy the train. This is a lunatic, a monster. The logic of thinking is different from that of normal people. The zombies in the back compartment directly formed a flood of zombies, rushing towards Chu Feng frantically. It's incredible. Zombies are turning into tides and rolling in. It's over. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. There are so many zombies, 100 hands. I'm afraid he can't stop him no matter how powerful he is. I don't know, it seems that the sound is too loud. The zombies were not so violent just now, and they are even more violent now. It's over. Can our doors hold up? It's all because of them if they don't fight the zombies. How can the zombies go berserk? Hurry up, grab your luggage and block the doors. 99. They're still out there, and pregnant women. F***K outside. Zombies are rolling into the tide. Ghosts don't care about pregnant women. If we don't hurry up, we will all die. 99. That's right, it was all right. He made such a big move and attracted all the zombies. We are the victims. 35. Yes. Grab your luggage and seal the doors. Doomsday's human nature is inherently evil. And just now I praised Chu Feng's awesome combat power. As a result, the next moment, because the loud noise of the battle triggered a violent corpse tide. One by one panicked, in particular Mr. Jin, who was in the crowd, immediately urged the people in the security compartment to seal the door when he saw that the situation was wrong. Yes, Chu Feng is indeed very powerful, blasting a zombie with 1 punch. However, that was just a blast of a zombie. 2 punches are still hard to beat with 4 legs. Well, now that there is such a zombie frenzy on Chu Feng dies, their car doors may be smashed. This risk is absolutely unbearable if you want to die. Let Chu Feng, Yin Shanghua and Na Shengjing die. The little girl Xion in the crowd saw this and pointed at Shengjing to speak. There are pregnant women outside. How can the door be blocked? However, no one from the agitated crowd listened to a child at all. This group of corpses rolled up and a wave came over. overwhelming the sky. What kind of pregnant women do ghosts care about? There were even many people who scolded Chu Feng in their hearts. You said wouldn't it be enough to eat the zombies properly? Why beat up zombies well now? The corpse tide has caused a riot, and this wave will drag them to the bottom. They don't want to die in the face of the crisis of death. One by one they acted quickly, taking out the luggage on the luggage rack and stacking them on the door. Kakaka, what are you doing? We're still outside. Shengjing didn't expect these people to be so ruthless. Her husband was fighting against the zombies with that Chu Feng, and he just blocked the door with his luggage. He hurriedly turned the door handle, hoping to pull the door open. Clothes. Tie the door handle with clothes. Don't let her in quick. If we let her open the door, we're all going to die. Manager Jin was startled when he saw that Shengjing kept twisting the door lock. I finally piled up a mountain of luggage. If the woman opened the car door and zombies poured in, it would be over. Directly instruct everyone to take off their jackets and tie the door handle to death. You as a father does have a bright side. But it doesn't matter to his daughter, he is selfish. I just saw it from the side but I didn't mean to go up to stop it. But hugged my daughter, avoided it and stood by. Ah Tilda, you bastards, what are you doing? We were working hard outside but you blocked the door. Are you crazy? When Yin Shanghua saw the riot of corpses, he also felt that this wave could not be stopped. So he wanted to turn around and let those people open the door and let them in. However, when I turned around, I was dumbfounded and found these beasts. Not only did he not open the door, but he even blocked the door. Even if he blocked the door, he even tied the handle with his clothes. This was to block them all out. He may not be afraid of death, but his wife still has a big belly. Blocking the door at this time, don't they want them to die? Yin Shanghua couldn't bear it any longer. He rushed towards the car door and twisted the door handle vigorously. However, the door handle on the other side was already tied by the clothes, and it couldn't be twisted or pulled at all. Yes. You beasts. Yin Shanghua was furious and started hitting the car door directly. Boom! Yun Sang Hwa is a wrestler with great strength. This knock on the door directly knocked all the luggage behind the door to the ground. Quick block, let them in, we all have to die. Jin Changwu was shocked when he saw this, and quickly ordered everyone to continue blocking the door, which must not be opened. Haven't you seen the corpse tide rolling in? Open the door and everyone will die. Yes, block the door, block it. 35. Seeing this, the other passengers also continued to pile up their luggage with indifference on their faces. Hey Chu Feng, help. Yin Shanghua bumped several times in a row and found that the glass of this train was not ordinary glass at all, but tempered glass. It seemed that this door was very fragile, but he was stunned after hitting it for a long time. Seeing that the corpse tide kept approaching, they were about to be drowned in the corpse tide. Wang Zhao. Yin Shanghua couldn't bear it any longer and asked for help. Hope Chu Feng hit the door with him. Why are you hitting the doors? Chu Feng looked at the behavior of these people with a puzzled expression. Chu Feng felt that the behavior of the people in the carriage was really confusing. What is the pile of luggage and the door tied again? Prevent them from entering. No. No one really thinks he needs to escape in this crappy car. Are they out of their minds? He Chu Fenga Doomsday Magneto will need their carriage to hide. What a human delusion. Nonsense, of course it is to survive. The corpse tide is coming. If we don't open the door, we will all die here. Yin Shanghua almost died of anger when he heard Chu Feng's words. That's a corpse tide. If you let them rush over, you can drown them in an instant. How can they live without the door? You mean them? Isn't it just a wave of corpses? Just kill them all. Looking at the rushing corpse tide, Chu Feng said calmly. It's just a corpse tide. Has he met Chu Feng enough yet? There is nothing to be afraid of, just kill them all. Puff. Kill all. I know you're powerful, but this is a corpse tide. No matter how powerful your fists are, you don't have any weapons. While Gatling gun. I saw Chu Feng directly stretched his hand into the storage space and dragged out the prepared Gatling gun. Kakaka, that overwhelming tide of corpses. How many can you kill with 2 fists? If you don't have a weapon, you will die. That's a corpse tied for a moment. Yin Shanghua was stunned. Did this Chu Feng not handle the situation? The bullet was loaded, aimed directly at the rushing zombie tide, and suddenly pulled the trigger. It's just that he hasn't finished speaking yet. He's just stupid, wild. You want to kill them all, how do you kill them? Are you going to explode in an instant? The Gatling gun turned frantically, and a large number of bullets poured out as if they didn't want money. Shooting at the rushing zombie tide, in addition, Chu Feng was able to use magnetic force to control metal. This wave of sweeping power was huge. So-called a terrifying scene appeared. Chu Feng just carried Gatling and opened fire frantically. And countless zombies rushed towards him frantically and were repelled frantically. A flood of zombies, but none of them could get close to Chu Feng. And they were killed by Chu Feng's fierce firepower. Ding-a-dings-ding. A large number of shells popped wildly and landed on the floor of the carriage, making a crisp sound. It's like it's raining bullet casings, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill one violent zombie and get 100 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 10 violent zombies and get 1,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 20 violent zombies. Get 2,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 30 violent zombies and get 3,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 40 violent zombies and get 4,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 50 violent zombies and get 5,000 points. At the same time, Chu Feng's mind was also frantically popping up the system's prompt sound. The points earned by Chu Feng continued to increase, and quickly increased from 100 points to 5,000 points. The rising points have not stopped, and continue to increase wildly, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points, soon. Chu Feng's points exceeded 10,000 points, and the growth of points slowed down, and finally stopped at 35,000 points. In other words, Chu Feng's attack directly killed 350 violent zombies. Under normal circumstances, a carriage has 50 seats. But it is just seats. There are 10 carriages from no 3 to no 13, excluding the people who escaped. The real number is just over 300, of course. The total number of zombies in the car must be much higher than this number. However, Chu Feng remembered that in the further carriages, some students survived if they locked a car by themselves. Then the zombies on the back car would not be able to get through. Zombies are very sensitive to sound. And now there are no more zombies in 467. Which means that these 10 carriages have been cleaned up. Chu Feng's gunshots stopped. But the originally noisy carriage became quiet. Quiet, very quiet, quiet to the extreme. In the entire safety compartment, except for the sound of the train passing through, there was no sound at all at this moment. The passengers who passed the boxes to block the door were all stupid. As if a bunch of male ducks were suddenly strangled. They stood still clap when a passenger was in a daze. The suitcase in his hand did not hold steady and fell directly, hitting his foot. The passenger let out a scream, which awakened the surrounding people. And a huge uproar broke out. Incredible. That college student killed the entire corpse tied by himself. This show, is this possible? How can he kill all the zombies in the corpse tide? Then there are hundreds of them. So is that the legendary Gatling gun? It seems so. It's not like that's Gatling, but how can there be a Gatling gun here? Our security checks blind. Can't even detect such a big weapon. Damn, what's the matter with this person? It's a big joke to take Gatling on the high-speed train. By the way, are our doors still blocked? 35. Block the fart blocked. All the zombies have been killed by him. What else is there to block? It's so embarrassing. Is there any ground seam I want to turn in? In the safety compartment, Shiyu manager Jin. Jai Chu and the others looked at the corpses in the entire compartment one by one. They couldn't believe that someone would bring Gatling up on the safe high-speed rail. They are very strange as such a big weapon gets in the car. What about the security check? Why wasn't it detected? How on earth did this Chu Feng get such a big man into the car without the security check? There were hundreds of corpses in this wave of corpses. But Chu Feng, who looked like a college student, suddenly solved it, and they even closed the door. Tied the door lock, pulled up luggage and kept him out. Thinking of this, they are all embarrassed. Can't wait to find a seam to turn in. As far as Chu Feng's weapon, the damage is not at all rare for their broken car. An idiot even asked an idiot question about blocking the door. The purpose of blocking the door is to block Chu Feng and the zombies together. Now that the zombies are gone, they are still blocking the fart. Do you still want to block that Chu Feng? Check out his Gatling if he really wants to come in. No one can stop a shuttle of bullets. He can't be a terrorist. Sheng Jing looked at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. She never thought that Chu Feng would just wave a hand and pull out a Gatling to fire wildly. It's okay to kill zombies if there were no zombies. Chu Feng's motivation to go on the high-speed rail with such a heavy weapon would be frightening. Brothers, you are a Gatling guns. But how did you make it? Yin Shanghuaho was beside him. Was not much better. His mouth opened wide, his eyes widened. And his face was in disbelief. People in the safety compartment may also be blocked by them from seeing exactly what is going on. But he was just behind Chu Feng. And he could clearly see that Chu Feng did not take out the Gatling from his clothes, nor from the toilet next to him. Instead, he grabbed it directly in the errant, then Gatling appeared. It seems that this is an invisible weapon that has always been in Chu Feng's hands. This weapon is so weird. If it wasn't for the massive amount of bullets that killed the corpse tied just now, he would even wonder if the gun was real or if it was a magic trick. Of course it's true, otherwise what do you think? Well, there are still many zombies ahead. Or there are many survivors, so you want to try to save them. Seeing that Yin Shanghua was interested in this Gatling, Chu Feng quickly replaced the new magazine and handed the Gatling machine gun to Yin Shanghua. For other such a weapon is precious, but for Chu Feng, it is nothing. Gatling has it, not to mention Gatlin. He has a lot of other bazookas and doesn't care about such a one. On the contrary, the strength of this big man is good. If he is willing to work for him, it is not bad to get some points. Don't you want to use it? Just for you. Chu Feng was afraid that he would worry about his wife. So he deliberately added a survivor. With the halo of the Virgin radiating from his wife's head just now, it is estimated that she will not refuse her husband to be a migrant worker. Ouch, well, so heavy it's true. Yun Sang Hwa was the pinnacle of combat output during the trip to Busan. But the moment he took over the Gatling gun, he almost didn't fall at the same time. He was even more shocked by Chu Feng's great power. With his many years of wrestling experience, this Gatling pole weighs 160 pounds, and it is extremely difficult for a wrestler like him to hold it. It was hard for him to imagine how Chu Feng could kill zombies so easily with this thing. This Chu Feng's arm strength is simply terrifying. Of course, what he didn't know was that Chu Feng's arm strength was not as strong as he thought. Only because he can control the metal through the electromagnetic force field. This will be easy if the electromagnetic force field is not released. Of course, I can still carry it easily. I have to say that Yin Shanghua was born with a violent factor. Otherwise, he would not be a wrestler. As soon as he touched the Gatling gun, his heart was already full of passion, and he could not wait to charge with this Gatling. However, thinking of his wife, he still looked back at Shengjing. Since there are survivors, then you can go. Shengjing looked at Yin Shanghua's excited face and knew that the man's violent factor had risen again. That's why she can suppress him, others really don't. Under normal circumstances, she would never let her husband shoot a Gatling in the carriage. But after hearing what Chu Feng just said, that there were survivors ahead, she agreed. After all, she was also a survivor and was kept outside the carriage. She can understand the helplessness and suffering in this cafe. So she agrees. Yeah, I'll go then. 35. Yin Shanghu got the approval of his wife and ran forward excitedly with the Gatling in hand. Wait a moment when passing by Chu Feng's. Chu Feng suddenly opened his mouth and stopped him. What's wrong? Yin Shanghua looked at Chu Feng's puzzled face and didn't understand why Chu Feng wanted to stop him. Wasn't it the weapon you gave me just now? Could it be that you regret it now? Do you want to take it back? Add the team first. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he directly sent a team invitation to Yin Shanghua. At the same time, Yun Sang-Hua's mind came from the system's beep ding. Chu Feng invites you to join the Scourge team to kill zombies. Do you agree? Agrees. As soon as Yin Shanghua heard that Chu Feng invited him to join the team, he did not hesitate and clicked to agree. After agreeing, he reacted and said with a puzzled look, what just happened? I seem to hear a voice in my head, God on ink the ink. And the survivors in the carriage in front of the ink are almost dead. Don't forget zombies will die only if they hit their heads. Chu Feng was also used to the hindsight of this big man and waved his hand to signal him to hurry up and work for him to make money. Don't chatter here, okay, then I'll go. Brother, take care of my wife for me. After Yin Shanghua finished speaking, he stopped thinking about the system prompt sound just now and carried Gatling through the corpse pile to kill him in the back compartment. Before leaving, he also handed over his wife to Chu Feng to take care of him. Forehead. When Chu Feng heard this, he felt a strange feeling. Your wife is so beautiful that she dares to take care of someone she just met like him. Aren't you afraid that he will take care of her directly on the bed? Of course, Chu Feng was just a sudden thought, but he didn't really take it seriously. He is still very principled. And this is still a pregnant woman is not so strong taste. Da-da-da. After a while, Gatling's gunshots were heard from the other side of the carriage. Chu Feng didn't hear the sound of the score prompt and immediately understood that although this guy is stupid, he is not stupid, and he knows how to practice his marksmanship first. I'm starving to death. I didn't even eat breakfast in order to catch this death train. It doesn't taste good here, sister-in-law, please. Seeing that Yin Shanghua was leaving, Chu Feng guessed that the next stop was still far away, and he knew the plot and understood that the platform in front would not stop. So he didn't care and walked to the safety carriage. He is so hungry now that he has not even eaten breakfast. Looking at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he couldn't eat it so without hesitation. He walked to the safety compartment, preparing to find a place to eat first. That the door has been. Sheng Jing hurriedly reminded Chu Feng when he saw that Chu Feng was about to enter the carriage. The door of this carriage has been locked, and they can't get in, however. Before she could finish her words, she saw Chu Feng twist and pull. The door that Yin Shanghua and her couldn't open was easily opened by Chu Feng in an instant. The tied clothes were all broken, and the box fell to the ground. What did you just say? Chu Feng turned around with a puzzled face. He was opening the door just now, and he didn't pay attention to what Sheng Jing said. Door, what happened to the door? It's all right, 35. Sheng Jing saw Chu Feng, who opened the door with ease. His small mouth opened slightly, his beautiful eyes widened, and his face was shocked and unbelievable. I can't say anything after the reminder. Also remind what? This door opens as soon as you pull it. What more can she say? Mumble the door is pulled open. My God, even the clothes that are tied are all broken. Is this person a monster? How can he be so powerful? He's a monster, we just used this door to keep him out. Not only that, Sheng Jing was shocked, but Shi Yuziu and Jin Zhuo, Jai Chu and others in the safety compartment also opened their mouths and eyes wide. Their faces shocked and unbelievable. That's the door lock of the train. He was also tied up with so many clothes that he opened when he pulled it, and ended when he dragged it. With so much power, is he still human? If they hadn't tied the clothes themselves, they would have thought they were made of paper. This man is horrible. Hey, what are you looking at? Take your luggage and roll it to the car in front. I have requisitioned this car. Chu Feng didn't have a good impression of these selfish people who were greedy for life and fear of death. Seeing them froze in place one by one, he said lightly, wow. The monster is going to kill, run. I'm going, don't kill me. Don't step on me, don't step on me, ah tilde. Chu Feng's words were very plain. But in the eyes of these people, it was because Chu Feng was too calm that it was more terrifying. They just saw with their own eyes that Chu Feng slaughtered more than 300 mad zombies. Killed so many zombies and was so calm. Who would dare to provoke such a person? One by one screaming and fleeing. Some people were hit and trampled all the way through without being noticed. Or they didn't dare to stop when they found out, for fear that if they stayed here for a while, they would be killed by Chu Feng as a zombie. Looking at the panicked crowd, Chu Feng didn't care. He just found an empty seat and sat down. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng took out a lot of bread and milk from the storage space. Seeing that Shang Jing was stunned for a moment, he was astonished and wanted to eat. Seeing that Shang Jing was stunned, Chu Feng said, "No, I'm full." Shang Jing looked at the food on Chu Feng's table, then looked at the mountain of corpses and blood in the other carriage, and shook his head after hesitating for a while. Shang Jing saw a mineral water bottle and a newspaper next to him. He closed the door, poured water on it, posted the newspaper, and blocked the picture. Then he felt more at ease. He sat down opposite Chu Feng. His face looked at Chu Feng curiously. Chu Feng didn't care when he saw this. Moreover, Chu Feng remembered that there was an army of zombies on the platform in front of him. And that was the big head of the hunt. He's nothing. But I can't guarantee that the jokers over there will have any gossip. That's not good. I should have brought Alice too. And I was alone in a carriage with the wife of the big brother. There are hundreds of corpses over there. Eat it. How can she eat it if you don't eat enough? How will you have the strength to kill zombies later? Looking at the beautiful Shang Jing opposite, Chu Feng regretted a little. As a native of Kyushu, he has the habit of eating breakfast. And if he doesn't eat a meal, he feels as if something is missing in his life. The two sat for a long time, because they were not familiar with each other. So the atmosphere at the scene seemed very dull for a while. I'm going to a sand station. I'll call Sang Hwa back first. After a long time, Shang Jing looked at the time and estimated that he was approaching a sand station. Pick up the phone and prepare to contact Yoon Sang Hwa, who went to kill zombies to save lives. No need, that one stop won't stop. Seeing this, Chu Feng said bluntly. Chu Feng can see that his points are rising slightly in the system interface, indicating that Yin Shanghua has already fought against zombies. And now it is estimated that killing is on the rise. There is no need to disturb his workers at work. Impossible. Asan is the next big stop. Shang Jing heard Chu Feng's words, and his first reaction was not to believe it. When the train arrives at the station, it will stop. Now it is still a big station. How can it stop? Isn't this a joke? Shang Jing didn't believe what Chu Feng said at all. Just smiled and prepared to contact Yin Shanghua. Shasha tilde at this moment. The horn on the train sounded the voice of the conductor. Due to an emergency, this train will not stop at a sand station. For safety's sake, please stay in your seats. 55 what? It really doesn't stop. Who the hell are you? You, can you predict the future? Shang Jing, who was about to continue calling for a moment, trembled, looked up suddenly, and looked at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. This Chu Feng has been sitting with her and never left. If Chu Feng can get any news, it is impossible. However, this time Chu Feng was right. The original station where the train must stop every time actually does not stop. Who is this Chu Feng? Could it be said that he could not predict the profits? No. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary college student and haven't graduated yet. Seeing that Shang Jing had misunderstood, Chu Feng explained truthfully, real. Shang Jing narrowed her eyes and stared at Chu Feng's face, as if she wanted to see the signs of Chu Feng lying in Chu Feng's eyes. Temporary changes to the parking plan by the train conductor can be anticipated in advance. Taking Gatling on the high-speed rail. How could this be what an ordinary college student should do? Yu in the other safety compartment looked at Chu Feng, and then at his daughters in the end. He took his daughter and went straight to Chu Feng, and boldly introduced himself. Helami name is Shiyu. Oh, yes. I know, securities fund broker, what's the matter? Chu Feng was eating bread. And when he saw that Shiyu had the face to come over and introduce himself, he said in doubt not only Chu Feng, but even Shang Jing frowned when he saw him. It was him who had just closed the door and locked her out. It's strange to have a good face. If there were no children around, she would want to curse this B***** D directly. So she pretended not to see it and unscrewed the bottle of water on the table, ready to drink something to quench her thirst. Thank you for the reminder at the beginning. Saved my daughter that. Shiyu was stunned when he heard the words, and said gratefully. Just when he woke up, he found that his daughter was missing. It was Chu Feng who said that his daughter ran to feed the zombies. He will go there to find his daughter. So it's not a problem to say that Chu Feng saved his daughter's life. Of course, he didn't come here purely to thank Chu Feng for coming. As a securities and fund broker, he is very good at using relationships to climb up. So thanks is an excuse. But what he really wants to do is to use this opportunity of thanks to develop a relationship with Chu Feng. Prepare for the crises that may come next, die. However, at this moment Shiyu's cell phone rang. Impatient appeared on his face. Who is this? Why did he have to call him at this juncture, however? This was an extraordinary period. So he still turned on his phone and took a look. When he saw that it was his mother, he was stunned for a moment and wanted to hang up the phone. After all, he is busy setting up a relationship with Chu Feng and saving his daughter. How can he have time to chat with his mother? It's your mother, Chu Feng said. How do you know? 95 Shiyu was about to hang up the phone. But he was stunned when he heard Chu Feng say it was his mother's call. He didn't understand Chu Feng was sitting on the seat. And he was standing. Chu Feng couldn't see the screen of his mobile phone. He didn't understand why Chu Feng knew that it was his mother who called him. Not only was he shocked, Evan Sheng Jing, who was beside him, was surprised, because she knew from Shiyu's shocked expression that Chu Feng was right again. Looking at Chu Feng, I feel that Chu Feng is inscrutable. It's amazing to know who's calling just by listening to a stranger's phone ringtone. Your mother is dying. Chu Feng doesn't care whether Shiyu has any regrets. But he doesn't want to let other mothers regret because of himself. So kindly remind Puff Shengjing, who was preparing to drink water, couldn't hold back when he heard the words, and almost spit out a mouthful of water. Cover your mouth quickly. She had seen people chatting. And it was the first time she had seen someone like Chu Feng who cursed their mother when she came up. And it was too disrespectful. But why does she feel that this is a good fight? This scum should be beaten. What nonsense are you talking about? My mother is in good health. How could she have died? Shiyu couldn't help showing anger when he heard Chu Feng's words. He wanted to thank Chu Feng, and by the way, he wanted to get closer, and it was best to try to stay together to save his life. However, he never thought that Chu Feng would curse his mother to die when he came up. Is this a human word? Even a person who has no temper will explode when he hears Chu Feng say this. Whatever, it's not my mother anyway. Seeing that he didn't believe it and ignored it, Chu Feng wanted to continue eating bread, however. When he saw the saliva that Sheng Jing spewed on the bread, he was stunned for a moment and he put the bread down anyway. This woman on purpose. Hey mom. Although Shiyu didn't believe Chu Feng's words, he still answered the phone. Shiyu, you are on your way. The voice of Shiyu's mother came from the other end. But the voice sounded a little labored. Well, on the way. Where are you? Why is it so noisy? 35. When Shiyu heard that the voice on the other side was wrong, there was a faint feeling in his heart. I don't know what the hell is going on. Vrion is fighting. You and Zion are all right. Mom, why do you sound weird? Is it uncomfortable? Shiyu, my Shiyu. Son, you have to take good care of Ziu and 99. Mom, what's wrong with you, my Zion, my baby? I love her so much, but she just wants to find her mother. That be ***ch, ho 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 beep beep. Shiyu didn't say a few words to his mother. And the roar of zombies came from the other side. Shiyu still remembers the scene of those corpses being transformed just now. Now that he heard the roar of the zombie again, it was from his own mother. How could Yu not have imagined that his mother had turned into a zombie? Chu Feng was right. This turned out to be the last phone call before his mother died. In an instant, his strong heart collapsed directly, and tears rolled directly in the circles of his eyes. He has been ignoring his mother for work, but he never thought that calling again would be a goodbye. Shengjing originally thought that Chu Feng was scolding Yu in a different way. But after seeing his expression, the face that was about to be laughed at was put away. Needless to say, Chu Feng was right again. She looked at Chu Feng with a shocked expression. She didn't understand how sacred this Chu Feng was. If it was an accident that Chu Feng knew that the train did not stop in a sand just now. What about this time? How did he know that Yu's mother was going to die? Could it be that Chu Feng really has the ability to predict the future? Dad, is Grandma okay? Ziyuan on the side asked nervously. Boom! The high-speed train vibrated a bit and was about to make a pit stop. Ziyuan sit down first. Yu knew that his mother was dead. But he was thinking about how to tell his daughter about it. She could only sit down first. While he was thinking about how to say this, Ziyuan looked puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. So she sat down obediently and looked at the platform outside doing nothing. Don't look at it, they are all zombies. Seeing Ziyuan looking out, Chu Feng reminded him that Yu was already in grief. And when he heard that Chu Feng still had the intention to scare his daughter, he suddenly became angry, waiting to speak. Bang! A man directly hit the window of the decelerating train. Slapping the window frantically, Ziyuan was taken aback. Bang, 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 open the door, let's go up. Open the doors. Then more people slapped the windows and made desperate pleas. Roar, however, before those people could take a few shots. They were attacked by zombies, and the car windows were splashed with blood. Yu hurriedly hugged his daughter back in his arms. You, who are you, holies? Yu looked at the zombies who were madly jumping into the crowd outside the platform. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Chu Feng. This Chu Feng is simply a god. Earlier, Chu Feng said that his daughter went to feed the zombies. But he rushed over to his daughter and was almost bitten by the zombies. Then he said his mother was dying, and it came true again. Now he said that there are zombies outside. But after the train entered the station, he actually encountered a large number of zombies. Where is this Chu Feng sacred? Could it be that he can predict the future? How can that be? Please note, passengers, this train only arrives at Dijian Station, where the military has been deployed and ready to empty the train. Once the train arrives at the station, please get off all passengers. Japanese symbol 0 FLOWERS Japanese symbol. Repeat, this train only goes to Dijian Station. The train left the platform and continued to move forward. After a while, the voice of the conductor came from the loudspeaker again. Hey Shengjing, after a while. Yin Shanghua pushed Gatling through the door and walked in. Apparently he heard the conductor's voice too. Although he wanted to save more people. But the military intervened, did not continue to go back. Shanghua, you're finally back, how are you all right? Shengjing was overjoyed when he saw Shanghua coming back. Got up and said with concern, how could anything happen with this thing? You see, I just saved some people 55. Seeing that his wife cared about him, Yin Shanghua clapped Gatling in his hand and said. After saying that, let the door open. And 5 high school students in school uniforms walked in cautiously behind them. This is Yongkok, this is Genhe, this is Chu Feng, this is my wife Shengjing 39. Yin Shanghua briefly introduced the 5 students, and then introduced Chu Feng and his wife. Then Zhengxi's eyes lit up when she heard Yin Shanghua talking about Chu Feng. She stepped forward and said excitedly, You killed all the zombies in the carriage just now, Chu Feng said calmly, although Zhengxi looks okay. Chu Feng is not interested in girls who are too young. Did you also make that human-shaped hole 35? Chu Feng was not interested in her. But that Zhengxi was very interested in Chu Feng and asked again. Yes, 9. Chu Feng was as calm as ever. Wow, it's amazing, 99. Jinxie exclaimed with excitement on her face, along the way. They didn't listen to Yin Shanghua's story that Chu Feng alone crushed the zombie tide. They also punched the zombie out of the car. And they still didn't believe it. When I came to see it, it was true. Now that she finally sees the legendary figure in Yin Shanghua's mouth, she is naturally very excited, brother. Now that the army is standing and waiting, this thing is no longer needed. I will return it to you. After Yin Shanghua finished speaking, he returned the Gatling in his hand to Chu Feng. This thing is really powerful, but it is too heavy. This wave of past almost didn't wear him down. Now the people are rescued. And the next stop is Dijian Station where there is an army. There is no need for him to continue killing zombies. It's okay, keep it if you like it. It can be used against those troops later. Chu Feng heard the words and said, huh. Yes, against the army, the moment Chu Feng's words came out. All the people at the scene were stunned. And they all looked at Chu Feng with a look of astonishment. Especially Zhangxi, who still admired Chu Feng just now. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Hello. Uncle Yin Shanghua, as you said. Chu Feng is an honest and good person. What's going on now? Is he going to fight the army? Brother, you've already said that. The army is here to help us. How can we fight the army? 55. Yeah, don't think about it. Yin Shanghua and Sheng Jing looked at Chu Feng with worried expressions. That's the army. You are here to help them. What are you beating them for? Think crazy, they've turned into zombies. Chu Feng said bluntly, impossible. That's the army, how could it become a zombie? Creaks 35. Not long after, the train entered the station and slowly stopped at Dijian Station. The platform was empty, no one was there. The people who were still alive on the train got off the train and went to the platform. The halo attack of the Holy Virgin of Shengjing had been reminded just now. But no one took her words seriously at all. Even that Shi Yu didn't believe Chu Feng. Because he had contacted the military beforehand and would give him special treatment. And finally took Na Ziyuan out of the car. I rely on pistols. Rifle, submachine guns, shotguns, and even bazookas. Have you robbed the arsenal? 99. Okay. Since you are willing to believe me, let's start arming. There will be a lot of zombies later. Oh my god. So many weapons, Chu Feng. Where did you come from these weapons? Chu Feng watched those people enter the station. Waved his handand, released a large number of weapons. This weapon has a complete range of variety of varieties. And an astonishing number. Did Chu Feng rob the arsenal? Jinhe, you pinch me. Oops, OMG, it hurts. It's not an illusion, it's real. Chu Feng. You really made a weapons. They looked at the pile of weapons one by one. Their mouths wide open, their eyes widened. And their faces were shocked and unbelievable. And grenades, time bombs, dynamite packs, oh my god. What the hell are we going to do? A wars. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons that Chu Feng took out. Yin Shanghua, Shengjing, Ronghua. Zhangxi and others were all stunned. The conductor, you are the conductors. Because the train conductor was at the front of the train. He got down later as soon as he got out of the car. General Manager Jin rushed towards him with a worried expression on his face. Seeing that the train conductor was flustered. He opened his mouth and said, "Can the rear compartment be disconnected directly? Untie the rear compartments and drive the front compartment to Busan." Jin Changwu said with a panicked expression originally. He also wanted to get off at this station. But he made another phone call later. It was news from the bus station company. It is said that all the cars leading to Dijian stopped. That is to say, the city has been blocked now. And combined with the news from Chu Feng, he speculates that it has been captured. So I hurried over and tried to persuade the conductor to leave the carriage behind and run away. Unlock the back compartments, exactly. Cannot be done, why not? There is no way to do that. 35. What about the armies, militaries? I just got a notification. Wait a minute, where is my business card? I'm the operation director of Maxima Passenger Transport. The road to Dijian is currently blocked. And all our company's buses have been diverted. You mean all the way to Dijian is blocked? Dijian City is blocked and probably won't let us in. I heard that Busan Station is still open. Let's go to Busan. After all, Executive Jin pulled the conductor and wanted to rush towards the front of the train. Wait, if that's true, then take the others with you. The conductor was also surprised when he heard the words but. As a conductor, how could he drive directly? Didn't you see a lot of passengers going to the lobby? Notify other people anyway. Who did you say to bring 99? Jin Changwu Road. 467 anyway, let's go out and take a look. The conductor did not hesitate and walked towards the platform stairs with such a big deal. How could he possibly abandon the passengers and drive away alone? No matter what the situation is, you must catch up with the departing crowd first. Ah hey. General Manager Jin had no choice but to follow the conductor if he could not persuade him. After a large number of passengers left the train, they soon came to the hall. It was empty and there was nothing around. Seeing the sign that said no passage beside Shiyu, he quietly left the crowd with his daughter and walked towards the passage next to him. He has been in contact with the people above in a row, and he can give them special treatment. If you go out with other people, you will be quarantined. And if he walks in this direction, he can avoid isolation. Seeing her father's unusual behavior, Ziuan stopped leaving and looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Let's go, Ziuan. Seeing that his daughter was not leaving, Shiyu said. Where? Ziuan looked at her father with a puzzled expression. The crowd is clearly going that way. Why do we go this way? Let's go this way, Shiyu. Dao just us, go 35. Shiyu did not explain and urged his daughter to leave quickly. However, when he turned his head, he saw a beggar. I'm going this way too, the beggar said as he walked over. There is the main square over there, you follow them. Seeing this, Shiyu waved his hand to persuade. I want to follow you, I heard all your calls. You and her have other arrangements. Everyone else will be quarantined 35 Beggar Road. It's not like that, Zion. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Shiyu hurriedly denied it. I'm going to tell other people. After Zion finished speaking, she was about to chase after the crowd. Ziuan, you don't have to tell them. Shiyu hurriedly stopped. Be sure to tell them 35. Ziuan insisted. Leave them alone, we're going to do our best. Seeing that Ziuan was going to inform others, Shiyu naturally would not agree for him. Himself and his daughter are the most important. And everyone else can sacrifice, Dad. It's because you only think about yourself that Mommy will leave you. Seeing her father being so selfish, Ziuan immediately cried. It was because he always only thought about himself that her mother would leave them. Shiyu heard that he was directly attacked by his daughter and fell silent. Hey, here, come here, help at this time. The beggar saw a soldier walking out from the end of the aisle and ran over with a look of surprise, calling while running. Ziuan, don't move here. Seeing this, Shiyu's sense of guilt that had just risen disappeared instantly, and he handed the backpack to Ziuan and followed. This is an opportunity for them to leave, and it was obtained by virtue of their strength. So how could they inform others? It is enough to save myself and my daughter. Captain Min, I've arrived in Dijian. Shiyu had just walked a few steps when he heard the phone ringing and hurriedly answered the phone with a look of surprise on his face. Is it okay over there? I can't get in touch with my people. On the other end of the phone came Captain Min's anxious voice. What? Shiyu was stunned when he heard the words no. Isn't your person right in front of you didn't get in touch? As soon as he looked up, He was stunned, because he saw that something was wrong with the soldier coming out. And his face was actually full of tooth marks. Help me. Shiyu still wants the soldier to save him as a result. The first sentence the soldier said was to save him, roar. Before the soldier could finish speaking, a soldier zombie suddenly appeared behind him and rushed towards him. Atilda, seeing this, the beggar and Shiyu were all startled. And the beggar even fell to the ground in fright. Hoo ho ho. 35 countless soldiers and zombies rushed up behind them, instantly drowning the soldiers who had just come out. Without any hesitation, Shiyu turned around and ran towards that Zeon. However, at this time the crowd on the main road also ran back, and behind them were countless zombies. Roar. A zombie left the crowd and rushed towards Zeon. With the ferocity of zombies, Zeon will surely die once he pounces on him. That Zeon turned back, only to see an infinitely magnified bloody mouth rushing towards him. Ah, tilde. When Shiyu saw this scene, his eyes were completely split. And that Zeon also had a look of despair. Boom, however. At this moment a gunshot rang out, directly blasting the zombie's head and saving that Zeon. In Chu Feng's mind, the system's reward prompt sound came directly ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Chu Feng could have watched her debut after all. This was the only one who stood up to save them when those people blocked the carriage. Although Chu Feng doesn't need her to save him sometimes. Having that heart is enough. Planting good causes bears good results. And there is nothing to save them when they encounter them. Of course that Shiyu, he doesn't care. Shengjing hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Zeon back to the team at the door. Okay, let's fire. Chu Feng saw that the damned was almost dead. And the zombies also attacked and without any hesitation. He directly ordered, booms 35.95 yin shanghua. Zhonghua. Zhengxi and others had to raise their weapons and fire at the zombies. Especially Yin Shanghua. The Gatling machine gun fired frantically. And a large number of soldiers and zombies fell down one after another. Watch out for grenades, more boom. Some people also threw grenades at the corpses. In an instant, the terrifying explosion and the sound of gunfire joined together, directly drowning the entire station hall. A large number of zombies were continuously killed by firearms. And some were killed by grenades, ding. Congratulations to the host. Your teammate Jinxie killed 10 violent zombies and got 7,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your teammate Rong Guo killed 20 violent zombies and got 14. 0 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your teammate Yin Shanghua killed 30 violent zombies and got 2,100 points. In an instant, a large number of reward prompts popped up in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng's points are also skyrocketing, which makes Chu Feng very happy. It's cool to kill zombies here. The experience is multiplied by 10. And it seems that the upgrade is going to be faster. Thank you, thank you. That Shiyu also took the opportunity to escape back. Hugged his daughter and said gratefully, I didn't think about saving you 99. Facing Shiyu's thanks, Chu Feng said bluntly, indeed. He just saved that Xianth at Shiyu. He is the protagonist here, good luck. It has nothing to do with him to live longer, boom. After all, Chu Feng directly carried the bazooka at the zombie group and bombarded it. That Shiyu looked embarrassed. But he didn't dare to say anything when he saw Chu Feng's bazooka. Hoo-ho-ho, inside the station more zombies poured in here. As if it were never ending. There were too many zombie soldiers. And although everyone blocked the entrance and kept firing, they still couldn't suppress the corpse tide, not good. There are too many zombies to kill. When Yin Shanghua saw the overwhelming zombies, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, Nima. This zombie is not only fast but also has a lot. And it has to shoot its head, it can't be suppressed. It's okay, let me come. Seeing that the crowd could not stop Chu Feng, not only was he not afraid but his face showed excitement. If you can't stop it, it means that the zombies are strong enough. If he kills zombies, the points will be more. Chu Feng stepped out directly and stood in front of everyone. Hey Chu Feng, what are you doing? The corpse tide is coming. It can't be stopped here, let's leave first. 5 yes. Yin Shanghua Rongguo. Zhengxi and others were startled when they saw Chu Feng come forward, and hurriedly spoke up to persuade, 0. So many zombie soldiers, it is impossible to stop. Chu Feng is indeed very powerful. Holding the Gatling can suppress the tide of hundreds of corpses in the carriage. But now this wave is different. There are literally thousands of zombies. How to fight this? Let's withdraw shhhhhh kakaka. Just when everyone thought they couldn't stop it, Chu Feng was about to die. A large number of firearms suddenly appeared around Chu Feng, and the muzzle pointed directly at the corpses. There were thousands of firearms, booms 35. Thousands of weapons fired almost at the same time. And the firepower was not weaker than a group of soldiers, but stronger in an instant. The swarms of zombie soldiers seemed to have been harvested and fell madly one after another at the same time. A large number of reward prompts came from Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Killing 400 violent zombies and earning 40,000 points. Soon Chu Feng's points rose to 40,000 and it didn't stop. It continued to soar. It soon crossed the 100,000 mark. 100,000, 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. Not long after, it reached 200,000. And Chu Feng's total points also increased from 637. 900 to 840,000. It's incredible. Chu Feng can control thousands of weapons by himself. My God, how did he do it? One person firing thousands of weapons at the same time is a god. More than that, look at those zombies, all headshots. The mumbles. Controlling so many firearms at the same time and shooting headshots is awesome. It's really awesome. It turns out that this is Chu Feng's true strength. So handsome, this is definitely a superpower. Big Brother is really amazing. Watching Chu Feng madly harvesting a large number of zombies. Yin Shanghua Shangjing Zhangxi Rongguo Xiu. Ziyuan and others were all stunned, their mouths widened. Their eyes widened. And their faces were shocked and unbelievable. In the carriage, Chu Feng was indeed crushing the corpse tied with a Gatling gun. But after all, there were only a few hundred. It's different now, thousands of zombies are coming madly. It is directly 10 times the size of the carriage. And Chu Feng can control thousands of weapons at the same time. What is even more terrifying is that Chu Feng can control so many weapons at the same time and can shoot headshots. Chu Feng and the others were here to deal with the army of soldiers and zombies. And in front of the train below, those who were running fast finally arrived at the train. The panicked crowd even forgot that there were zombies in the back compartment and opened the door directly. Hoo-ho-ho, as soon as the door was opened, a large number of zombies poured out of the car, throwing the passengers down. Help. The platform suddenly became a mess of 5. 8 and the zombies began to spread from the rear. Chu Feng. The zombies in the compartment below have been released. Shangjing approached the rooftop glass window. Turned around when he heard the sound of help. Just saw the zombies on the train platform, joking and said, "Well, you all get off the platform and get on the train." Seeing this, Chu Feng knew that the situation was in critical condition. And these people couldn't help much. So he said, "Okay, then we're going down, be careful, don't fight." Seeing this, Yin Shanghua also knew that the zombies in the rear could not be abused. Otherwise, the passengers who had just escaped would become enemies. As many people as they save. That's how many zombies there are, after all. He took Shangjing Rongguo, Jinxie and others to the platform below to kill. Oh, no way. This kill speed is still too slow. Chu Feng was killing and killing, feeling that the killing speed was not fast enough. There are too many zombie soldiers. Although he can control so many firearms at the same time, the precise operation is equivalent to his multitasking. It is good for ordinary zombies. For such fast-moving, violent zombies, his mental power is enough, but his nerves are too tired. If he kills like this, he will be exhausted. Just when Chu Feng was thinking about how to improve the killing efficiency, when he turned his head, he saw several high-speed trains in the station. Which was Yixi. You are stupid, there are better weapons. What gun do you use? Isn't that a lot of weapons? As soon as Chu Feng thought about it, he directly put away the 1,000 firearms, opened the window suspended in the air, and faced the high-speed rail as a move. Boom, boom, boom. The high-speed train vibrated and it actually levitated, flying towards Chu Feng on the rooftop. Hoo-ho-ho. The soldiers and zombies who lost the suppression of the firearms came to Chu Feng again like a tide. Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. Grabbed the high-speed train and smashed it at the zombies rushing out from the platform. Hoo 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 ba hoo ho ho 35 ba. The zombie roared and rushed out frantically. But there was Chu Feng guarding the gate of the rooftop. As soon as the zombies rushed out of the station, they were immediately smashed by the huge high-speed rail that Chu Feng lifted. Then there was a scene that was terrifying, weird, and funny. The zombie roar rushed out, and Chu Feng slapped it to death like a mosquito. And in Chu Feng's mind, the system's reward prompt sound came again: ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points. Chu Feng's points directly increased by 11,000. In a short time, the total points rose to 900,000. This is not over yet and continues to rise. 910,000, 920,000, 930,000, 940,000, 950,000. This is going to be in the sky in this wave of corpses. Wow. It's a monster. And he used a high-speed rail as a weapon to smash zombies. Mum, that's a high-speed train. How could a single carriage have 60 tons? He even took the high-speed train to smash zombies crazy. Just crazy, how could someone be so powerful, my god. Look, his feet are hanging in the air, hanging in the air. Crazy, those people are crazy, I'm crazy. The whole world is crazy on the platform. No matter who got on the bus didn't get on the bus. Or people who were already on the bus. When they heard the sound and turned around, they were all dumbfounded. All of them opened their mouths wide, and their eyes widened with shock and disbelief on their faces. I've seen terrifying ones like Chu Feng, who used the high-speed rail directly as a weapon. But no one has ever seen it. Don't tell me I haven't heard of it. That's a high-speed rail. A single carriage weighs more than 60 tons. So many carriages, at least 20, have several hundred tons. This Chu Feng seems to be using nunchucks to smash zombies. Can you believe such a thing? A lot of people feel like they are crazy. The whole world is crazy, zombies bite people madly. Chu Feng smashes zombies madly and they themselves are mad. Shang Hua, my ammo is gone, do you still have it? Mine is gone, damn it, I just hit too hard. I'll have to ask Chu Feng to add it later, Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what he is, wow. He actually lifted the high-speed rail. What is he doing, smashing zombies, 35 mumble. Is this Chu Feng's real strength? It's so scary, so scary. Smashing zombies with high-speed rail. There's no one left, what can I say, awesome. I thought he was a non-human person by blowing a zombie a punch. But now I found out that he probably didn't even use 1% of his power. 5. Chu Feng is so handsome, Chu Feng is awesome. Chu Feng is awesome, not only those passengers, but also Yin Shanghua Shangjing. Zhangxi and Rongguo, who thought they knew Chu Feng, were all stupid. One by one looked shocked. I thought that Chu Feng could blast the zombies with one punch. And it was a god to break the roof of the car. But now I know that blasting the zombies is not a fart. It's like playing with high-speed trains. Those high school students, who were originally at the age of idol worship, saw that Chu Feng was so awesome they were all fascinated. Gave thumbs up and called him awesome in particular. The cheerleader Jin He is even more admired in his eyes. He is full of little stars. He can't wait to dance on the spot and cheer on Chu Feng. Hehehe, the conductor finally started the train. And when he saw Chu Feng smashing zombies on the high-speed train, he was so stupid that he even forgot to step on the brakes. As a result, the train started straight away. And he didn't notice it, hey. Wait for me, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Seeing this, the dazed crowd rushed onto the train. Chu Feng, the train has started. Seeing this, Yin Shanghua hurriedly shouted at Chu Feng. At this time, Chu Feng's mind finally heard the system's upgrade prompt. Zding! Congratulations to the host who has accumulated 1 million points. You can choose to upgrade to Tier 5. Do you want to upgrade now? Coming, Chu Feng saw that the train had left. And he had enough points. And the soldiers and zombies were almost cleaned up. Without hesitation, he threw away the high-speed rail that had been damaged beyond recognition, and grabbed and pulled the train, leaving the platform. He flew directly to the train. Where's Chu Feng? In the train compartments, Shengjing asked with a puzzled look. I don't know. I can't see it from this angle 99. Yin Shanghua looked out from the car door window, but couldn't see the back at all. Boom! At this moment, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the roof of the train. Everyone was startled. Crack. Everyone's guns were aimed at the roof of the car. Tear. The metal on the top of the car suddenly cracked, revealing Chu Feng's calm face. And one turned over and fell into the car. Call Chu Feng. It's great that you're back. I thought you couldn't catch up. Yeah, are all the zombies wiped out? When everyone saw that it was Chu Feng, they let out a sigh of relief and rushed up one after another, surrounding Chu Feng with a look of joy. It's basically been killed. Be the way. I'm going to sleep later. You guys watch it for me. Chu Feng thinks that he has finally collected 1 million points, and is very happy. He is still far from the next stop, so he wants to break through first. However, when he breaks through, he will fall into a coma. At this time, he is very weak and needs someone to take care of him. Sleep. No problem with me. Yun sang HWA. Whoever dares to disturb you, I'll let him take a gun. You can help me too. Sleep at ease. We are all watching for you. Hearing that Chu Feng was going to rest, Yin Shanghua was the first to pat his chest to ensure Chu Feng's safety. He has Gatlin in his hand, and whoever dares to disturb Chu Feng, he will be the first to kill him. Seeing this, other people are also willing to look out for Chu Feng and protect Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded, looking at these people with a look of relief. It's a good feeling to have such a group of friends who are willing to support each other in the Doomsday. The character of these people, he can trust Chu Feng. Chu Feng found a place without hesitation. He sat down and said to the system, "System, I want to upgrade." Ding, upgrade begins. SHH in an instant. Chu Feng's million points were instantly cleared, and his consciousness actually entered some mysterious realm. The world he saw was completely different from the past. In the past, although he could see the world of energy, it was only a macroscopic view. However, the experience this time was completely different. He could actually perceive the microscopic world through the macroscopic. To what extent do you perceive it? The world inside the molecule that even a microscope couldn't see in the past. He saw atoms in moleculous, electrons in atoms, and even neutrons and protons in atomic nuclei. He can even sense the forces of interaction in these microscopic worlds. In the real world, we are affected by a variety of forces. Let us feel that there are many forces in this world. But in fact, it is just an illusion in essence. There are only 4 basic forces in the universe, namely gravitational force, electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. That is to say, in reality, various phenomena in the universe are controlled by these 4 fundamental forces. And now Chu Feng is the one who can see and sense the existence of these basic forces. This experience is like shrinking Ant-Man into the quantum realm to watch the world, which is amazing, since all phenomena in the entire universe are caused by these 4 fundamental forces. Can these 4 forces be unified into one force? The physics community has been working hard to create the most fundamental theory that can explain all phenomena in the universe. The unified field theory. If this can be realized, then the history of the evolution of the universe can be revealed, and the mechanism of the birth of the universe can be figured out. However, everything is based on theory and cannot really be proven. Then now, Chu Feng is equivalent to the person who opened up and looked at the world from the perspective of God. He can see the origin of everything in the world. Atom is composed of electrons and nucleus. Nucleus is composed of proton and neutron. And proton is composed of up quark and down quark. That is, all atoms consist of only 3 particles electrons. Up quarks and down quarks. In essence, all elements on the periodic table are composed of these 3 particles. Chu Feng, who can feel all this, feels that he is almost omnipotent. He can even perceive tachyons and antimatter particles. In the past, he thought that if he could have the ability of Thor to smash people with lightning, or throw fireballs like the Human Torch in Fantastic Four, or release ice tornadoes, he would be handsome and cool sky. But now that he thinks about those abilities, he is really naive except for being cool. Because whether it is lightning, flames, ice, or tornadoes, these are essentially a kind of energy. And energy was nothing more than dancing electrons in his eyes. Energy is complex and beautiful but also fragile. As long as he wants to, although he can't generate fire by himself, he can control the flame, control the current, control the storm, and control the ice. He is basically able to control all energy in front of him. These awesome abilities were nothing but a joke. Chu Feng felt as if he had comprehended the ultimate mystery of the universe. This makes Chu Feng feel that he is God. Whether it is an illusion or not, at least one thing Chu Feng knows, that is, this feeling is very cool, of course. Chu Feng is comprehending the ultimate mystery of the universe, unified field theory. But he doesn't know that the time outside is passing much faster than his senses. A squeak. The high-speed train was at a station ahead and soon encountered an obstacle. In the station ahead there was thick smoke. Seeing this, the train conductor had no choice but to brake quickly. After a sudden deceleration, the train finally stopped. Passing through the thick fog, the conductor saw that the train in front had overturned directly, blocking the road ahead of the 101 train. It was also because he braked in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit head-on. At that time, it must be the end of the car crash call. The conductor let out a long sigh of relief before picking up the phone to broadcast to the people in the carriage. Please note, passengers, that the train can only stop at Dondigu station due to obstacles in the lane ahead. So we can choose to wait for rescue here, or choose to take another train to Busan. After the broadcast, I will go to the garage and drive the running train to the leftmost track. Repeat again, leftmost track. If you are still alive, please walk over carefully. I wish you good luck and cracked. After the train conductor finished speaking, he hung up the broadcast. The conductor looked left and right, and after confirming that there were no zombies, he resolutely opened the car door and rushed to the other side. The road to the far left was blocked by other high-speed trains. He had no choice but to open the door of the carriage and walked in. The zombies in the train heard the sound and turned their heads to look here. While seeing this, the conductor of the train suddenly rushed to the door on the other side. Without hesitation, he went straight through the train and closed the door. Boom. 467. The zombies inside were B*******G on the door frantically, startling the conductor. Fortunately, he passed through quickly. Otherwise, this wave would be eaten by zombies. The conductor looked inside the door and saw a lot of parked locomotives. He didn't hesitate and ran over there quickly. What? Are we going over there in the past? Didn't you see that the road in the past was blocked by the train? If you want to pass, you have to cross the train full of zombies. How to get there? Then what? We can find that Chu Feng is so powerful. As long as we follow him, we will definitely not die. 99. Yes, they have force. We can follow them. In the safety compartment, a group of passengers wanted to go over when they heard the announcement. But when they saw the zombies on the train that was blocking the road next to them, they were bears again. Just kidding. To get there, you have to cross the train full of zombies. How do you get through? To pass is to die. As soon as Mr. Jin's eyes rolled, he thought of Chu Feng. Although they locked Chu Feng outside the carriage, it was a bit of a festival. But even if Chu Feng doesn't help them, they can follow Chu Feng in the past safely. The others were all excited when they heard the words, feeling that what Mr. Jin said made sense, and followed him to the back compartment. Not long after, they came to the carriage where Chu Feng and the others were. What should I do? Chu Feng has not woken up yet, and the bullets have been exhausted. Rong Guo asked anxiously after hearing the announcement. They all wanted to leave the carriage. However, Chu Feng has been in a coma. They want to wake up Chu Feng, but Chu Feng is like a dead person. If not for the weak pulse and breathing. They all think that Chu Feng is dead. Now that the road ahead is not clear, the train conductor is going to drive in, they must rush past. Otherwise they will be trapped here, but the problem is, after Chu Feng fell asleep, they looked at the magazine and found that everyone's bullets were basically exhausted. And the train opposite was full of zombies. So they were anxious. Never mind, take him with us and let's break through. Seeing this, Yin Shanghua had no choice but to carry Chu Feng on his back and prepare to ride the death train next to him. Okay, let's dash together, Rongguo. Jinxie and others got up one after another. Put on baseball bats and prepared to leave. Boom. He remembered clearly that when the three of them were in danger, it was these people who blocked the door and blocked the carriage, preventing them from entering at this time. These people dared to come over, which had to make them vigilant, however. Just as everyone was preparing to pass, the door of the carriage was pushed open. Hey, what are you doing? If it wasn't for Chu Feng's greatness, they would have died long ago. Seeing so many people open the door of the carriage, Yun Sang Hwa Youngguo, Jin He and others all aimed their baseball bats at them. Manager Jin took this group of survivors and broke in directly. Yin Shanghua shouted when he saw Executive Najin, Mr. Chu Feng, you heard the broadcast too. Now the whole train over there is full of zombies. Only you can help us get out of here. We have all watched the pictures of you taking turns fighting against zombies on the high-speed rail. As long as you take action, we can live, yeah. Even if you don't help us, let us follow. We all know that we were wrong, that door was closed by Shi Yu. And it has nothing to do with us, 35 yeah. I don't want to die here, please help 99. Just when Yin Shanghua thought that these people were here to fight. As soon as those people entered the carriage, they didn't even look at the situation, and immediately knelt down. There are some who praise Chu Feng for being awesome. Some who flatter, some who began, some who blame Shi Yu. One by one weeping bitterly, frantically throwing the pot. Seeing that Yun Sang Hwa Sung Kyung, Jin He and Rongguo were all stunned. Hey, how could you do this? You were the ones who were closing the door. You and you, Mr. Jin. You were the most vicious at the time, how can you blame me now? That Shi Yu didn't expect these bastards to be so straightforward. And they came up and sold him. Yes, that door was closed by him, but you let it be closed too. How could he have closed the door if you hadn't been pushing hard behind you? Why are you blaming him now? And the clothes on the door are also tied by you. I'm just proposing, besides the hand is on you. If you really don't want to close the door, who can force you? Mr. Jin was the #1 villain in the trip to Busan. This kind of evasion trick was used too much. And he threw the pot back with a few words, yes. We are all innocent, others also echoed. In order for Chu Feng to take them away. What's the point of throwing the blame, anyway, no meat? As long as Chu Feng can turn his anger on Shi Yu. It will all be worth it, you bastards, Shi Yu, who was sold. Almost lost his breath when he heard the words. But he couldn't tell how bitter he was. Who told him to close the door at that time? This pot really can't be thrown out, enough. Pushing and pushing. Is this your attitude of admitting wrong? All of you have a share. Seeing that these people were so shameless in order to survive, Sheng Jing couldn't stand it any longer and reprimanded. Yes, we are shameless, we are wrong. You don't remember the villain's deed, save us. I am old and young and they all count on me to support me. If I die, how will my family live? 99 yes. We all know it's wrong, please Lord Chu Feng, please save us. There is a newborn child in my family. I have a very sick father at home. Jin Changwu and a group of people heard Sheng Jing's words. And they all admitted their mistakes. Looking like they had changed their minds. One by one tell their worst things to gain sympathy. Those sad stories are really sad for those who hear them, and those who hear them weep. Okay, all of you get up, we don't blame you 99s. However, Chu Feng is in a coma and he can't help you. A pregnant woman in Shengjing. How could she have seen so many people begging? seeing that each one of them was worse than the other. She softened her heart, said, "Ah. He was wounded and unconscious, then what to do? By the way, don't you have weapons? You can take us there." Jin Changwu is indeed the most black-bellied person in the trip to Busan. He was stunned when he heard Shang Jing's words, and his attitude changed immediately. Directly from the humble kneelings, he stood up and looked around without revealing a trace. Seeing the unconscious Chu Feng on Yin Shanghua's back, he rolled his eyes and said, "Without Chu Feng, wouldn't there still be weapons? As long as Yin Shanghua and the others give them weapons. Or take weapons to empty the zombies, they can still live. Yes, you have weapons and can help us open the way. As long as we are together, we are willing to open the way ahead with weapons. As much as we want, we will give it 35. Yes, please help us. There are also pregnant women in my family. My wife is pregnant like you, and the child cannot be born without my father." The others were not stupid either, and one by one they quickly followed suit. That Chu Feng is not easy to provoke her to speak. It is better that he is in a coma. Seeing that Shang Jing had the softest heart, I begged her to be right. "Okay, you can come with us." Sure enough, Shang Jing didn't ask, relented and agreed. "Sister Shang Jing, we have no weapon show, can we bring them?" Jinxie, who was beside him, said, "Yeah. We're already incapable of protecting ourselves now. And if we take them with us, it will be even harder to break through," Rong Guo also said. "Ah, your guns are out of ammo, that's even better." Executive Kim was originally afraid of Yin Sanghua and the others' guns. But now they say that the guns are out of bullets. That's even better. There's not much to say then, just make the way ahead. You be ****D, are you speaking human words? 9. When Yin Shanghua heard the words, was immediately angry. These bastards, thinking that they didn't even dare to look at them when Chu Feng was there, knelt down and kowtowed. After knowing what happened to Chu Feng, he immediately got up and calculated them. Now that they know that they are out of bullets, they turn their faces and shamelessly hide behind them and let them take risks in front of them. Is this what people should do? Not only Yun Sang Hwa. Jin He and Young Guk were also angry. These people are so disgusting. They turn their faces faster than a book. Do anything to survive. I think your wife's health is not very good. If you accidentally hurt her, it will be bad. Manager Jin, who had no worries, regained his indifference and threatened with a cold mouth. Jin Changwu is an old fritter, and his speech is very sophisticated. People are ruthless enough. And one sentence directly points out Yin Shanghua's weakness. That is, Shangjing is pregnant if you don't cooperate. If there is a conflict, don't think about it, better for your wife. She still has a baby in her belly. You are such bastards. Yin Shanghua was so popular with these people that if Mr. Jin hadn't pointed out that a fight would hurt the child in his wife's stomach, he really wanted to rush up and beat these people violently. Why do you let us take risks ahead and you follow behind? Rong Guo said with righteous indignation. You have experience in dealing with zombies. Those who are capable are working hard. There are old people among us. You don't want them to rush ahead. Jin Changwu turned the conversation and stood on the moral high ground to attack Yin Sanghua and the others. Occupying the real heights. You are great, so you have to lead the way. And there are old people among them if you open the way ahead. That is what should be done. And it is immoral to let them open the way. Rongguo wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute when he saw that there were really two old ladies among Mr. Jin's people. Besides, even if we don't follow, don't you have to go? Anyway, we all have to go, so what does it have to do with us? Do you think so? 5. Seeing that Jiang Rongguo and the others had been questioned, Mr. Jin directly stated their purpose, which was to hide behind them and break through. You are so shameless. 99. Sheng Jing finally felt that something was wrong. Regretted in his heart and cursed angrily, she's so stupid. She's so stupid to believe the so-called repentance of these people. And she's so stupid to say that there is no bullet in the gun. It's all right now, there are a lot of people on Mr. Jin's side. And they can't beat them and they can't chase them away. They're really disgusting one by one. They didn't want to do so, they wanted to die in front of them. That Jinxie and Ronguo are also very angry. But they can't do anything about them, woo-woo. At this moment, the sound of the train's head starting was heard in the station on the left. Obviously, the conductor had already passed over there and started the train. If they continue to be here, no one will ever want to live. Yin Shanghua glared at these rogues, then looked at his wife. And finally said helplessly, "Go." After saying that, he walked out with Chu Feng behind his back. "Brother Shanghua, let's go ahead and make way for you." After Ronguo finished speaking, he walked forward with a baseball bat. Now that Chu Feng is in a coma and Sheng Jing is pregnant, as a baseball home runer, he can't let Yin Shanghua walk in front while taking care of his bloated wife while carrying people. I'm going to, seeing this. The other two boys also stepped forward and took the initiative to open the way. You guys be careful. 35. Although Yin Shanghua also wanted to lead the way by himself, Chu Feng's body was so heavy that others couldn't carry it. So he was so big that he could carry people away. So he had no choice but to tell them to be careful. I also help. Jinxie gritted her teeth and rushed forward. It is good, Ronguo nodded, and carefully opened the way with two male classmates holding baseball bats in front. Then there are Yin Shanghua, Sheng Jing, and the others. Behind them, a bunch of shameless people such as Jin Changwu followed carefully. That Shiyu hesitated for a moment but still followed Zuan. A group of people leaned on the carriages and began to walk one by one, hoping to find one with fewer zombies as a breakthrough. Brother Shanghua, there seems to be no zombies in this carriage. We can pass through here. Not long after, Ronguo in front of him saw a carriage. It was very quiet inside and there seemed to be no zombies. So he turned around and said, "It is good." Yin Shanghua was overjoyed when he heard the words, and quickly followed, "Hahaha, that's great." General Manager Jin was very happy to see this, and hurriedly followed. The other passengers also showed joy and followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Just when everyone found a carriage that seemed to have no zombies, they were not in a hurry to pass through, and they felt the violent shaking of the ground. Everyone still didn't understand what was going on. A train head rushed over at a high speed on the track in front of the train. The two sides shared a railway, and the terrifying impact of this collision directly sent the entire high-speed train flying. Two high-speed trains exploded directly and overturned on both sides. No tilde Yin Shanghua watched the train crash down on them. With despair in his eyes, he subconsciously threw Chu Feng to the front and opened his arms to protect his wife and Chu Feng under him. He actually wanted to use his flesh and blood to carry the carriage as much as possible to give Chu Feng and Sheng Jing a chance to live. Ronguo and other boys who opened the way ahead also rushed forward subconsciously and protected Jinxie. And the people behind them are not like that. Manager Jin immediately pushed the male flight attendant next to him onto the train, as if cramming him into the train would be able to carry the train. And a little more space would give him a better chance of survival. He can't do anything about it, people are not as good as God. He calculated all possible dangers, but he did not expect that a train would suddenly rush forward and knock it down. The others' reactions were not much different from his. As if they could survive this way, of course. No matter how everyone reacts, there is despair in their eyes. No one knew that the front of the train would suddenly drive past and knock the train over. This is the subway, a carriage is 60 tons. In order not to let the zombies in the car see them, they also deliberately got close to the train. Well, now this train is over and no one wants to live. 35. Just when everyone thought that this time was dead, Chu Feng, who was sleeping, seemed to sense the crisis outside and suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Chu Feng opened his eyes, the high-speed rail that had been pressed down actually floated above the crowd. Not only the high-speed rail, but even the explosion flames set off by the explosion seemed to have stagnated. If it weren't for the fact that other things around them didn't stand still, they would think time stood still. What's the matter? Why didn't the train come down? The flame seems to have stopped. Has time stopped? No, we wouldn't be able to move if time stopped, Chu Feng. It's Chu Feng. Chu Feng woke up. He did it, ha ha ha. I knew he wouldn't watch us die as soon as he opens his eyes. He can suspend the train and stop the flames. He seems to be stronger, 5 Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Yun sang hwa Youngguo. Jin He and the others looked at the suspended train and the stagnant flames and thought that time had stopped. However, he can still move. But it proves that time has not stopped. Some of them soon thought of Chu Feng and looked at Chu Feng. Sure enough, Chu Feng, who had been sleeping all the time, had opened his eyes at some point. Needless to say, all of this was definitely done by Chu Feng. Sure enough, Chu Feng did not abandon them, but woke up and saved them at a critical moment. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Zhao, he could suspend the train and stop the flames from burning. Chu Feng was simply a god. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Feng did not expect that Yin Shanghua would sacrifice himself for him when the disaster happened. He felt the love of these friends. As soon as Chu Feng waved his hand, the carriage next to them was opened, ha ha ha. God Chu Feng, you're finally awake, it's great, yeah. Luckily you're awake or we'd be dead here. Thank you Chu Feng for the rescue. Manager Jin and the others were very happy when they saw that Chu Feng was awake, and his explosive ability saved their lives. And looked at Chu Feng and the others with excitement. What's up with them? Why are they behind us? Chu Feng heard the voices of Executive Jin and the others behind him, and asked with a puzzled look, Brother Chu Feng, these bastards know that you are in a coma, and our guns are out of ammunition. They just forced us to open the way ahead, yes. They also threatened to attack the child in Shengjing's stomach and follow us shamelessly. Which is disgusting, Rongguo. Zhangxi and others were also disgusted by Executive Jin and others. Seeing Chu Feng asking about it, they all glared at Executive Jin and others. Threatening a child in the womb of a pregnant woman, ordering them from the moral high ground, and letting them open the way is simply abhorrent. That's it then, it's none of my business, sorry everyone. Just accidentally saved the wrong person. You continue. After listening to their words, Chu Feng instantly understood what had happened, turned around and apologized to Changwu Jin and the others, and then took his abilities back. The train that had stopped falling continued to press down, and the explosion continued. No, save. Manager Jin and other passengers wanted to ask for help, but the carriage was already pressed down, completely submerging them. Boom, 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 35. The originally stagnant explosion flame also continued to explode, slamming all of them in together with the carriage. And no one survived. Yin Shanghua Shangjing. Zhangxi and Rongguo looked at Chu Feng's operation. They were all stupid, especially when they heard Chu Feng said that they saved the wrong person. You continued making them laugh and cry, and feel extremely happy. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng, who has always been upright, also has black belly. After he woke up, he didn't understand the situation. He first rescued the people. After clarifying the situation and knowing that they were not his own, he decisively killed them again. It is estimated that Executive Manager Jin is about to cry. There is still such an operation. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Chu Feng turned back and saw that everyone was staring at him with wide eyes, and asked with a look of doubt. He did nothing wrong. Since you accidentally saved people who should have died, there is no logical problem in letting them continue to die. These people are even threatening his friends. So what are they keeping? No, that's right, absolutely right, years. Well done, it's really heartwarming. This kind of scum is really not worth saving, and deserves to die. Yin Shanghua Shangjing. Zhangxi and Rongguo heard Chu Feng's words, and then they reacted and gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. A look of admiration. Sure enough, Chu Feng is arrogant even in doing things. Woo-woo. Also at this time, there was the hum of a train in the left lane. Let's go. It's late, the train is about to leave. Chu Feng turned his head, saw the car slowly driving out in the left lane and said, Aha, Yin Shanghua Shangjing. Zhangxi and Rongguo nodded and ran towards the front of the car. Ho 35 this time the crash was very serious. And people were killed. But zombies are different from people. As long as they don't get headshots, they are not dead at all. A crash and explosion can't wipe them out instead. The crash and explosion freed the zombies in both trains. They poured out from the fallen train like a tide, rushing towards Chu Feng and them frantically. And the originally aimless zombies around the station were also attracted by the sound of the car. And gathered here, this time it was spectacular. Chu Feng and the others were running in front. But a fan-shaped zombie-chasing army formed in the back. And they followed, making everyone's scalp numb. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, when the conductor met. They were all anxious for Chu Feng and the others. The number of zombies alone made his scalp feel numb. And he didn't dare to stop and wait. He could only urge them to hurry up, bang, bang, bang. These zombies have no reason at all. And it is inevitable that 467 will stampede when rushing. As a result, the gathered zombies actually stepped on each other directly, forming a giant wave of zombies, madly rolling over and pressing on the crowd. The momentum was earth-shattering and terrifying. Seeing this, the crowd became even more frightened, and tried their best to run towards the locomotive. However, they were still some distance from the locomotive. This made everyone very desperate. There is a flood of zombies behind. Once it is glued, there is almost no chance of life. Go. When Chu Feng saw this, Magneto's genes vibrated, directly adjusting the gravity of the earth around everyone. For ordinary people, something like gravity, an invisible substance that cannot be seen or touched. But it affects them all the time. And it is impossible to change it at all, however. The current Chu Feng, who has advanced to the 5th rank, has comprehended the unified fields theory. And it is not difficult to modify gravity in a small range. So a strange scene appeared. The crowd, who had been running very hard at first, suddenly found that their bodies became lighter, and their originally heavy steps turned into fast strides. As a result of the head of the train, who couldn't catch up no matter how hard he chased it just now, accidentally ran over. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm on the move? Me too, my body is so light. I feel like I'm about to fly as soon as I exert such force. No, I'm running too fast, I can't stop. Made cool, it's so cool. Yun sang hwa sungkang. He and Rongguo suddenly found themselves superhuman, walking like flying, and all of them were stupid just now. They still felt that the pace was heavy and they couldn't catch up with the locomotive. But in a blink of an eye, they realized that they were running too fast and overtook the locomotive. What's going on? Wow, why are you running so fast? The conductor driving in the head of the train thought that everyone would be unable to catch up with the train, so he should take the risk of slowing down. As a result, when he turned around, he found that this group of people who had been unable to catch up with the locomotive had caught up one by one, like the champions of the 100-meter race. There were even a few students who ran so fast that they overtook the train head at once, and seemed to be trying to slow down and wait for the train. He had seen fast runners, but it was the first time he had met Yun sang hwa sungkang, Jinhe and Young Guo, who ran so fast. Could it be that these people hide their strength from the very beginning? And all of them are sports champions, but not right. Even if those students are all running champions. What about pregnant women's cafe? Even a pregnant woman with a big belly can run across the train. That's too much. Is there any justice in this world? Okay, don't make a fuss, let's all get in the car. Seeing everyone having a good time, Chu Feng reminded, Good, Lian Shanghua Shangjing. Zhengxi and Rongguo heard what Chu Feng said, and knew that this wave was Chu Feng's ability to help. Get on the train quickly. Sure enough, after they went up, they found that their light body had returned to normal. Seeing everyone getting on the train, Chu Feng jumped up. Hu Tilda finally came up. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, there is Chu Feng to help. Otherwise, we will be miserable. Brother Chu Feng, what spell did you just use for us? I feel like I'm about to fly, yes. The body is as light as a swallow, and the walking is as fast as flying. That feeling is really cool. After Yin Shanghua Shangjing, Zhengxi and Rongguo finally survived. They all looked at Chu Feng with surprise. The feeling that the buff was suddenly added just now was as if the immortal had attained the Tao, which was really amazing. They all thought that Chu Feng knew some kind of spell and added a buff to them. There is no magic in this world, you must believe in science. Seeing that everyone had misunderstood, Chu Feng explained he just modified the gravity just now. He really didn't use any magic to believe in science. Cultivating immortals does not exist. Is this really science? Sheng Jing stared at Chu Feng suspiciously and said suspiciously, "Just now, even a pregnant woman can compete in the 100-meter sprint championship. Is such a thing considered scientific? That's science." Chu Feng affirmed Chu Feng didn't lie either. What he comprehended was the unified fields theory, the most scientific science in the world. And he couldn't be wrong. Bang, at this moment, one of the zombies chasing behind unexpectedly caught up with the train and reached out and grabbed the guardrail. Seeing this, the zombies in the back rushed towards them one after another. The zombies grabbed the zombies, and soon they formed a large string of zombies hanging from the rear of the car. And more zombies can't catch the locomotive, but they can catch their kind. Zombies catch zombies, zombies stack zombies. Then a terrifying scene appeared in the blink of an eye. A large wave of zombies was dragged up from the rear of the entire train. Soon the speed of the train was slowed down by the zombie tide. The mumbles. It's incredible that zombies are stacked with our hats. What to do? There are a lot of zombies, more and more. If this goes on, our car will stop. 99 How so? Everyone in the car who was originally relieved saw the scene behind the car, and their hearts trembled, and their backs were full of cold sweat. These zombies are really haunted. Just one zombie caught the train end in a blink of an eye. It was like a stack of our hats, dragging a large wave of zombies to the rear of the train. Those zombies grabbing zombies. And there are still zombies crawling forward along the zombie blanket, which is simply too scary. What happened next? Wow. Why are there so many zombies? The conductor of the train also felt the deceleration of the train and hurriedly turned around. But he was also stupid. The zombies seemed to stick to the back of the car like a blanket. No wonder the speed slowed down. If it continues, thousands of zombies will drag it, and the locomotive will be pulled to a halt no matter how high the horsepower is. What about the baseball bat? Here next, 99 Go Die Die. Yun Sang Hwa reacted and went to stop it. Rongguo responded quickly and hurriedly threw the baseball bat to Yun Sang Hwa behind the car. Yun Sang Hwa holding a baseball bat at the back of the car and smashing the zombie's arm frantically. However, these zombies didn't know the pain at all, even if their hands were interrupted. More zombies stretched out their hands and grabbed the back of the car. Why can't these monsters die? Looking at the dense zombies behind the car, there are more zombies rushing towards the zombies and continuing to stack our hats. Even Yin Shanghua is desperate. So many zombies, how to fight this? After escaping so many disasters, are they really going to die here today? Let me do it. Seeing this, Chu Feng slowly walked towards the rear of the car. Then trouble you. Yin Shanghua knew that now was not the time to be brave. Seeing that Chu Feng was willing to take action, he quickly made room for Chu Feng. Roar at this moment. A zombie ran along the zombie blanket and rushed towards Chu Feng. This zombie is already crazy. If it is thrown, it will definitely be bitten by the zombie. Be careful. Everyone did not expect that the zombies in this state could still attack, and they quickly exclaimed and reminded, "Go." Chu Feng was not afraid when he saw the zombie rushing towards him. In the past, he could only use the planet's magnetic field to charge the electrons inside the diamagnetic object and temporarily magnetize the other party to control it. And it can only be applied to small objects. Zombies are really not easy to magnetize, and it is difficult to control. However, now that Chu Feng has advanced to Magneto level 5, the control method of magnetization, which is an extremely energy-wasting control method, is not needed at all to control objects. He can directly control the gravity on the Earth. Just flick his finger at the zombie, and the gravity acting on the zombie is changed. The original gravity towards the center of the Earth instantly turned in the opposite direction. The zombie didn't understand what happened, so it flew upside down and fell behind the zombie group. Hoo. A large number of zombies behind the train were not afraid to see this, and continued to charge forward frantically along the zombie blanket. In the face of so many zombies charging, most people would be scared to death, let alone deal with it. However, Chu Feng just waved his hand, and all the zombies that attacked were in a state of weightlessness and suspended in the air. Chu Feng raised his hand up again. A spectacular scene appeared in an instant. The zombies attacking behind the car. The zombie blanket formed by the zombies overlapping each other. And even the army of zombies that were chasing behind were all suspended in the air. Mumbling, thousands of zombies have all been suspended. My God, is it weightlessness? But here is the ground, how could it be weightless? What kind of ability Chu Feng is? It can actually make thousands of zombies float weightlessly. Is this the true strength of Chu Feng? Strong, really strong. You also said that you didn't cultivate immortals. This is definitely an immortal art, Yin Shanghua. Shangjing Zhangxi. Rongguo and others watched Chu Feng lifted up, and the densely packed zombies in the rear suspended weightlessly. All of them opened their mouths and widened their eyes with shock and disbelief on their faces. Weightlessness, brother. This is the ground, you can even be weightless. And you say that you can't do magic. If this is not magic, what is it, monster? Zombies are flying. Not to mention Yun Sang Hwa and the others. Even the conductor driving in the front of the train was so stupid that his eyes almost didn't protrude. It's scary enough that zombies are woven into a web. But now the zombies are still flying. What kind of ghost situation is this? I just let you guys drive them away, what have you all done? Well, add 100 times more. Thinking so, Chu Feng pressed his hand down, boom. Puff puff. The moment Chu Feng pressed down with his big hand, all the zombies suspended in weightlessness in the sky were suddenly blessed by 100 times the gravity. So a scene more terrifying than the zombie levitating appeared. Countless zombies slammed down like rain fell to the ground and exploded behind the whole train. It seems like thousands of firecrackers are blaring in unison. People who don't know it think that firecrackers are set off here for Huxia New Year. At the same time, Chu Feng's mind popped up dense system reward prompts. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Killing 400 violent zombies and earning 40,000 points. Chu Feng's points that had been emptied began to skyrocket in an instant. In a blink of an eye, it rose from 0 to 40,000. And the trend of crazy rising continued to skyrocket. Ding, congratulations to the Hoskill 1. 0 violent zombisand get 100,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskill 2,000 violent zombies. And get 200,000 points, ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 3,000 violent zombisand get 300,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskill 4,000 violent zombies. And get 400,000 points, soon. Chu Feng's points reached an astonishing 100,000 points. This has not stopped, and the points have skyrocketed 200,000. 300 quadrillion 400 billion 500,000. Finally, it stopped at 600,000 points, that is to say. Chu Feng turned his hand and killed 6. 0 zombies with 1 Hondan gained 600,000 points. The points required to upgrade again have reached 10 million points. And it is impossible to continuously upgrade in a short period of time. But now it's just a matter of raising a hand. The fifth order self has already comprehended the unified field theory. How strong should the sixth order Magneto be? But it is precisely because of the huge amount of points needed to upgrade again that Chu Feng is looking forward to it even more. Of course, it is now easier for Chu Feng to earn points. But the higher the level, the more difficult it is. This makes Chu Feng so cool. This harvest was simply unimaginable before, sure enough. Strength is everything. And earning points is more fun if you have strength. The zombie died. And the train finally got rid of the zombie's pendant and resumed its acceleration. Is this the real power of Chu Feng? Terrible's really terrifying. Wave to kill thousands of zombies. God, see God. As expected of Chu Feng, what we can't solve. He can solve it with a wave of his hand. Is there no limit to Chu Feng's ability? It's too strong. I would like to call Chu Feng the strongest in Blue Star. Chu Feng is awesome. 99. Chu Feng is awesome. Yin Shanghua. Shangjing Jinxi. And Rongguo saw that Chu Feng destroyed thousands of zombies in the blink of an eye. I thought that Chu Feng could smash zombies with one punch. But it turned out that he directly smashed zombies with high-speed iron. Smashing zombies with hundreds of tons of high-speed trains is already scary enough. As a result, Chu Feng shot thousands of zombies directly from the air. It seems that the terrifying zombie tide in their eyes is as weak as a fly in Chu Feng's eyes. This Chu Feng is simply the reincarnation of a god. Is there no limit to his power apart from shouting awesome? They couldn't even think of words to describe Chu Feng. Mom, I have seen the gods. The conductor looked at the scene where Chu Feng pressed his palm to kill thousands of zombies from behind, and was so shocked that his tongue straightened. And he called out to Mother. Also, this train is walking on the rail. Otherwise, there must be a car accident. Killing thousands of zombies from the air is what humans can do. Okay, the Death 101 train has reached the end. And I'm leaving 235s. Seeing that everyone had left the Death 101 train, Chu Feng knew that there was no danger in continuing to move forward. And it was time to part, so he spoke to everyone. Chu Feng cherishes the adventurous life with everyone. But there is no such thing as a banquet in the world. These people need security. And he needs the exact opposite of them. If he wants to upgrade, he needs more zombies. There is no room for him to upgrade, and it is time to leave. What are you leaving? Yin Shanghua was shocked when he heard the words. After experiencing all kinds of difficulties and dangers, they finally came out alive. The end of the trip is Busan. And at this time, Chu Feng is going to leave. Yeah. Busan is ahead, and when we get there, we'll be safe. Others also looked at Chu Feng in confusion. They didn't understand that when it was dangerous, Chu Feng protected him from the wind and rain. But when it was safe, I had to leave. I know. But I'm used to being in dangerous areas and don't really like safe places. Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, Then where are you going? Do we still have a chance to meet? Zhengxi looked at Chu Feng, her eyes filled with reluctance. And she asked in a low voice, This is not the birthplace of zombies. I'm going to see the birthplace. Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, This is just one of the most intense zombie outbreaks. Not the birthplace of this incident. The real birthplace is Camp Humphreys. And then mankind will make a new round of attempts to save the world. Since he's here, there's no reason not to meet the famous Gary. This violent zombie will spread to the whole world. This is the real end of the world. The zombie world war is about to start. And he needs more points to be able to upgrade, obviously. This place can no longer meet his needs to become stronger. Okay, brother, since you insist, we won't stop us. 35. And with your strength, you can indeed deal with such a danger. Good luck. Yin Shanghua saw that Chu Feng insisted on leaving. And he still wanted to explore the most dangerous birthplace. Knowing that they couldn't stop him, he could only wish Chu Feng good luck. Having said that, Yin Shanghua and Chu Feng simply hugged and said goodbye. This separation may not be able to see Chu Feng again in this life, but they will always remember the day they spent with Chu Feng. Watch out, I'm out alive. Zhengxi also gave Chu Feng a big hug and warned. Chu Feng didn't expect this female high school student to say goodbye to him like this. He was stunned for a moment and his heart was warmed and said, Don't worry, you don't know my abilities yet. 5. Others also bid farewell to Chu Feng. And even the train conductor waved to Chu Feng. Then I'm going, everyone take care. After Chu Feng said, the Magneto Gene in the body vibrated, directly changing the direction. size and point of action of the gravitational force around him through the electromagnetic force. The whole person is suspended directly like a Superman. Goodbye, take care 35s. Brother Chu Feng, don't forget me. Behind Chu Feng came the farewells of Yin Shanghua, Shengjing Zhengxi Rongyuoth train conductor and others. Chu Feng glanced back, stopped staying, and rushed into the distance. At night, Humphrey's barracks in Stick Country. In the dark sky, the drizzle was misty, as if even the sky felt the sadness of this world. Boom, boom, booms 35s. A huge engine roar came from a high altitude. It was a huge military transport aircraft. Everyone wake up. We're about to arrive at Camp Humphreys. It was completely dark around the base, and no one was commanding from the tower. We're running out of gas and we have no other options. We're about to descend, fasten your seat belts. The lights on the plane came on, and the captain's prompt sounded around. Gary Lane heard the sound and quickly got up from the seat. Fastbeck, the doctor of virology next to him, also quickly got up from his seat. With the appearance of violent zombies in the country of Bangzi, how could such a big thing not attract the attention of all countries? Blue Star United Nations immediately sent people to trace the source here, trying to find an antidote to this new type of zombie virus. They are the most important people who, so to speak, shoulder the future of the entire human race. The transport plane did not hesitate, and immediately began to prepare for landings. It seems that the time is right. 9. Chu Feng was about to enter the camp when he heard the sound, and when he turned around he saw the transport plane landed. Coming here and stopped not far from Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and walked over slowly. Crack. The plane stopped and the cabin door slowly opened. Several special forces protected the two and stepped out of the cabin. Wait a minute, get your hand out of the trigger. As an investigator, Gary observed meticulously. Seeing that Fastback's hand holding the gun was too nervous, he opened his mouth and reminded him. This doctor of virology is too young, and his mind is not firm enough. He puts his finger directly on the trigger, and it is easy to get angry because of nervousness. Fastback let go nervously when he heard the words, "Okay." Gary then motioned for everyone to continue to go out. Everyone went outside and the surroundings were very dark. The special team leader hurriedly stretched out his hand to signal everyone to stop. They first observed the situation before continuing. Fastback has been protected because he is a virologist. Although he has seen many zombies in the video, it is the first time he has entered the dangerous area in person. So very nervous, he could see that in the surrounding fence there were some zombies eating something in the dark. There are even more broken half zombies shaking on the barbed wire. There were also some roars of zombies around, which once made these people nervous. He held the pistol tremblingly, his fingers resting unnaturally on the trigger. Roar. A zombie rushed out directly from the darkness, and the special soldier did not hesitate to fire directly at the zombie. Bang, bang, bangs. The zombie was hit and did not die immediately, but continued to rush in front of everyone. Everyone hurriedly opened fire on its head. Roar. Another zombie pounced on it, knocking down a soldier and biting it directly. What? The soldier let out a scream and fell down. Da da da. The surrounding special forces turned their guns and fired at the zombie. The scene was thrown into chaos for a while. Fastback, a doctor of virology, was already nervous. Seeing this, he was even more frightened. He turned around and ran away in fright. Fastback. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Gary on the side quickly told him not to panic. However, where it was useful, Fastback was in a panic. It was raining around, and the back door of the plane was smooth. When he was nervous, his feet slipped and he fell directly. Unfortunately, forgot to hold the pistol in his hand, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block in front of his eyes. But as a result, his face did not hit and his pistol went off. Boom, the gunshot sounded, and the future savior of mankind, the young virus doctor Fastback, killed himself like this. Hoo-ho-ho 55s. The surrounding zombies didn't care about this. Seeing everyone panicked, They rushed towards them and bit them. If so many zombies pounce on them, they will surely die. Seeing that the situation was critical, Chu Feng, who came hereded not hesitator, rushed out from the side and fired directly at the rushing zombies. Boom. The sound of gunshots sounded, and a bullet flew out from the muzzle, spinning directly at a high speed and shooting at the many zombies that were pounced on. The first zombie was headshot instantly, and the bullet continued to move forward, headshotting the second zombie. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Chu Feng just fired a shot, and all the 10 zombies around were headshot and fell down in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Chu Feng's mind also heard a system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points, ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 2 violent zombies. Get 200 points, ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 3 violent zombies and get 300 points. Chu Feng is used to killing 10 zombies with 1 shot. But others are not. What happened? I don't know. He seemed to have fired a shot just now, and all the zombies fell down, 10 zombies with 1 shot. How is that possible? The special forces surrounding Gary and Fastback looked at Chu Feng, who rushed out next to him with shock and disbelief. 0 flowers as special forces. They are very sensitive to the sound of gunfire. They can be sure that Chu Feng only fired 1 shot just now. But with this shot, all 10 zombies collapsed. This is a hell. Who are you, not to mention the soldiers? Even the experienced retired investigator Gary was stunned. My name is Chu Feng, nice to meet you. Chu Feng put away the gun, stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said, Gary Lanes, thank you for your help, Chu Feng. Seeing that Chu Feng was at the entrance of the base, Gary also took action to save them. So he took Chu Feng as the person who received him in the base for granted, and shook hands with Chu Feng. By the way, Fastback. Gary quickly thought of that Fastback and hurried forward to check. However, when he felt his pulse, he found Fastback dead. Tap tap. At this moment, another group of people rushed out of the base. They were wearing night vision goggles, and they were obviously the people in the base who were ready to respond. What's the matter? What's wrong with him? When the leader of the base saw the fallen Fastback, he asked in confusion. He slipped and died 35. Gary originally wanted to say that he fell to his death, but this guy shot himself and shot himself in the head. Go, go! The leader of the base did not hesitate to see this, and directly covered the crowds, urging Chu Feng and Gary to enter the base quickly. Apparently they regarded Chu Feng as someone who followed Gary. Chu Feng did not hesitate to see someone invited to enter, and followed. Gary let go of Fastback and left quickly. The marksmanship of this wave of soldiers was very good. Chu Feng didn't even need to shoot, and everyone went all the way back to the base. Wait a moment. Just as Chu Feng and the others were about to enter, a soldier stepped forward to check directly at the door. I looked at their eyes and made sure they were not infected before putting them in. Who just fell? The leader of the base asked with a puzzled look on his face. He had just arrived a step late and had no idea what was going on at the scene. Fastback Gary didn't hide it and said, Count the ammo, then fill the magazine. The base leader directly ordered, Yes, sir. The soldiers around should be in unison at this time. The leader of the base had time to continue to understand the situation, and continued to ask, looking at his appearance. He is only 23 years old. Can you explain the situation? The leader of the base didn't understand. Didn't they say they would send someone to investigate? What's the matter? I got a few young people and one fell to my own death. Is it so stupid to do things on it? Because he's a doctor, a virologist. Gary opened his mouth to explain. What did you say? The leader of the base had a bad premonition upon hearing this. He was supposed to be the hope of mankind. Gary was a little embarrassed. This time I came here to investigate how to deal with the virus. And I originally hoped that all my hopes were placed on this doctor of virology. The ghost knew that he was too timid and fell to his death. Then you can't trust him, the soldier beside him sneered. In return for the hope of mankind as soon as the plane got off. He was so frightened that he committed suicide. This is definitely the savior of the weakest chicken he has ever seen. He came here voluntarily. And there is absolutely no need to come here. You don't have to come here at all. You just have to figure out what this virus is. Although Gary also felt that things were absurd. He couldn't blame that FanFic after all. They came here voluntarily. It's all about finding out what's going on with this virus. This virus is very different from the T virus. The zombies infected with the T virus move slowly and can build walls to isolate them. But this does not even have the time to build walls, then. Bad luck always happens. The soldier on the side sighed helplessly, Well, you brought 2 virologists. The leader of the base looked at Chu Feng and said with a bit of happiness. Obviously, he regarded Chu Feng as another virologist. After all, Chu Feng was too young to be a soldier, Isn't he one of yours, so who is he? He also wondered if it was the doctor of virology that Gary brought. But the other party actually thought it was his, SHH. Gary was stunned when he heard the words. Just now, Chu Feng rescued them. He was still at the gate of the base. He thought that Chu Feng was from the base. The leader of the base was stunned when he heard the words. With a puzzled look on his face in an instant. In the entire base, everyone's eyes turned to Chu Feng with a strange look on their faces. Does our people know? Not to mention the surrounding area of the base. Even hundreds of miles around are occupied by zombies. It is impossible for Chu Feng to be at the entrance of the base from the beginning. And he didn't get off the plane, so where did he come out? Chu Feng, an ungraduated college student. Chu Feng doesn't like to lie, and there is no need to lie or hide. He said bluntly, forehead. College students haven't graduated yet, After Chu Feng finished speaking, the big soldiers at the Sinai look at me one by one. I look at Yuan, finally couldn't help it, and laughed. This is the most dangerous base in the whole Bangzi country. Let alone college students 7 if they go out alone. They can't survive for an hour. Are you a college student? Or a college student who hasn't graduated yet? Can you hang around here? Are you kidding them? If even you can survive outside, isn't that mocking them as special soldiers who are not even a college student? Brother, can you brag a little bigger? Is it when they are idiots or fools? Cough, cough, okay. After all, there is already a doctor of virology. And it doesn't matter if you trust you more as a college student. Since you are an undergrad, can you tell us how you got to the gate of the base? The base captain felt that Chu Feng was very funny, tried his best to hold back his laughter, and continued to ask. Of course it came directly. Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, he is the Doomsday Magneto. Flying is too easy for him. How else can I get here? Just fly over here, The people you brought by the United Nations investigators are really interesting. Please come in. College students, let our brothers see your abilities. 39. The base captain heard that Chu Feng said it was flying, and glanced at Gary and the others with a clear expression. As soon as he turned around, he made a gesture of invitation and sneered in his mouth. Look, as Chu Feng said, it came by flying. Today you are coming off a plane, not from your planes. Can you still fly by yourself? Don't deny it. You can bring a virus doctor who fell down and committed suicide after getting out of the plane door. And then bring a 467 student from a university who did not graduate to investigate. There is no problem. Gary had no choice but to acquiesce that Chu Feng was with them. Now that the time is pressing, there is no delay. The origin of Chu Feng will be investigated later. Thinking of this, Gary stopped putting his mind on Chu Feng, but walked inward. Chu Feng shrugged, looking helpless, and followed. He is really helpless every time he tells the truth. No one will believe him, which is really distressing. 11 days ago, this military facility sent a message that contained the 2 words, raging zombies, 5. Gary asked while walking, it's the not the message, and obviously the town didn't notice it. The answer you want is here, see for yourself. Not long after, the base captain took Chu Feng and Gary into a burned-out room and spoke to the room. Aren't you looking for the source? The source of the incident is all here. Has it burned down? Gary looked at it. There were more than 10 corpses in this burnt room. One of them was still tied to the bed. And he asked in confusion, yes, there are 15. 6 people in this room, most of them are guards. And all of them have been bitten. All to lock this person to the bed. Our colonel said it was the first. The base captain pointed to the unrecognizable wreckage on the bed and said, Captain, you say, is he here? Gary asked suspiciously. Since the captain of the base mentioned the captain, he might be able to hear some zombie news from his mouth. Oh. Yes, he's here. The base captain said to a wreck on the ground next to him. Gary looked in the direction pointed by the base captain and saw that the wreckage was almost burned to charcoal. But his fingers could still move. But it was impossible to ask him, does the locked one know what bit him? 5. Gary had no choice but to keep asking. He's a doctor at the base. And he just came back from the field and was asked to check on a soldier who had been on duty for a week without permission. He was found by some locals, foaming at the mouth and a black tar coming out. The base captain kept talking about the basic situation at that time. Gary listened carefully for fear of missing something. However, Chu Feng gave no face and yawned after hearing it. He has watched this film many times, and he can memorize the plot. Hey Chu Feng, are you listening? 35. The base captain was always upset with Chu Feng, but now, when he was seriously describing the situation at the time, this Chu Feng who came to investigate was yawning beside him. Namas, is there anything more extreme than this? He immediately stopped talking, turned to look at Chu Feng, and said angrily, listen to what? Chu Feng looked at a loss. The person who came to investigate is Gary. He's not an investigator, what does he hear? Could this captain be out of his mind? UB******D. I told the situation so seriously, what did you listen to? If you don't listen to me, can you know what happened next? The captain of the base was very annoyed by Chu Feng's attitude. Right, in order to take you back to the base. They also damaged a few brothers as a result. The people who came to investigate didn't listen to the situation at all. They looked absent-minded and lethargic. And they were angry when they saw it, I know. Hearing this, Chu Feng said with a straight face. He has watched this film so many times. How can he not know what will happen next? Good. That's what you said, then tell me what happened next. If you can't tell, don't blame me for being rude. 95. When the base captain heard Chu Feng's words, he was immediately enraged. It was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Chu Feng. He is the captain of this base, in charge of dozens of special soldiers. This guy didn't listen to his statement about the situation at the time, and even said that he already knew what happened later. What a fool, he hasn't said it yet. How do you know? Can you predict whether or not it will happen? Okay. Since you say you know, let you say it. If you can't say it, don't blame him for being rude. Hey. There's no need for Thaith's not the one with us. There's no obligation to listen to this. Gary next to him didn't understand when he saw that the base captain was angry. Chu Feng is a passerby he met, and he really has no obligation to listen to these situations. Don't say that Chu Feng doesn't listen. It's okay to turn around and leave there. After all, he is the investigator. Stop doing this. He said he knew if he can't tell what happened next. The guy in my hand won't recognize anyone. The base captain didn't appreciate Gary's explanation. Obviously, he still thought that Chu Feng came with Gary. To deliberately make him disrespect him is to despise everyone in this base. And Chu Feng must be taught how to behave. Didn't he say he knew what was going to happen next? If he can't speak, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Gary was speechless. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. And the explanation was unclear. It's okay, it's just the next thing. It's not that I don't know. Seeing that Gary was embarrassed, Chu Feng said. Then you say it. 35. The base captain sneered. Only the people in the base know about this specific situation. How could Chu Feng know when he just arrived? That is absolutely impossible as long as Chu Feng is wrong. He has reason to beat Chu Feng and give these investigators a good look. Simple. The soldiers started biting and they shot him to death. Then the doctor examined the deceased and he was bitten. He came back and started biting his patient. That captain of yours took a gang and tied him to the bed. And they attacked each other and caused the fire. As for that soldier, you don't know where to go. Because the recorded information is gone. Well, what I said was right. Chu Feng almost closed his eyes and explained the situation clearly and thoroughly. Gary, who was on the side directly, covered his face, unable to bear to watch the scene where Chu Feng was beaten up for making up nonsense. However, the next scene of Chu Feng being beaten did not happen. But the scene fell into a dead silence. For a moment, the whole room was silent. Mumbling, "You, how do you know?" "Yes. Except for the people in our base, no one knows about this." "How did you know?" "This is impossible. Are you on the scene?" "It's impossible. Even if you are on the scene, you can't be on the scene here." The base captain and the surrounding soldiers watched Chu Feng open his mouth, and eyes wide with shock and disbelief. They never thought that Chu Feng, who looked plain, had no power to hold a chicken and was nothing but handsome, actually said what happened next. Maybe Chu Feng is well informed. Or maybe he happened to be there when he was outside. But how did he know about the situation inside the base? This is not scientific, no way. So is what Chu Feng said true? Gary, who was on the side, saw that the atmosphere at the scene was not right, and said in doubt, whatever Chu Feng said seems to be made up. It won't really be said by him. It's true, he said everything that was on my mind. Although the captain of the base couldn't believe it, he had to say that Chu Feng was really awesome. And he really told what he was thinking. Can this man read minds? How did you know? Gary looked at Chu Feng. Guy's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that this Chu Feng was full of mystery. Suddenly appeared at the gate of the base, killing more than 10 zombies with one shot. He can also say what the base captain wants to say. Years of experience as an investigator told him that Chu Feng was not simple. Guess. Chu Feng felt that no one believed him when he told the truth. So he didn't have to explain the trouble, so he simply said, "Guess. How did you guess the soldier was shot?" The base captain looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. "Why do you need a doctor if you don't shoot him?" Chu Feng said calmly. "Then how do you know the doctor was bitten?" The base captain did not give up and continued to ask. "He didn't get bitten. What did your captain tie him up for?" Chu Feng said calmly. "Then how do you know the soldier's records are gone?" The base captain felt like he was going crazy and continued to ask. "Hey, isn't that the data over there? Isn't it burning together?" With a calm expression, Chu Feng pointed to the remains of the data in the data room next to him, and explained, "Saku, that's what you came up with from these analyses. My God. I bet Holmes wouldn't be as good as you, even if he were to be born again. As expected of the investigators sent from above. They are really strong. Chu Feng, I've taken it you are really awesome. I apologize to you for the offense just now. Please accept my apology." 39 in an instant. Everyone on the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. This Chu Feng really deserves to be the investigator sent to investigate. He is really awesome. It was only based on the story that the base captain said earlier, combined with the surrounding burning clues. It was possible to sort out the whole story of the whole incident. Moreover, the content of this review is exactly the same as the actual situation. And this analytical ability is simply unprecedented. The reasoning ability of this Chu Feng is really scary. So scary is this guy the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes. It's so terrifying. At this moment, all of them no longer despised Chu Feng. All looked at Chu Feng with respect. The base captain even sent a sincere apology directly to Chu Feng, hoping that Chu Feng would forgive him for being rude just now. Sherlock Holmes is reborn. Don't make trouble, I'm just an ordinary college student." Chu Feng was stunned when he saw that the base captain apologized in public. No, this is the general plot. Anyone who has seen World War Z knows that Sherlock Holmes is reborn with just such a thing. He is really just an ordinary college student, Chu Feng. Don't be humble if even you can't solve the mystery. I don't think anyone in this world can solve it. When the base captain saw that Chu Feng even said that he was an ordinary college student, he was about to cry. Big bosses like you are ordinary people. So it is better that everyone in this world is ordinary people. I am afraid that in this world only you can find out. Chu Feng, you are really unbelievable, it's amazing. Gary on the side also looked at Chu Feng with admiration. Others don't know how difficult it is to reason. As a serious investigator, he has a great say. He can also do a lot of reasoning, however. Reasoning is not reality after Alan, the more reasoning, the more wrongs. And Chu Feng can actually reason consecutively. It's really awesome, cough okay. There's nothing to see here, let's go 39. Chu Feng looked helpless, this person, what's going on? No one believes the truth hand as a result. He was taken as Sherlock Holmes by random nonsense. And there is no one else. He has already finished the clues that can be provided here. And there is no point in continuing to stay. Now that he can leave early. Chu Feng also feels more comfortable, when everyone sees Chu Feng. They say that there is nothing to see, that is. There is really no clue. The base captain, Gary, and others nodded in agreement. The rebirth of Sherlock Holmes, hee. Just as everyone was leaving the room in a cell next door, a prisoner in a prison uniform said yin and yang strangely. B*******D, what did you say? Dare to be rude to Chu Feng 5. 8. The captain of the base saw that someone was disrespectful to Chu Feng. His eyes turned cold and he said angrily to the prisoner. Isn't it just reasoning based on the situation? If he has the ability, he can deduce the source of this violent zombie garbage. The prisoner looked at Chu Feng and said with disdain. His name is Bert, and he was once a talent reused by the intelligence services. Times have changed, and now he is detained here but no one cares. And he is very unhappy with Chu Feng, who has been taken seriously by everyone. What is the reasoning process? He is the only person in the world who knows the source of the violent zombie virus. So he should be treated with courtesy. Young people like Chu Feng who happen to guess something right. Are you not good at reasoning if you have the ability? You can deduce the source of a violent zombie virus. If he can figure it out, he will accept it, but if he can't, it's still trash, you be *****D. Everything at this source has been destroyed. And even if Holmes' camate would be impossible to deduce it. You are looking for a Beatingrites 39. When the base captain saw that the prisoner Bert dared to embarrass Chu Feng, he raised his fist and prepared to go up to beat him. Now that there is no information left, even if Chu Feng can deduce it, it is impossible to deduce it. This guy said this, he was bullying Chu Feng's newcomer. The source of violent zombies, I know. Hearing the words, Chu Feng said lightly, as a traverser. He knows the plot of this world well, it alone. It is really difficult to leave it alone, but in his eyes, it should not be too simple, what you know. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, Gary, the base captain and all the soldiers around looked at Chu Feng in surprise. Even Bert, who was sitting at the desk, suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. He is an intelligence officer. And he is the only one in this world who knows the source information of the violent zombies. This Chu Feng cannot know, absolutely impossible. Isn't it the Squid Country, it's so mysterious? Chu Feng did not hesitate to speak bluntly, boom. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, Bert only felt a roar in his mind. Looking at Chu Feng's face in shock and disbelief, how do you know? Bert originally thought that he would be able to suppress Chu Feng's limelight in this matter, and let others know that he was an intelligence agent. Unexpectedly, this Chu Feng actually said the answer that only he knew. It was hell, for this matter was also a coincidence. And he learned about it through various intelligences. He didn't understand why Chu Feng was able to say it casually. It was too childish. But Chu Feng said it casually and he was right. Crazy, just crazy, this is not scientific, what? Squid Country, why do you say that? Gary looked puzzled and did not understand why Chu Feng said that. There are many countries in this world, hundreds of them. Why is it the Squid Country, not only him? But others also looked at Chu Feng with puzzled expressions. Yes, since you are reasoning, then there must be a basis for what you do, otherwise Whoever you say is whoever isn't this nonsense. Isn't it obvious that their country built the high wall ahead of time? Just in time for the zombie outbreak, Chu Feng pouted. He has already watched this World War zombie many times, and he has long been familiar with it. If there is a reason, isn't it simple, PFFT, God? You are really the most powerful reasoning God I have ever seen. Bert couldn't bear it any longer, and knelt down to Chu Feng with a thud. This Chu Feng is very discerning, and his eyes are like torches. Where is the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? He is simply better than Sherlock Holmes. It's a shame that he is a little intelligence officer who thinks he has mastered the truth of the world and is arrogant. This wave he is completely convinced. Chu Feng is really awesome, Chu Feng Cow 9. The base captain silently gave Chu Feng a thumbs up from behind. This Bert 20 is simply a lunatic who scolds whom he arrests, and who taunts who he arrests. And every time they reasoned with him, they would always be so overwhelmed that their mother didn't know each other. However, today this guy mocked Chu Feng. Chu Feng just said a few words, and made him admire him to the point of nailing. The others also looked at Chu Feng with admiration, and secretly said, as expected of the investigators sent from above, "They are awesome, of course." If you let them know that Chu Feng is not the investigator they thought they were sent from above, it will probably be even more shocking. Then what should we do? Gary asked suspiciously. Although I know which country the problem is in, things still need to be resolved. Can't they build walls too? It's too late. You want answers? Find Georgian Wormbrun, he's in Yellen. 5 Bert also only knows the source but how to save the world. Sorry, he doesn't know either. But he offers someone, maybe he can give Gary the answer. Go to Yellen now, I'll take the co-pilot. After Gary got new clues, he decided to go to Squid Country without hesitation. As soon as he came out, he spoke to the captain, after all. Without waiting for the two of them to react, they walked straight to the side originally. He thought that he would be able to solve the problem here. Now I see that I want to move to the Squid Country. If I want to go to the Squid Country, I don't know if I can go back alive. Naturally, I have to talk to my wife on the phone first. Karen, hello, can you hear me? Damn, that's a broken signal. Gary made a direct call to the satellite phone, but just couldn't say a word. And then the communication was cut off. Because ground signal towers are mostly damaged, normal phone calls cannot be made. Only satellite phones can, however. On rainy days or when the satellites are not in the sky, the signal is often disturbed. But this is the only stable way to communicate in the apocalypse. Gary cursed and could only put down the satellite phone. Gary, you're all right, just sit on the bike. Make sure the nose of the plane is facing the sun. And don't lock the fuel inlet of the fuel truck. How about you? Are you ready? The base captain gave Chu Feng their 4 bicycles and explained the precautions. He drove an oil truck, and other special forces shot cover on the roof at any time. This was the best way he could think of, after all. The more people there are, the more zombies will be attracted. Okay, 9, no problem. Gary, the special forces and the captain nodded to show their understanding. Okay. Chu Feng was a little speechless when he saw that these people were as dumb as they were on the battlefield. But after all, this was the base of other people. Don't shoot if you don't have to. Remember, spine first, knees second, let's go, let's go. 55. When the base captain saw that Chu Feng and the others were ready, he did not hesitate to give the order. A group of people turned off the lights and put on night vision goggles to protect Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng, Gary. The captain and the captain of the special forces rode their bicycles in the dark, rainy night. Because the zombies refract their light and bend their voices, they can't use flashlights, and they should try to keep the sound to a minimum. Team A is in place, Team B moves forward, remember. These things are coming, so you have to approach before you can drive back to the truck. The only way is to be quiet. A team of men marched upstairs, aiming long-rangely in the rains, ready for fire support at any time. The captain of the base lurked in the dark night to remove the oil truck, and the plane could not fly without oil. watching Chu Feng and the others leave on bicycles. The base captain kept instructing, not long after Chu Feng. Gary and the captain passed the alley. Because they move quietly, they don't turn on the lights or make too much noise. So there's nothing wrong along the way, however. At the exit gates, Gary's clothes were caught by the barbed wire. Gary had no choice but to stop and undo the barbed wire on his clothes. That Gary or satellite phone is going to ring. You'd better turn it off. Chu Feng remembered that in the original plot, Gary was exposed because her wife had nothing to do with the satellite phone. So she kindly reminded her, "Don't make trouble, I'll be fine soon." Gary was unraveling the barbed wire when he heard the words. He was stunned for a moment and then he stopped talking. "What do you mean the phone is going to ring?" Chu Feng can still tell if he will not succeed. He didn't believe Chu Feng said that when the phone rang, the phone would really ring. Seeing that Gary wasn't worried, Chu Feng stopped talking. He didn't care what he was doing so much, beep beep. However, at this moment, Gary's cell phone actually rang. Apparently, Gary just called his wife's phone. But she didn't get in touch after that. So she called back when she was worried. Under normal circumstances, this ringtone is really not very good. But in this quiet, rainy night, this ringtone is as deafening as a spell, damn. Gary was about to cry, thought Chu Feng was joking. But this guy was really able to predict. Said the phone would ring. But the damn satellite phone actually rang at this time. Isn't that terrible? He had already heard what Chu Feng said, now that he is well. His clothes were caught by barbed wire and the phone rang. Go, seeing this, Chu Feng waved his hand. And the barbed wire that had entangled Gary's clothes was automatically undone and fell to the side. Gary, who broke free of the shackles, hung up the satellite phone without any hesitation. The zombies that were not moving around immediately fell into a frenzy mode when they heard the sound. Struggling frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of the barbed wire. Zombies from various places around also began to rush here. "We need to get out of here, hurry up," when Gary saw this. He was so frightened that he lost his soul and regretted it. But now is not the time to tangle and regret. So I can only get back on my bike and rush towards the transport plane. They're exposed and everyone is ready to shoot for cover. The people upstairs did not expect that at such a critical time. Gary's cell phone actually rang. And they all aimed at Gary's zombies in the dark through night vision goggles. Roar! A zombie suddenly rushed out from the side of the road and rushed directly to Gary and the others. The special forces upstairs didn't hesitate. They aimed directly at the head of the zombie and were ready to fire. Boom, however, the next moment the gunshots sounded. The zombie had already had its head shot at the same time. Chu Feng's mind directly pops up the system's reward prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. What's the situation? Who fired the shot? It seems to be that Chu Feng. He opened fire while riding a bicycle. What? Did he wear night vision goggles? How did he get a headshot with one shot? He didn't have night vision, sir. It's probably a coincidence. Everyone continues to aim at the zombies around. The special forces who aimed at the head of the first zombie that rushed up were about to shoot when they found that the zombie had been shot in advance. He thought it was a teammate fired, however. The result was astonished to find that no. It was Chu Feng who fired the gun. That's not right. Chu Feng didn't bring a night vision goggles. He fired while riding a bicycle and could instantly get a headshot. You must know that the visual distance without night vision goggles is very short. And it can only be seen by zombies rushing in front of them. The speed of the zombies' charge is so fast that this time cannot be the time for normal people to react. Let alone headshot the zombies. This was the weirdest situation he had ever seen, ho. More zombies rushed up around him. And he didn't have time to continue thinking about how Chu Feng did it. So he quickly let everyone shoot for cover. Seeing a large number of zombies on both sides rushing towards him, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. Let go of the hand that was holding the front of the car. Held guns in both hands and bowed left and right, anyway. He can control the metal. And it doesn't matter if he grabs the front of the car or not. Bang, 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 the gunshots sounded. And a large number of bullets flew out from Chu Feng's muzzle, shooting at a large number of zombies rushing from both sides. The zombies rushing from both sides have not responded yet, as if they were wildly harvested by Chu Feng like wheat. Then a terrifying scene happened. Chu Feng was riding his bicycle and bowing left and right. Not a single zombie could get close to the cycling team along the way. At the same time, a large number of system reward prompts popped up in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 10 violent zombies and get 1,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 20 violent zombies. Get 2,000 points, ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 30 violent zombies and get 3,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 40 violent zombies and get 4,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 50 violent zombies and get 5,000 points. In just a short while of 467 Kung Fu 5. 0 points have been credited. And the points are still rising wildly, my god. What the hell is this situation? He shot a volley of 2 guns by himself. And shot all the zombies in the head. The question is, doesn't he ride a bike? Can he ride with his hands open? 35, this is a piece of shit. The problem is that he doesn't have night vision goggles. How could he see zombies in the dark? Could it be that his eyes are better than our night vision goggles? Invincible. This is the most awesome ordinary college student I've ever seen. As far as his spear skills are concerned, even the captain among us can't keep up with it. You told me that this is an ordinary college student play. I believe it is the Spear King, 99. What are we doing? Covering him, I think he can handle it all by himself. Damn it, this Chu Feng is simply a god. It's really God's manifestation. Are college students so good now? Is my spear skill practiced for more than 10 years in vain? I want to cry. 35 upstairs. They were preparing to cover Chu Feng and their special forces saw Chu Feng let go of his hands. Shot both guns in salvo and bowed from left to right. One by one their mouths widened, their eyes widened. And their faces were shocked and unbelievable. They thought that Chu Feng was already very good at shooting zombies by riding a bicycle. But Chu Feng actually let go of his hands and opened fire left and right. Brother, what kind of riding skills are you? You don't even need your hands. What's terrifying is that Chu Feng fired like this. And he even shot his head. What made them even more incredible was that Chu Feng didn't bring a night vision goggles. How did he see the zombies rushing up around him? What kind of eyes are these? Better than night vision goggles. Such an awesome Chu Feng turned out to be an ordinary ungraduated college student. Are college students now so awesome? Even the captain of the special forces can be crushed. And what are they doing? Cover him. Such a gun king, does he really need their cover? They took aim for a long time, but they couldn't find a chance to fire a shot. It was like seeing the true God in the garage next to it. An oil truck rushed out and was about to run over the zombies. The base captain drove the oil truck all the way out, ready to crush the zombies for everyone and kill away. Normally a wave of zombies would attack at a sound. But when we got here, the gunshots rang for a long time. And no zombies came, boom, boom, boom. After the results came out, they were shocked to find that the entire road was empty. And there was not a single zombie. What the hell, God? Is the world crazy? Are they no better than the average college student? This blow made them want to cry. Wow, I'll kill you one. My God, what the hell is going on? What about the zombies? What's the matter? What about the zombies? The base captain turned on the walkie-talkie with a puzzled look and asked, Zombies, aren't they all on the ground? The special captain on the roof said with a puzzled look on his face. I rely on it, I can, brothers are awesome. I just went to drive a car, you all solved it, there is progress. The captain of the base was stunned when he heard the words. He looked at the ground and saw through the night vision device that there were actually a large number of zombies lying on the ground around him. With a look of joy unexpectedly, the teammates who usually pull the hips have performed exceptionally today. In such a short time, all the zombies have been eliminated. Nearby, go back and add chicken drumsticks to you. We didn't kill it, it was that Chu Feng who killed it. When the team members upstairs heard the captain's words, they knew that the captain had misunderstood. Where do they have this ability? He explained awkwardly. What Chu Feng killed wasn't he riding a bicycle. How did he kill? The base captain's face was bewildered. And he thought it was his teammates joking. Chu Feng was riding a bicycle on the road, how did he fire? And he doesn't have night vision. How can he see zombies in the dark? Just hold 2 pistols and bang bang bang, it's all over 35. The special forces explained, What's the deal with bang bang bang? The captain of the base was stunned and didn't understand what nonsense these people were talking about. You can't handle it even with sniper rifles. You can solve it by telling him that Chu Feng has 2 pistols. What do you mean? My special forces snipers are not as good as a college student's 2 small pistols. Bang bang bang, just bang 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 a few shots. The special forces upstairs explained, don't fool me. How can the corpses in this place be done with just a few shots? The base captain is even more confused. Are these teammates crazy? And it will be solved with bang bang bang. How many shots can bang 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 have? There are corpses on the ground, hoo-ho-ho 35. Before those special forces had time to explain, another wave of zombies attacked in front of the convoy. Damn you guys, get out of the way. My gas truck is driving in front. Seeing this, the base captain stepped on the accelerator and wanted to drive the car directly in front of the bicycle to open the way for everyone. Boom! As a result, Chu Feng directly raised the muzzle and shot at the zombies rushing forward. Puff puff. The first zombie that rushed up was instantly headshot and fell down. And the bullet continued to bounce between the zombies. In a blink of an eye, 10 zombies fell again. The system's reward prompt sound immediately came from Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Kill 10 violent zombies and get 1,000 points. In an instant, 1,000 points arrived in the account again. This point is not too simple, go what bang bang bang. It was solved with 1 shot. But how could he solve it with 1 shot? When the base captain saw Chu Feng shoot, he finally understood what the teammates meant by bang bang bang. But what these people say is too conservative. Where is this Chu Feng bang bang bang? Directly slamming 10 zombies will solve it. The question is, how did he do it? Can the bullet still have eyes? 1 shot, just 1 shot. Even shot 10 zombies in the head. What kind of ghost spear technique is this? The gun king would not dare to do this. Why are you standing still? Fuel the plane. Chu Feng dealt with the rushing zombies, thinking that the tanker would turn to the side of the plane to refuel. As a result, I saw that the car didn't slow down. What is this? I still want to drive out of the airport. Ah, that's right. The captain of the base heard Chu Feng reminding him to react. He quickly stepped on the brake stern, the front of the car, and drove the gas truck to the side. He couldn't control much anymore, and immediately got out of the car, picked up the fuel hose, and plugged it into the side of the plane. Kakaka. The captain and the commander of the special forces also followed closely to the boarding gate. They were sensitive and didn't even want their bicycles. They threw the bicycles when they reached the gate, and turned around to defend and protect the boarding gate. Ho 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 ho! In the dark night, more zombies were attracted by the sound of gunfire and rushed out of the darkness. However, there are 2 people guarding, and it is not a problem for the time being. Roars 35. A zombie jumped directly from the gas truck to Gary, who was passing by. In the original plot, Gary was thrown down by this zombie. And then the base captain was bitten by a zombie in order to save him, and finally committed suicide. But with Chu Feng around, such a thing would never happen. Roll. Chu Feng just flicked his finger at the zombie that the oil truck had thrown at him. Oh tilde. The direction of the gravitational force on the body of the zombie was immediately changed, and the body that had swooped down suddenly screamed and flew into the air. Watching the zombie fly into the air for a moment, the people on the scene were completely stunned. What the hell? Why did the zombies suddenly fly into the air? You ask me, who am I to ask? I just seemed to see Chu Feng flicking his finger at the zombie. He couldn't have done it, huh? Flick your finger in the air, and the zombies are directly thrown dozens of meters away. Are you kidding me? How do I know 99? On the roof of the buildings, the eyes of a group of special forces who were in charge of covering almost didn't protrude. It's the first time they've seen something as weird as it is now. The zombies that fell from the tail of the oil truck suddenly flew into the air. Flew into the air. It was as if the Earth's gravity had suddenly been reversed. It felt really weird. Some people even saw that before the zombie flew upside down. Chu Feng seemed to flick his finger at the zombie, as if the zombie was thrown by Chu Feng from the air. But the question is, how can a zombie be bombarded? How can a zombie weigh more than 100 pounds? Even if your fingers fly, you can't even carry it. Let alone in the air, damn it. I seem to have hallucinations. It seemed that Chu Feng really flicked his finger. And the zombies flew. The base captain who was refueling the plane was dumbfounded, staring at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. Others couldn't see clearly from a distance. He was only 6 meters away from Chu Feng. But how could he bomb the zombies? This is unscientific. Who can tell him what just happened? Is he crazy or hallucinating? Chu Feng, you have superpowers. Not to mention the captain of the base. Even Gary himself had a confused look on his face when he saw the zombies rushing towards him. He thought he was going to die. But the zombies suddenly flew out before they touched him. Made him look unbelievable. The captain and the Special Forces captain also looked at Chu Feng with puzzled expressions. Superpower No 35 hearing everyone's questions. Chu Feng directly denied it. What superpower does he have? Call. Everyone heard Chu Feng's denial and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Chu Feng is still a normal person. It's mutant power, Chu Feng continued to explain. Puff, damn it, you really aren't a normal person, hey. Everyone thought that Chu Feng denied having superpowers. But they thought he really had no power. The result was good. Chu Feng actually said that he was a mutant. You are more perverted than superpowers. Superpowers, at least you are still a normal person. Mutants aren't normal anymore. Captain, let's start the plane together. Now that the situation is critical, Gary has no time to care who Chu Feng's mutants are. And the roar of the surrounding zombies even shook the ground. If you don't go, you will die here. Chu Feng can bounce a zombie. But he doesn't think Chu Feng can bounce a wave of zombies. If the zombies come in large numbers, then none of them will want to live, hums 35. The captain nodded, and the two rushed towards the cab together. Boom, 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 the engine of the plane started. And the loud noise further stimulated the surrounding zombies. The surrounding zombies actually formed a tide and rolled over. The base captain looked at the overwhelming wave of zombies in the distance through the night vision goggles and cursed his mother directly. I didn't expect this wave of zombies to be so many. It's over, this time it's dead. What's the situation? I'm a god. The Special Forces captain at the tail of the aircraft did not have night vision goggles. So he looked puzzled by the reaction of the base captain. He directly took off a magnesium rod and pulled it away, throwing it into the darkness with all his strength. The magnesium rod burned and was thrown into the air, just to illuminate the surroundings. In an instant, his body trembled at this moment. He finally understood why the base captain wanted to scold his mother. The zombie swooped down like a tsunami and swept the burning magnesium rod into it. This scene is simply too spectacular, too scary. This is the real corpse tide, mumble. Captain, this wave is over. The Special Forces on the roof were also dumbfounded. There are so many zombies that humans can no longer stop them. Don't blame them for this wave, they can't cover it up. Just when everyone looked at the corpse tide in despair, Chu Feng's eyes showed a dazzling light instead. He just said it. This place is suitable for upgrading, and it is not wrong. Looking at this corpse tide, there are 7 or 8,000. There might be 10,000 in the eyes of others. This is a desperate tsunami of death, but for Chu Feng, it is points, all of them are special points. As soon as Chu Feng thought about it, he stepped out without hesitation. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Get on the plane. The special commander is already desperate. And he has no hope that he can survive. He only hopes that he can delay a little longer before he dies, so that the plane can take off successfully. However, what he did not expect was that Chu Feng not only failed to get on the plane, but even rushed forward. What is he doing to die? That is a corpse tide, an overwhelming corpse tide. You are a college student if you haven't graduated yet. You will die if you go up. What is he doing? The base captain who was refueling the plane was also stupid when he saw this scene. He didn't understand. What did Chu Feng want to do when he faced the corpse tide alone? Chu Feng is crazy. The special soldiers upstairs also shook their heads one after another, calling it a pity. However, just when everyone thought that Chu Feng would definitely die under the pressure of the corpse tide, Chu Feng's body skyrocketed. The Magneto Gene in his body vibrated wildly, and the electromagnetic force field around his body expanded wildly. The surrounding gravitational force unexpectedly twisted in a strange way, and it gathered here at this moment. Everything around it seemed to be slowly suspended in space as if it were weightless. In an instant, the rain in the sky seemed to be weightless, and it all stopped falling, suspended in the air, like a full string of pearls. Even the plane and the fuel truck were affected and slowly levitated. What's going on? Has time stood still? No, we can still talk. It can't be that time has stopped. I feel so light. It seems like I can fly out of the earth with a single jump. It's gravity, my god, what the hell did this Chu Feng do? It made this whole area weightless. What kind of monster is he? Can the mutants even cancel the gravity of the earth? How scary. 99. Looking at the rain that suddenly stopped falling in the air. The Special Forces captain, the base captain and all the surrounding special forces were all dumbfounded. They opened their mouths and widened their eyes with shock and disbelief on their faces. They didn't understand why this area suddenly became weightless. The rainwater turned into suspended water droplets, and they became as light as swallows if they had no weight. At this moment, they seemed to understand that this is gravity. Gravity was modified by Chu Feng, causing all of them and all objects to be weightless. But how did Chu Feng do it? Is this the mutant that Chu Feng said? He made the surrounding area lose weight before he made a move. If he made a move, it would be terrifying. Look out the window. What's going on outside the windows? OMG, the rain stopped. What's going on? 35. Gary and the captain were preparing to set sail in the cockpit. But when they looked up, they found that the raindrops in front of the glass had stopped. But how could the rain stop? What the hell is going on here? Come down for me. Chu Feng raised his head abruptly. His eyes were extremely cold. His right hand was slowly raised, and it was directly pressed down against the tsunami of thousands of zombies that rushed towards him. Boom! In an instant of the corpse tide, a huge gravitational palm seemed to gather, and all the objects in this palm area seemed to suddenly bear a gravitational force 200 times stronger than before. Under such a terrifying gravitational force, whether it was the tumbling zombie tide or the surrounding houses, everything collapsed directly. Bang, bang, bang. The tide-like violent zombies seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and they couldn't even roll and they fell to the ground. They were struggling frantically to pounce on Chu Feng, but under the increasing gravity alone pounce. They couldn't even crawl. Soon they couldn't even support their bodies. Oh, tilde. Tens of thousands of zombies screamed and wailed. Boom. 99. When Chu Feng's palm was completely pressed down, the gravitational force exerted on the zombies in the corpse tide had reached an astounding 200 times. In an instant of thousands of zombies, let alone standing up, were instantly crushed to the bone. Come on, under the palm of Chu Feng's palm. The entire corpse tide seemed to be crushed by Chu Feng's flies. Tick-tock, the surrounding gravity returned to normal. The rain continued to fall, and the transport plane and oil truck also landed again, as if everything was an illusion and nothing had happened. However, the place where the tens of thousands of zombies emerged just now left a huge five-fingered pit with a length of several hundred meters, and the zombie plasma swayed like a small lake. The power of Chu Feng's palm is so terrifying. Chu Feng's points continue to skyrocket, 100,000 points 200. 0.300000 points 400000 points 500000 points. The terrifying points still kept going up, and they continued to skyrocket wildly. It didn't stop until it reached 700,000 points. Chu Feng originally had 607,000 points. But now with this wave of 700,000 blessings, Chu Feng's total points have soared to an astonishing 1307. 0 points immediately. The points doubled directly, which is really cool. Incredible. Chu Feng shot nearly 10. 0 zombies to death with one palm. My god, crazy. I must be crazy. How can a person's strength be so strong? 99. Is he really an undergrad? How do I feel that I believe he is God? Mumbling. Killing the zombie tied with one palm. How terrifying is this guy? Could it be that this is the strength of mutants? It's terrible, it's really terrible. Fortunately, it's my own person otherwise. Looking at Chu Feng's palm, the corpse tied instantly vanished in an instant. The captain of the Based captain of the Special Forces and the surrounding Special Forces were all dumbfounded. One by one looked at Chu Feng's face with shock and disbelief. I thought that Chu Feng could turn over a wave of zombies with one shot. But Chu Feng sent the zombies flying dozens of meters away with a flick of his finger. I thought that Chu Feng could shoot zombies from the air. But Chu Feng killed the zombie tied with a slap. With this strength, even a true god would believe it. It's hard to associate him with the average college student, especially the captain of the base. His eyes almost bulged out of shock, and he didn't even notice that he was full of gas. Hey, that oil seems to be full. Chu Feng turned his head and saw the jet fuel gushing out continuously, and reminded him Osgood goods. When the base captain heard the words, he realized that the fuel tank had been filled up. But he was too concerned about Chu Feng's battle, so he didn't notice it. Seeing this, I quickly turned off the oil, pulled out the oil pipe, and said dumbly, "Let's go." Chu Feng turned to the commando of the Special Forces with a bewildered face, and said after saying that, he walked into the cabin first. Boom, boom, boom. The engine of the plane started and took off slowly. Hey, what happened just now? Why is it so loud? After the plane took off smoothly, Gary had time to inquire about the situation just now. Because they were in the cockpit, in addition to seeing the strange stay of raindrops, they could only hear a loud noise behind them. He really didn't understand the specific situation. Gary, you don't know there are so many zombies just behind. It's overwhelming, like a tsunami. Then Chu Feng just raised his hand and pressed it down. Boom, those zombies instantly turned into mud. Hey, what are your expressions? What I said is true. Chu Feng really killed nearly 10,000 zombies with one palm. When the commander of the Special Forces saw Gary's questioning, he jumped up and down with excitement. He kept telling Gary and the captain how awesome Chu Feng was just now. However, neither Gary nor the captain could believe such nonsense. And the plane has already taken off, and it is impossible to fly back specifically to confirm the words of the commander of the Special Forces. Along the way, it is destined to be spent in the insistence of the Special Forces captain and Gary and their arguments. After 10 hours of flight, the plane finally came to the city of Yellen in the Squid Country. After the plane landed, a special person came to pick him up soon. There were quite a few United Nations soldiers who came, and the leader was a young and beautiful female soldier. Even though she is young, she has short hair, but it gives people a kind of capable beauty. Chu Feng recalled and knew who this woman was. It was the female soldier Sagan who was bitten by a zombie and cut off Gary's hand. This female soldier made a deep impression on Himaniwa. It was just a miserable one. Who is he? Sagan asked with a puzzled look when he saw Chu Feng. The above said that they would pick up Gary, but it didn't say that there was a student among them. Chu Feng, an ungraduated college student. Chu Feng took a step forward and stretched out his hand. College students. This is not a place where students can come, you guys. Take him to a refugee camp for resettlement. Sagan heard the word, suaved his hand. and said to the two soldiers behind him, obviously. She regarded Chu Feng as someone who came here to take refuge. This city of Yellen does accept refugees from all over the world. So it is not surprising that Chu Feng will come here for refuge. What did you say, send him to a refugee camp? The commander of the special forces on the side almost thought he heard it wrong, and stared at Nasigan in disbelief. Chu Feng. This guy is a mutant. He saw with his own eyes the violent zombies who killed nearly 10,000 with his palm. Such a great god, why did you let him go to the refugee camp? What is there a problem? Sagan looked puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with her arrangement. What's the problem? Do you know how good he is? You put him in a refugee camp. The commander of the special forces said in disbelief. He's very powerful. What kind of powerful methods? 35. Sagan did not expect that the special forces captain who was sent to escort Gary all the way would praise Chu Feng so much. And he became interested in Chu Feng. Doubt asked. Haha, I'm afraid to scare you to death. He is a mutant who can kill a wave of zombies with one palm. We are able to come here thanks to him. The commander of the special forces introduced proudly. That excited look as if the person who killed nearly 10,000 zombies with one palm was not Chu Feng but him. Forehead PFFT hahaha just you are mutant. Killed nearly 10,000 zombies with one slap. Gabe. You take him to the hotel to rest and find a field doctor. Hearing the words of the commander of the special forces, Sagan was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The surrounding United Nations soldiers also laughed. Even mutants and killed nearly 10,000 zombies with one palm. Such a mystical thing can be said, needless to say. This special soldier has been frightened by the zombies and has hallucinations. Damn, what are you doing? What I said is true. Chu Feng really killed nearly 10,000 zombies with one palm. If you don't believe me, you can ask the captain and Gary. The commander of the special forces was led by several people, and he said with a dissatisfied expression, he's not sick or crazy, it's true, he saw it with his own eyes. That's what he said. When I was flying with the captain and I only heard a loud noise but didn't see it. But his analytical skills are great. And following us might help, Gary spoke truthfully. At that time, he and the captain only saw the temporary phenomenon of raindrops staying, and did not see Chu Feng destroy the corpse tide, however. In prison, he saw Chu Feng's superhuman analytical ability with his own eyes. And it may be helpful to bring him along. You guys take them down. Sagan didn't hesitate to see this, and let the special forces captain take him down. There are many analysts in the United Nations. Gary needs her to arrange a few. And there is no need to get a student. Chu Feng, you talk. You are so strong, there is no need to be afraid of her. That special forces captain was angry, he didn't lie. It's true, if you don't believe it, you can ask Chu Feng. You yourself think you are a mutant who can kill nearly 10,000 zombies with one palm. Sejin rolled his eyes, looked at Chu Feng and asked, yes. You're right, I'm just an ordinary person. Don't believe in anything that kills nearly 10,000 zombies with one palm. Believe in science. Seeing that Chu Feng had already taken a downwind plane to Yeleng, there was no need to continue with Gary, after all. His goal was to kill zombies, not to meet any United Nations intelligence agent with him. The Magneto Gene in Chu Feng's body shook. The electromagnetic force field unfolded, and his body levitated, directly using the Earth's gravity to accelerate his body and fly into the distance. Look, he himself admits that he is an ordinary, an asterisk. He flew. Sejin heard Chu Feng say that he was an ordinary person, and advised her not to believe in the fact that nearly 10,000 zombies were killed with a slap. She also made her believe in science, and looked at the Special Forces captain with a proud face. But before she finished speaking, she saw Chu Feng floating up and flying towards Yeleng City. For a moment their small mouth opened slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Chu Feng, who seemed to be floating away. With a look of shock and disbelief, oh my god. Seeing a living fairy. This Chu Feng actually flew away while persuading her to believe in science. How can you fly and make her believe in science? Not only Sagan, but the surrounding soldiers who came to pick him up were all dumbfounded, looking at Chu Feng, who was drifting away with a stunned expression. Damn it, in broad daylight. A person in front of them flew away like this, flew away. Can you believe it, mumble, he didn't lie. Maybe Chu Feng really wiped out the corpse tied with one palm. Gary watched Chu Feng fly away, feeling his scalp numb. It turned out that the fairy was by his side. It's a pity that he thought the commander of the special forces was joking along the way. But he didn't expect that what he said was true. He knew that Chu Feng, who had excellent analytical skills and could kill multiple zombies with one shot, could be an ordinary person. He should have thought of it long ago. He can still fly. If I see it, I will say I didn't lie, see it. Don't talk about them. Even the Special Forces captain who boasted about Chu Feng was stupid. He only thought that Chu Feng slapping the dead corpses with one palm was already awesome. But he didn't expect Chu Feng to be able to fly. Now you people should take his word for it, he wasn't crazy. He really saw Chu Feng kill nearly 10. 0 zombies with one palm, quick. Get on the plane and chase him back. 55 Sagan reacted quickly and hurriedly ordered to the walkie-talkie. Such a great god who violates scientific common sense enters the city. Can't let him run away. Follow can't catch up, it's too fast. The helicopter above his head had already lost Chu Feng's figure after flying a certain distance. And the pilot sighed helplessly, seriously. They lived their whole lives. And it was the first time they saw someone fly. I really saw the true god. But unfortunately I couldn't catch up, ugh. Sagan looked at the empty sky and regretted it in his heart. How could she be so stupid that she didn't believe that Chu Feng was a mutant? Maybe Chu Feng was sent by God to save mankind. But she was so rude to him that she even sent him to a refugee camp, burying the hope of mankind. And she felt guilty just thinking about it. Hurry up. Report the matter quickly and send someone to look for it. Here Sagan regretted that he should not despise Chu Feng, and sent someone to look for it. Not to mention it for the time being on the other side. Chu Feng flew all the way at a low altitude, and soon entered the residential area, bang bang bang. In the corridor of the residential building, a squid countryman was knocking on the door. Hey Mila. You open the door and let me in. I really knew I was wrong and I'll never bet again. I swear I will never lie to you again in my life, okay? Just forgive me this time while knocking on the door. The man in the squid country swore to the woman inside the door. While talking, he slapped himself obviously. This is a gambler. Lying and cheating money in order to gamble. Now that he has lost all his money, he also deeply realizes that he was wrong. Don't gamble and don't lie. He promised that he would never lie again and ask for forgiveness. You really don't lie to me anymore. The woman in the door seemed to still have feelings for this B********D. Seeing that he had said all his good things, she begged and slapped herself. She should have known that she was wrong, so she asked softly. Yes, I promise never to lie again. Mila, look, someone is flying in the sky. 35. The gambler was overjoyed when he saw his girlfriend's heart softened, and was about to continue to promise, however. As soon as he looked up, he saw Chu Feng whistling past, and hurriedly exclaimed, Go away 35 boom. The woman inside thought that her boyfriend had reformed and stopped lying to her. As soon as the door was opened, he heard the gambler say that someone was flying in the sky, and immediately angrily slammed the newly opened door shut. Crack, the door is directly locked, Myra. Hey, don't lock the door, I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying. Someone really flew over just now, Mila. Chu Feng didn't know that he accidentally broke up a group of couples by flying, and went directly to the alley with few people and fell down. Hearing the direction of the door of redemption, without hesitation, he walked towards the door of redemption slowly. The gate of redemption is the place where this zombie tide first broke out. If you want to kill zombies, you must go there. Chu Feng went to the door of redemption. On the other hand, Gary and Sagan soon came to the studio of Georgian, a senior official in Yellen. Wow. That's how most people are. They don't cry until they see the coffin. And they don't give up until the Yellow River. It's not stupid or cowardly, it's just human nature. Seeing Gary's arrival, Georgian didn't seem to be surprised. In fact, before Gary, many people had come to him. So he is used to it. Everyone wants to get news of the origin of the rampant zombies from him. But in fact, it's all a misunderstanding. He has no information on this at all. But human nature is like this. If Georgian does not make it clear, these people will not give up. So he offered Gary a cup of tea and said with emotion, "How do you know that zombies will appear, sure enough?" Gary didn't even drink tea, so he couldn't wait to ask. "You say you don't know, the ghosts believe you. Just after you built the city wall on your front feet, violent zombies appeared on your back feet. There is no such thing as a coincidence in this world. We intercepted a communique from White Elephant Nation that they were at war with Rikshasha." Translates to Zombis. Georgian opened his mouth. Georgian Wormbrunna high-ranking officeress Akam. Efficient man because you heard the zombies in the bulletin. And then you built a protective wall. Gary looked at Georgian with disbelief. Georgian's words obviously could not convince him. "I came from thousands of miles and, as a result, I was told that you saw the word zombie in a bulletin. So you build a high wall and think he's a fool. I know I'd be skeptical otherwise." After Georgian finished speaking, took Gary out. Got into the car and went to the door of redemption. Because he knew that Gary wouldn't believe it just by talking in the office. And Gary was an investigator sent by the United Nations. And he had to receive it. So as long as he doesn't explain this matter clearly, he won't be able to live in peace in the 30s. The squid people wouldn't believe they would be put in concentration camps. In 72, I also don't believe we're going to be massacred. Before August 73, we found out the movements of the digital state forces. And we did not believe they were a threat. 35, however. A month later, Digital Nation nearly drove us to the sea. So we made a change. After the two got into the car, Georgian continued to explain. "Change?" Gary asked suspiciously, the 10th person. "If all 9 of us saw the same information and came to the exact same conclusion, the 10th decision would be to disagree." 5. No matter how improbable it may seem, this 10th person has to come up with a hypothesis to prove the others wrong. Georgian went on to explain, to put it bluntly, in the past, every time it was related to the rise and fall of the country, they would misrate it. What everyone thought was impossible turned out to be unfortunate and almost made them extinct. So in order to survive, they made changes. And that is after getting some news. If everyone comes to the same conclusion, then the 10th person is responsible for raising the objection. To put it bluntly, after learning the news of the rampant zombies, 9 people did not believe that a world war would break out in the world. So the 10th person had to assume that the world would inevitably be surrounded by zombies. And respond to it. You are the 10th person. Gary finally understood after hearing the words said. That is to say, 9 people didn't believe it after they got that the World War zombies would break out. And this Georgina's the 10th person. Must assume that the World War zombies really broke out. So he built the high wall not because he knew that violent zombies would break out, but because 9 people didn't believe it would break out. So he has to prepare for a certain explosion. So there is a scene where this high wall was just built before the zombies swept in. That's right. The car stopped directly not far from the door of redemption. And Georgian got out of the car directly and took Gary to visit the door of redemption. The two continued to chat while checking the livelihood of the door of redemption. Ulala, the people here are very hilarious. And they all feel that they are completely safe by hiding in walls dozens of meters high. And they are full of passion and vitality. Others gathered and began to sing and dance in celebration of the city's sanctuary. Little did they know that their high songs had already attracted all the zombies outside the city. And those zombies were climbing like Arhat. Even a few dozen meters of high walls could not stop them for long. How high they are now, the more they will pay later. On top of a car, Chu Feng was lying comfortably on the top of a school bus. Listening to the singing of these people, that is. Great God, Sejin is struggling to find Chu Feng's trace. As soon as he looked up, he found that Chu Feng was basking in the sun on the roof of the car not far away. Just as I hurriedly rushed in the direction of Chu Feng. It is true that the crowd has searched for him thousands of times. And when I look back, the man is there, where singing and dancing converge unexpectedly. The whole city couldn't find Chu Feng. But he ran out of the door, Chu Feng. It's great the world is saved. When Gary saw Chu Feng, he no longer thought about the virus and quickly ran to Chu Feng. It really takes no effort to break through the iron shoes and find nowhere. Now that the origin of the zombie virus is definitely impossible to find. Instead of spending time on it, it is better to study how Chu Feng's abilities came from. If the source of Chu Feng's ability can be researched, then everyone is a Superman. And they are not afraid of violent zombies at all. Great God, Chu Feng, is it more important than me? I'll go see 235. Georgian looked at Gary and Segan, who had just pinned all their hopes on him. When he saw that Chu Feng had thrown him aside, he was stunned and followed with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand it, and the two of them come to find him. What, it turned into someone else? What a great God. Why is a great God so awesome more important than him? The person who predicted the end of zombies. Great God, great gods. I finally found you. It's so good that you are here. Sagan shouted in surprise when he came to the front of the car. Chu Feng just glanced at her and ignored her. There are so many beautiful women in this world. And he is not someone who can't run away when he sees beautiful women. I know it was my fault and I shouldn't despise you. As long as you are willing to give us some genetic samples. As long as a small tube of blood is fine. You can mention any conditions. And we will definitely satisfy you. The world is about to be destroyed, please God. For the sake of the whole world, give a helping hand and save the world. Sejin thought that Chu Feng was still angry about the airport incident. So he sincerely apologized directly to Chu Feng. And then asked to save the world. Does the world need our salvation? Chu Feng said with a puzzled face. Chu Feng is very puzzled. How to go and where everyone is clamoring to save the world. Even if you save the world yourself, you have to pull others to save the world. If you want to study him, and put on the high-sounding excuse of saving the world. It seems that if Chu Feng doesn't give her blood or cooperate with them to do research, the world will be destroyed. Of course, we need to save it. Now there is an outbreak of zombies around the world. If you don't have your blood, continue to drag it on. In a few months, the whole planet will be even worse. Sejin was about to cry when he heard Chu Feng's words. Zombies broke out all over the world. The end of the world is coming. Why doesn't the world need to be saved? Continue to drag on and the whole world will be destroyed. The zombie infection has become uncontrollable, and the only way to save the world is to transplant Chu Feng's abilities into the living people through genetic engineering, so that humans can have the opportunity to fight against zombies and prevent the end of the world. Sorry, I'm optimistic about the future. 35. I am a traveler and I know this world very well. I'm optimistic about that. 35. This is not a matter of human beings saving Blue Star. It is a matter of human beings saving themselves. And it has nothing to do with saving Blue Star. Blue Star can't use you to save it. There are many extinction events on the Blue Star. And some species extinctions more serious than this one have evolved in this way over billions of years. Chu Feng got up and looked at Sagan, who wanted his blood gene in the name of saving the world, and said lightly, "These people are not the first wave to think that they are the people who save the world. In fact, the world does not need the salvation of human beings. Last time someone said that the Red Queen AI Doomsday. Has the Blue Star changed? Now that the zombies are breaking out. This set is coming again. Chu Feng's a transmigrator. Doesn't eat this set at all. The entire planet has been evolving for 46 years. How many times species have gone extinct? Haven't seen how this planet is. Hasn't it been there until now? The apocalypse of the zombie world is only made by human beings. If they insist on using biological and chemical weapons, they will infect the whole world. The zombie apocalypse will at most remove all human beings on the surface of the planet, and other species will not even have any effect. Not to mention the planets. So now it is not a question of saving the world, but saving mankind itself. As long as the concept of human beings has not changed. What if he took his blood gene sample at that time? Who can guarantee that the remaining humans will not make another superpower out of control? Zombies are still just destroying human beings. If all of them become magnetic, as long as one person is unhappy and directly reverses the planet's magnetic field and shatters the planet, it will be the real end of the world. So this blood sorry he can't give, murmur. So it's only humans who destroy themselves. 0 for flowers. Sagan began to hear that Chu Feng was unwilling to provide blood research, and was a little dissatisfied after all. Everyone has the responsibility to save the world. And the greater the abilities, the greater the responsibility, however. After listening to Chu Feng's explanation, she understood. They started off wrong. There is nothing to save the world at all. Only save humanity itself. Because this planet will not be destroyed because of the zombie apocalypse. And even most species will not be affected. Only humans themselves will be extinct. 6695. Gary and Georgian, who followed, were also silent. It was the first time they had heard people say that. Then save mankind, you must have some way to save mankind. By the way, I heard them say that the bullets you fire can turn. Shows that you can control metal. And you can control gravity if you will help. We can build high walls like here. To protect the rest of humanity. Sagan still didn't give up and continued to speak. Since the world doesn't need them to save, let's save human beings themselves. After Chu Feng flew away, she already knew everything about Chu Feng in detail. Chu Feng can control metal and gravity. It can completely help them build a high wall like Yellen to keep the zombies out. Humans are safe, yeah, just help us build the steel wall. Gary also spoke up. He has just talked to that George. Zombies cannot be destroyed, they can only be blocked. Building walls is the only way to stop zombies. Too bad they want to build the wall now, too late. If Chu Feng can help, then they will have a chance to build a high wall again to defend against violent zombies. The high wall can prevent ordinary zombies. But if you can't prevent violent zombies, this place will soon fall. If I were you, I should leave now. Hearing this, Chu Feng said calmly, the key to dealing with zombies is people. Seeing that a group of people are safe, they will immediately sing and dance. This place will soon fall. Facts have proved that high walls are really useless to zombies. And they are built in vain. What, this place is going to fall? Gary and Sagan were shocked when they heard the words said. They all looked at Chu Feng in amazement. How could this place known as the safest place in the world fall? Ha ha ha, I just heard what you said. I thought you would have some great ideas. But it turns out that you are just a madman. 5. My city wall is dozens of meters high. The surface is extremely smooth and it is as solid as a rock. How could zombies be captured? Georgian on the side heard that what Chu Feng said earlier still made sense. But he did not agree with what he said later. This city wall was built by him personally. And its height is only a few dozen meters. And Chu Feng actually said that he is going to fall here. Which is ridiculous. The man Sagan and Gary admired was just a madman. It's just that before his words were finished, he saw a dense number of zombies pouring out from the high wall. Just startled mom. Incredible, this Chu Feng is really a genius. He was really hit by what he said. High walls are useless at all. They went over the protective walls. I don't know who shouted. And the people around suddenly raised their heads and saw that the zombie fell from the high wall like a dumpling and hit the roof of the car below. What? When the crowd who were singing and dancing around saw the zombies passing through the city wall, they panicked instantly and fled desperately one by one. In an instant, all kinds of stampede, all kinds of mourning continued, and a prosperous world instantly turned into doomsday. How happy they were just now, how much pain they are now. Many of those who ran slowly were directly pounced on by zombies and bitten. However, in more than 10 seconds, those who were bitten by the zombies got up again and joined the army of zombies. Damn, command, the gates of redemption have fallen. And they have crossed the wall. The surrounding defenders immediately panicked when they saw this, trying to control the situation, but it was useless at all. They could only inform the helicopter to attack the zombies. Duh. The helicopter flew out of the wall and started frantically attacking the zombies that stacked the wall ladders. Wave after wave was knocked down, and wave after wave hit the ground, without much effect at all. Finally come. In the eyes of others incomparably terrifying zombies. In the eyes of Chu Feng, they are all points. Those soldiers rushed to the base of the wall and began to frantically open fire on the zombies they had thrown down. Quick, stop them, however. The attribute of zombies is that they are never killed. For a split second the gunshots continued, and there was death one after another. When they killed one head, 100 heads fell from it. And they couldn't stop it at all. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng stood up abruptly, looking at the large number of zombies rushing. He was a happy one. Hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous here, don't come here to make trouble. Get out of here, you. Go up and take him out of here. 99. The soldiers guarding the city hurriedly reprimanded when they saw Chu Feng come forward. I was already panicking enough, but when I turned around, I found that an ordinary person like Chu Feng ran up with his bare hands. You came up empty-handed. Didn't you want to give heads to zombies? It doesn't matter if you die, but you can't trick them. If you are bitten, you will become a zombie in less than 13 seconds. And they will have to deal with Chu Feng after the rampage. Sir, it's dangerous here, you don't have weapons, it's very... What? The soldier received the order and immediately came over to persuade Chu Feng to leave. It's just that before he finished speaking, he saw that a large number of firearms began to emerge from Chu Feng's body. Looking at the appearance of this firearm, there are thousands of them. Where is this Chu Feng without a gun? The guns add up to more than theirs. This made the soldier who wanted to drive away Chu Feng bewildered. My God, what the hell, why does he have so many weapons? I don't know, it suddenly appeared. It's more than just popping up, it's suspended in the air. It's like a monster. At the moment when Chu Feng showed his weapon, the soldiers around were all dumbfounded. They all opened their mouths wide. Their eyes widened in disbelief. I thought that Chu Feng was just an ordinary person, and he came up to deliver it with his bare hands. The result was good. People took out thousands of firearms when they came up. Even the soldiers who were defending the city were crushed. It was hell. What is even more incredible is that the weapons around this Chu Feng are actually suspended. Suspended? How can that be? Totally unscientific. His ability is really to control metal. And he can control so many firearms at the same time, which is really amazing. Sagan looked at Chu Feng, who was unfolding his weapon. His beautiful eyes lit up. Although she had seen Chu Feng flying at the airport, 480 was just flying. She doesn't know his fighting power yet. Now it seems that this Chu Feng is far more powerful than she imagined. Damn it, Chu Feng is awesome. Gary originally thought that Chu Feng could kill more than 10 zombies with one shot. But it turned out that he could control thousands of firearms at the same time. All I can say is Chu Feng is awesome. The master is by his side. I've been crazy. What kind of monsters did you bring? You can turn out thousands of weapons at the same time. Georgian looked at Chu Feng with a shocked expression. Chu Feng was able to predict that the city wall could not stop the zombies, but in a blink of an eye took out 1,000 weapons at will. And he was simply a monster, hoo-ho-ho. Everyone was stunned. Those zombies who climbed the wall would not. Seeing everyone in a daze without hesitation, he got up and rushed towards everyone. Damn it. The captain of the defending soldiers heard the roar of the zombies behind him. And then he reacted, turning around and wanting to continue to clear the zombies. However, just when they were so stunned, the zombies that poured down had already piled up like a mountain. And it was too late to clean up. Seeing the zombies pounce, it is a look of despair. Seeing this, Chu Feng did not hesitate. and directly controlled thousands of weapons to fire at the same time. Bang 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 da 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 here in an instant. The firearms around Chu Feng spun wildly and fired. A large number of bullets poured out frantically as if they didn't want money, and shot at the rushing zombies. Chu Feng controlled the bullets to shoot precisely. Those zombies couldn't escape at all. And almost every headshot was a headshot. So a terrifying scene appeared and puff puff. The massive army of charged zombies was continuously headshot and fell down, as if reaping wheat, and in Chu Feng's mind, the crazy prompt sound of the system reward also sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Killing 400 violent zombies and earning 40,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 500 violent zombies and get 50,000 points. The points earned by Chu Feng skyrocketed from 10,000 points to 50,000 points very quickly. The speed of the skyrocketing points has not stopped, and it continues to soar wildly. How incredible. This Chu Feng is so amazing that he can suppress the influx of corpses by himself. Mumblethiz is impossible. How can he control so many guns at the same time? It's more than just control. That headshot is outrageous. Look at those zombies, they're all headshots, 99 suck. Control thousands of weapons at the same time. And he can still shoot headshots. Is he the king of guns? No, the king of guns is not as good as him. My god, what kind of monsters did you bring with him here? The city wall will be Safiso. What's the use of us soldiers? 5. Watching the corpse tied over the wall being crushed, Georgian and the surrounding soldiers were all dumbfounded. One by one their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. You know, this is a zombie tide. Chu Feng's ability to conjure thousands of weapons has shocked everyone. And as a result, he can control thousands of weapons at the same time. Even if you control 1,000 weapons, you can still shoot headshots. Is this what people do? Compared with Chu Feng, these soldiers are simply dispensable garbage. Such a defense, Chu Feng can handle it alone. Is this the true strength of Chu Feng? Well, so strong. Gary looked shocked at Chu Feng at this moment. He finally understood why Chu Feng could appear in front of the base alone. If he has the ability, he can do it. It's amazing. Is this a mutant? If everyone can have his abilitino, even if it's only 10% of his ability, then the corpse tide will no longer be scary. 5. Seijin opened his mouth slightly, and his beautiful eyes widened. Looking at Chu Feng's eyes full of light, think about it. If you can study how Chu Feng's genetic ability appeared, and then transplant it into soldiers, even if it is only 10% of Chu Feng's ability, it is enough to walk sideways in this apocalypse. What is a zombie? What are you doing here? Why don't you run? Chu Feng thought that he had blocked the corpse tide, and these people should have understood the seriousness of the matter and took the opportunity to leave. It turned out that Gary, Segan and Georgian looked at him in a daze and warned. Didn't you control the corpse tide over the wall? Run. Where Gary, Segan and Georgian heard Chu Feng's words, and they asked with a puzzled look on their faces. The zombie tide has been controlled and will be cleaned up soon. Where are they going to go? You guys are not stupid enough to think that this zombie will only attack one wall. When Chu Feng heard the words, he couldn't help laughing, and laughing again said, Bang bang bangs, ho ho 99. Sure enough, Chu Feng's voice just fell, and on the other side of the city wall, a large number of zombies climbed over the city wall and fell into the crowd. Ah tilde, I don't want to die, help me, ah tilde. The zombies broke the city. Escape, escape. There were already many people in the squares, and there were parties and songs, so it was impossible to evacuate for a while. Zombies fall into the crowd, and they can bite people almost casually. Then a more terrifying scene appeared. A large number of zombies ran wildly, but people fell down. Got up and joined the zombie army. Originally, there were only a few zombies, but they quickly expanded exponentially. In a blink of an eye, the entire square turned into a tumultuous sea of zombies, and all the cars in the way were overturned. Walk. Seeing this, Chu Feng did not hesitate and shouted at Gary and Segan. After Chu Feng said that, he fled without hesitation. If he directly attacked without distinguishing between humans and zombies, he might be able to resist. But there were too many people around, and he could kill a large number of ordinary civilians with just a single blast. So Chu Feng can't use gravity attacks casually like he did in the Amphorus military camp. Although Chu Feng knew that they would soon become zombies. Killing zombies is killing zombies. And killing civilians is killing civilians. Chu Feng couldn't kill them as zombies in advance because they would become zombies in the future. This went against his principle of being a human being. So he gave up killing zombies directly, put away the gun, protected Gary and Segan, and fled inward. Gary and Segan also understood that the situation was critical and quickly evacuated to landing point B. Not long after, Chu Feng and others entered an alley. However, now the zombies have captured the city from all directions, and a large number of zombies have run wildly upstairs and dashed down directly. Boom, but fortunately, there are barbed wire protection on the top of everyone's heads, and the zombies can't attack everyone. Ho 39. Bang bang bang, however. More zombies rushed down frantically, directly breaking the barbed wire. Roars. Several zombies directly stretched out their hands and grabbed a soldier. Gary and Segan, who were next to him, quickly reached out to grab the hapless soldier and wanted to pull him down. However, the power of violent zombies is the limit of human beings. Unless they are torn off their hands and feet, they will not be able to be pulled apart if they are caught. Roar. The two zombies didn't hesitate, and they bit the soldier's neck from left to right. Help, help. The soldiers looked terrified and desperately called for help. Bang bang tilde. Chu Feng's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he raised his gun directly at the two zombies and shot. The two violent zombies were headshot in an instant before they understood what was going on. At the same time, Chu Feng's mind also popped up the system's reward prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Thanks. After the zombie died, the soldier was pulled back to the ground and looked at Chu Feng gratefully. Saying Chu Feng nodded. Bang bang bang. More and more zombies smashed down from above, smashing the barbed wire into pits. And the people running below were constantly caught and bitten by the barbed wire, turning into zombies and falling behind the crowd. Those who fell into the crowd soon turned into zombies to bite the people around them. A corpse tide soon formed in the rear, rushing forward. Humph. When Chu Feng saw this, Magneto's gene vibrated, and he held and turned over the barbed wire above. Kakaka. 95. The barbed wire behind it was directly pressed down, as if a large living net actually wrapped the tide of corpses behind it. Ho. The violent zombies in the barbed wire kept roaring and roaring, and they wanted to rush out and burst. Chu Feng clenched his fist directly, and the barbed wire that surrounded the entire alley of the corpse shrunk inwards. Puff. In an instant, all the zombies inside were cut into pieces. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Killing 400 violent zombies and earning 40,000 points. In the blink of an eye, another 50,000 points arrived. Seeing the increase in his points, Chu Feng felt very refreshed. As expected of a violent zombie, the feeling of 10 times the points is so cool. Mumble. This will do. Okay, it's amazing, it actually crushed a wave of corpses. As expected, it is Chu Feng too strong. Watching the tide of corpses was wrapped in barbed wire controlled by Chu Feng in a blink of an eye. And it burst in an instant. Gary Segan. and the soldiers around were all dumbfounded. One by one, the metal can be used like this. Especially No Sagan. The beautiful eyes that looked at Chu Feng were even more splendid. "What are you looking at me for, runs?" Chu Feng turned around and saw that the crowd didn't run away. He was dazed for a while, not in a good mood. Oh. Sagan heard Chu Feng's reminder, and then realized that he had lost his temper, and hurriedly took Gary to the evacuation points. "Hey. It's boring to use electromagnetic force to control. There are so many zombies here. Why don't I combine some fun genes to have a good time?" While running, Chu Feng thought, "The ability to manipulate metal looks awesome. But the single attack is very boring. There are many zombies here, which is a good opportunity to experience. It would be fun if I can get a gene ability that can kill in a large area. And it can also be used in conjunction with my metal ability." That's it. As soon as he said it, Chu Feng said to the system directly in his heart, "System, I want to buy the genes of Storm, ding. Storm Girl Gene, the ability to control the weather. You can control lightning, create tornadoes, create heavy rain fog, and you can also make yourself vacant by creating tornadoes. Price 900,000 points. Are you sure to buy?" "Buy." Without any hesitation, Chu Feng spoke directly, SHH. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, the 407 million points in the account continued to drop, and soon dropped to 507,000. And the sound of the system sounded again in his mind, ding. "The purchase of Storm Girl's genes is successful. Are you fused now, system? Will fusion cause a coma?" Chu Feng has experience in upgrading, but no experience in fusion. To be on the safe side, he still asked, "Upgrade requires hibernation, fusion does not. Since fusion doesn't require hibernation, what are you waiting for, system? Fuse now 35. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng said decisively, ding. "The Storm Girl is being genetically fused. What's the situation with the system? Why is it still not good?" Chu Feng waited for a long time, but 5.8 didn't respond. It kept showing that the fusion was in progress. He felt that the machine had crashed, and he asked in confusion, "Fusion takes time. All right, 39." When Chu Feng heard the system prompt, he was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. The system said that fusion does not require drowsiness, but it did not say that it does not require time, which seems to be no problem, no choice but to wait anyway. The Magneto Gene has been used for so long, and it doesn't care about this moment. So continue to control the metal dash forward. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone continued to move forward, the ground began to tremble, hoo-ho-ho. On the opposite street, the zombies have already swept into a torrent of zombies, and they are rushing towards this side. That scale is simply appalling, making everyone's scalp tingle, boom, boom, boom. They wanted to turn back, but found that the street behind had also been flooded with zombies, rushing towards everyone, damn it. Looking at the terrifying corpse tied on both sides like a tsunami. For a moment, everyone was desperate. This is simply a copy of Hell difficulty. Even if the corpse tied rolled over, there was a double-sided attack. It's not giving people a way to live, go this way. Although Sagan was a female soldier, she reacted very quickly. Seeing that there was no way to go left or right, she hurriedly rammed into the door of the residential house next to her. "I want to knock the door open." Seeing this, the others also stepped forward to help and collide together. Several people joined forces, and everyone immediately knocked open the door of the residence and fled inward. Hoo-ho-ho. The zombies on both sides also seemed to have found a way for everyone to leave, and became more violent, and rushed directly to Chu Feng and the others. 2 waves of corpses swept over, and the power was earth-shattering, and the surrounding houses trembled. Just as Chu Feng was about to enter the dwelling to hide, the sound of the system fusion of the new gene was finally completed in his mind. Is it natural empathy? Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again it turned white. At this moment, Chu Feng had a feeling that he could feel all the natural energies around him. including thunderstorms, lightning, snow, ice, and other weather phenomena. You can even feel some kind of interstellar matter in outer space. However, because the distance is too far, Chu Feng's ability level is too low, and it is impossible to specifically sense what kind of energy it is. Damn, is the first order ability so weak, unfortunately. If I upgrade to the second order, I will fall into a coma. Otherwise, I will directly upgrade to the second order. There is no way. It seems that these zombies have to be solved by the gene ability of Magneto. Chu Feng sensed it and cursed it in his heart. I thought that the new ability that I opened would be cool, but it turned out to be a basic ability. It is really used to drive. Chu Feng feels that the most is to blow people's air. Isn't this a fool? If it wasn't for the need to fall into a coma to upgrade, he would have already upgraded directly. It seems that this ability has to be used later, of course. If you think about when he first got the Magneto Gene, wouldn't he just control a small dagger? Thinking about it like this, it's not surprising that this ability blows a little wind. Ding host, the ability to upgrade the second gene does not require a coma. The mechanical stupid system detected Chu Feng's question. Thought it was Chu Feng asking the question and responded. Damn it, tell me earlier. He didn't expect that when he complained in his heart. There were unexpected surprises. Sure enough, this system is a machine if he doesn't ask. This system probably won't tell him that he doesn't need to fall into a coma to upgrade the second gene. It seems that there will be more rants in the future. System. Directly upgrade to second order, no. Directly upgrade to fourth order. Chu Feng just wanted to upgrade to tier 2. But now he has a lot of points, since he wants to upgrade. Why not directly upgrade to tier 4, therefore? Chu Feng did not hesitate, and directly upgraded the system to tier 4 ding. Stormgirl Gene needs 1,000 points to upgrade to tier 210. 0 points to tier 3,100,000 points to tier 4 and 111. 0 points to upgrade directly to tier 4. Do you want to upgrade now? Upgrades 35 plus swish. In an instant, Chu Feng's 507. 0 points were directly reduced to 396,000 points. At the same time, a large number of system prompts came from Chu Feng's mind. Storm's genes are being upgraded, ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully upgraded the second-order Stormgirl Gene. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully upgraded the third-order Stormgirl Gene. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully upgraded the fourth-order Stormgirl Gene. Chu Feng's upgrade is a long story, but because his thinking speed can keep up with the speed of light, it is actually a breathing effort. Chu Feng, come in. After Sagan knocked on the door, she did not forget Chu Feng. The key to saving the world in her mind. Finding that Chu Feng did not follow up, he quickly turned around and shouted anxiously. It's true that Chu Feng can control thousands of firearms, but now the zombies are overwhelming. Not to mention thousands of firearms. 7 if an army comes. It will be instantly submerged if you don't run at this time. You will die if you stay where you are, however. This Chu Feng not only did not go in, but also did not release the firearm. So he just stayed where he was, making Sejin very anxious. Hoo-ho-ho, the zombies in the street charged very fast. The first few zombies came to the front in a blink of an eye, opened their bloody mouths and directly bit Chu Feng. Chu Feng! Gary and Sagan exclaimed almost at the same time. They all thought that Chu Feng would definitely die. Boom. However, at this moment, Chu Feng's eyes that were not moving suddenly opened, turning into a fog, and a terrifying hurricane suddenly erupted from Chu Feng's body. The teeth of the zombies that were pounced on were broken in an instant, and the whole body was directly ejected. Chu Feng's eyes radiated fiery thunder light, and his body actually levitated, kakaka, boom. At this moment, Chu Feng was surrounded by thunder light. The surrounding wind was howling, flying sand and rocks, and the dark clouds in the sky were spinning wildly. Hoo-ho-ho, the surrounding zombies, no matter what happened to Chu Feng, saw thunder booming all over him. and rushed towards Chu Feng in a frenzy. There are thousands of zombies in this street. Densely packed. So many zombies gathered into a sea of zombies. As if a rushing tsunami rushed directly towards Chu Feng. In the face of such a terrifying sea of zombies, most people feel their scalp tingling just by seeing it, let alone dealing with it. However, facing Chu Feng, they couldn't even get close. Chu Feng directly pushed left and right, and the storm around him was directly divided into two, forming two tornadoes that rolled towards both sides of the street. The tornado was still small at the beginning, and it became bigger and bigger behind. And countless zombies on both sides of the street were directly swept into the air by the terrifying tornado. The tornado was getting bigger and bigger, and it covered the entire street in a blink of an eye. The two huge tornadoes were spinning like crazy. The surrounding houses were directly opened, and all the cement, bricks and tiles were rolled up into the air. Wow, tilde good, what a big storm. Look, all the zombies are flying. It's not just zombies. The roof is gone. It's a terrible demolition and the house is cracked. Damn, what kind of ghost ability is this? It directly forms a tornado. Chu Feng, stop unleashing the storm, we're going to die. Great God, I beg you to accept the supernatural powers. Looking at the two tornadoes of death, rolling up the zombies in the sky, Gary Segan, and the many soldiers hiding in the room were all stupid. At first, I was pleasantly surprised and happy. It was only when they found that the roof was going to be swept away and there were a lot of cracks in the walls. They felt fear and they all knelt down at Chu Feng's, begging Chu Feng to accept the supernatural power. They don't know if the zombies will die in this way, but they are definitely dead. Chu Feng was awakened by the voices of the crowd, and only then did he react and with a thought. He removed his ability. At the moment when Chu Feng lost his ability, the zombies that rolled up to 1,000 meters in the sky lost their strength and fell down one after another. Boom, 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 puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to be raining zombies. Zombies are blooming everywhere, which is horrible to see. And in Chu Feng's mind, the crazy prompt sound of the system reward also sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Killing 400 violent zombies and earning 40,000 points. The points earned by Chu Feng skyrocketed from 10,000 points to 40,000 points quickly. The speed of the skyrocketing points has not stopped, and it continues to soar wildly. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 1,000 violent zombies and get 100,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 2,000 violent zombies and get 200,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 3,000 violent zombies and get 300,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 4,000 violent zombies and get 400,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 5,000 violent zombies and get 500,000 points. Chu Feng's points continue to skyrocket. 100,000 points. 200. 0.300000 points. 4000000 points. 5000000 points. The terrifying points still kept going up, and they continued to skyrocket wildly. It didn't stop until 600,000. In other words, Chu Feng's wave of double tornadoes actually killed 6,000 zombies directly. Chu Feng felt that if he wanted to, these two tornadoes could continue to roll on, and they would get bigger and bigger given enough time. He could have grown 2 tornadoes that wiped out the country. It is worthy of being second only to Magneto's genes. And it really is awesome. Sorry. It seemed like I was using too much force just now. Chu Feng withdrew the tornado, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly. It was also the first time that he used Storm's genes, and he didn't expect this ability to be so strong. Upgrade directly to the 4th level. I can only imagine the hell foreheads. The people around were sweating on their foreheads when they heard this. And it was too dangerous to follow this Chu Feng. Let's go. 95, the plane should be waiting over there. After Chu Feng said that, he stepped on the ruins and flew in the direction of the plane. Gary and Segan looked at each other and followed. The crowd soon arrived at the pickup location, da-da-da. A helicopter saw the crowd and began to descend to the ground. Ho-ho-ho, however, at this time on the roof of the other side. A large number of zombies were attracted by the sound of the helicopter, and they poured out directly from the roof of the building and rushed towards the plane frantically. Climb up, seeing this. The helicopter pilot hurriedly pulled the plane up. However, a large number of zombies jumped wildly, and soon some zombies caught the climbing helicopter. A zombie was caught, and a large number of zombies rushed towards it frantically, and even directly pulled the helicopter to the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng understood that, with normal plot development, the helicopter would be pulled directly by the zombies and crashed. They had to go to the airport and intercept other planes. Barely left, but with Chu Feng here, such a thing naturally won't let it happen. Chu Feng stepped forward and was about to save the plane. Wait a minute, Chu Feng. You're not going to release a tornado again. Seeing Chu Feng coming forward, Sejin was taken aback and said with a worried look. The scene of Chu Feng releasing the tornado just now scared them a lot. Another wave. It is estimated that the plane did not crash without the zombies, and was directly blown away by Chu Feng's tornado. Although the others did not speak, they all looked at Chu Feng with fear. It seems that Chu Feng's tornado has really frightened these people enough. I am worried that the great god Chu Feng will come again. Don't worry, this time I don't need tornadoes. I'll change to a less powerful 199. Hearing this, Chu Feng said calmly. When everyone saw that Chu Feng promised not to use a tornado, he breathed a sigh of relief. Help, help. It's about to crash. The helicopter was pulled by a large number of zombies, and it fell more and more and even kept shaking in the air. Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. He stretched out his left hand. Magneto's gene vibrated, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded, directly stabilizing the crumbling helicopter. To Ho-Ho's, however, the toughness of these zombies is really invincible in the world. The further Chu Feng pulled out, the longer the zombie ladder was, holding the plane tightly. More zombies continued to climb up the plane along the zombie ladder. The tornado can't be used, so let's use the lightning. No, the plane is made of metals. If the person above is electrocuted, it will be troublesome. By the way, I can still control the air pressure, so it should be no problem to send an air cannon to the zombies. 35 tornadoes are too dangerous to control, and it would be embarrassing to electrocute people on the plane if lightning strikes the plane. After thinking about it, Chu Feng felt that it was more reliable to compress the air pressure to form an air cannon. For something like air, the power should be smaller. Just do it. Chu Feng directly stretched out his right hand and began to compress the air. At this moment, in front of Chu Feng's palm, the air was highly compressed, and a large number of storms gathered around. Ho-ho 35. A large number of zombies madly climbed up the helicopter along the zombie ladder. It should be almost there. Chu Feng saw that the zombies were about to climb onto the plane, feeling that it was almost there. So he stopped compressing and let go abruptly. Boom. In an instant, crazily compressed air suddenly erupted, as if an invisible cannonball blasted directly at the zombies on the roof. The zombie on the top of the building didn't understand what happened, and was instantly pierced. Not only those zombies. The air bomb exploded, and even the house was blasted through. This is not over yet. It even blasted through half the mountain. The wave of air of money blew the eyes of the people around. When everyone opened their eyes, the air suddenly solidified. The scene was dead silent, and then there was an uproar. Mumble Chu Feng. Is this the less powerful attack you're talking about? Why is this power so small? It's obviously a small range. The entire roof has been blasted away. It's not just the roof. Even the mountain has been blasted through 35. My god, what's this ability, Air Cannon 55? A great god is a great god, is even the air so strong. The small power of the great god, we will never reach it. Gary Segan and the surrounding soldiers looked at the huge hole with a diameter of 5 meters. I thought Chu Feng's tornado was the most terrifying ability. The result was good. Chu Feng unexpectedly fired another air cannon. It was said that the power was small, but the moment it was blasted out, more than half of the entire house was blasted away. The castration continued unabated, and even the mountain that was built along the mountain was blasted out a big hole. Although the power is underestimated, at least the zombies were successfully eliminated. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Feng's back, but luckily he didn't have enough money to reach full level as soon as he came up. Otherwise a city would be gone, cough cough. You care so much, isn't this the solution? He had seen terrifying things, but with a wave of his hand like this. It was the first time he had seen a house that pierced through a mountain. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's left hand to control the plane, it is estimated that the plane would have plummeted. The pilots on the plane were also stupid, and even the plane forgot to open the pool. My God, what did he do? Chu Feng didn't expect the compressed air to be so strong. Only then did he remember that the Storm Girl's full-scale compressed air was as powerful as a small nuclear explosion. No matter how you look at this thing, it has nothing to do with the power. What are you doing? Let's go. Seeing everyone staring at him blankly, Chu Feng reminded. Ah, good, good, Sagan reacted when he heard the words, and protected Gary from the plane quickly. Although this wave of zombies has been repelled, more zombies will come here if they continue to ink. They will not even want to run away when the zombies come. Okay, it's time to break up, seeing the plane coming down. Chu Feng knew that they were all right, and said goodbye to them directly. Chu Feng, aren't you coming? 35. Seeing that Chu Feng actually said that he was going to break up, Sagan asked with a puzzled face, yeah. Although you are very powerful, this place has already fallen. You should go back to the United Nations aircraft carrier with us. Gary also sincerely invited. He couldn't understand why Chu Feng stayed in such a dangerous place. Sorry, I'm used to being free and don't like restraint. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng refused directly. Just kidding, is a Doomsday Magneto. Let him go to the United Nations as a younger brother. Or be a guinea pig, isn't this a joke, but human beings need your abilities without your genes. How can the rest of the human race live? Sejin has not given up until now, and still hopes that Chu Feng can give her his genes. In her opinion, it was useless to find the source of the virus, or to deal with it even if the antidote is produced. The remaining human beings will not survive the siege of zombies. Superpower is the last hope for the continuation of mankind. Didn't Gary find a solution? You just do what he says. Chu Feng heard the words and thought for a while. At this time, Gary should have already thought of a solution. So I don't need him for this matter. What? I have a solution, why don't I know? 5. Gary on the side was dumbfounded when he heard the words. He didn't understand what Chu Feng meant when he said that he had already thought of a solution. He has no way of coping. It's a person who is not infected with a terminal illness by zombies. Haven't you seen that the zombie group does not attack some special people? 35. Chu Feng was also taken aback when he heard the words. He remembered that in the plot, Gary at this time should have twice witnessed the scene of the terminally ill patients not directly avoiding when the zombie tide was charging. What's wrong? This guy doesn't seem to have found a solution. What zombies don't infect terminally ill people? Are you sure? When Gary heard Chu Feng's words, he was overjoyed and asked after 480 he came all the way. Chu Feng fighting was so attractive. How could he still have time to pay attention to the surroundings? So he didn't even notice that zombies avoided terminally ill people. Seeing Chu Feng mention it, he looked at Chu Feng expectantly. Sure. Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. Oh my God, Chu Feng. Your observation is so meticulous that you can even spot this. If it is said that zombies do not infect terminally ill patients, it means that violent zombie virus infection requires healthy parasites. This is where the virus is strongest and where it is most vulnerable. Chu Feng, you are such a genius. Although this cannot eliminate zombies, if applied in military, all soldiers are invisible. When used on survivors, it is completely possible for the remaining humans to avoid zombies and survive. The more Gary thought about it, the happier he became. And the more excited he became in the end. He gave Chu Feng a big hug and said with a look of surprise and excitement, although the pathogen could not be found, but with this discovery, there is hope for the continuation of human beings. He knew that with Chu Feng's meticulous observation and strong reasoning ability, he would definitely be able to help here. Yeah, Chu Feng. Thank you so much for saving all the remaining human beings. Sagan was also excited. With the weakness of this rampant zombie, then they no longer have to worry about the problem of rampant zombies. I found it. Chu Feng was immediately stunned. It should have been discovered by Gary, but his performance was so eye-catching that he didn't notice it. Speaking out about Gary's discovery himself, it turned out to be his own discovery. This made him cry a little. I'll report the news now. Without hesitation, Gary dialed the satellite phone and reported their findings. Are you really not coming? Come with us, Sejin asked Chu Feng before he left. No more words goodbyes. Seeing that Sejin was going to be a lobbyist again, Chu Feng interrupted her directly. The origin of the virus is far more complicated than they thought. This method can only deal with violent zombies and is useless for other zombies. The zombie apocalypse will not end without wind-borne antiviral agents. He also has to go to Raccoon City to settle his grievance with the Umbrella. Then you take care. Before Sejin left, he gave Chu Feng a big hug and exhorted him before turning around and stepping on the plane. Da-da-da, Kathy. The plane took off very quickly and disappeared in the distance in a short time. It will take some time for the survivors to die in Yellen City. It seems that I have to upgrade first. Chu Feng floated up and looked down at the tumultuous zombies in the city of Yellen, as well as the survivors rushing to the airport. Knowing that although the city of Yellen was broken, there were still people alive. He can't do it yet, so he decided to upgrade first. The system directly upgrades Storm's genes. Chu Feng did not hesitate and said directly, huh. In an instant, Chu Feng's 1 million points were instantly emptied. Ding, Storm's genes are being upgraded. Chu Feng only felt a warm current spread rapidly throughout the body, and the whole body was indescribably comfortable. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Storm's genes have been successfully upgraded. At the moment when the system prompt sound completed the upgrade, Chu Feng had a new understanding. The moment the fusion was completed, Chu Feng found that he could sense all the natural energies around him. After upgrading to Tier 2, he can sense the presence of electrical energy and can summon thunder and lightning. When upgrading to the 3rd level, he can sense electromagnetic radiation energy. When you upgrade to the 4th level, you can feel the kinetic energy and tidal energy. Chu Feng feels that he can manipulate the air, create air cannons, form tornado shurikens, and even sense all the tidal movements and airflow changes on this planet. As long as he wants, can create sandstorms, blizzards, and even water tornadoes for tornadoes. Now that Chu Feng, who has upgraded to the 5th rank, has a wonderful insight, she can not only control the power of nature on the earth, he is more able to sense the power of the sun as long as he wants. He can completely control solar storms, ocean currents, magnetic field set, turning the entire planet upside down. This feeling is so cool. Chu Feng lowered his head and found that at some point, the violent zombies in the entire Yeleng city had completely quieted down. Obviously, this is already a dead city. Okay, time to work. As soon as Chu Feng thought about it, he immediately levitated and flew high into the sky. The more he flew up, the more suffocated Chu Feng felt. It seemed that the oxygen around him was no longer able to supply him to breathe. Chu Feng stopped and his natural empathy was activated. The fog filled his pupils, and a large amount of oxygen around him was controlled by Chu Feng and surrounded Chu Feng. Having obtained enough oxygen, Chu Feng felt shocked and very comfortable. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng continued to fly upward, and soon passed through the stratospheric middle layer and the warm layers. Chu Feng finally left the protection of the Earth and really came to space. This is the first time that Chu Feng has left the ground and looked down at the Earth from outside the planet. Blue Star is really beautiful. So beautiful that Chu Feng feels a little relaxed. Chu Feng looked down at the Earth's, and he could no longer see the land. It was all white clouds that were spinning. The radiation here is very serious. The terrifying solar radiation can kill people, and the surrounding cold can freeze people. However, Chu Feng has a natural affinity. These solar radiation not only does not have any pain on his body, but it is actually very comfortable, as if the sun's radiation is the source of Chu Feng's energy. This feeling is very strange. Chu Feng couldn't help but close his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked happy. Chu Feng was enjoying it. But he didn't realize that there was a huge space station behind him. How about the humans on the ground? The new virus spreads and the global population plummets. Should we send someone to rescue? No. The space station has limited resources, and our supplies are getting more and more difficult. What about the Mars base? Is it possible to carry out molecular teleportation directly and send a batch of uninfected humans there? I don't know if Mars polar base is operating normally, but the carrying capacity is very small. What about the other ones? I don't know. There seems to be a problem with the Ojua Research Center over there. DRKE has started the 5-level isolation program. I'm afraid the problem is very serious. 99. The space station was very busy at this time. They also seem to want to accept some human beings on the surface. But the appearance of violent zombies suddenly plunged the world into chaos. The space station is definitely not feasible, and other solutions can only be a few bases on Mars. The polar base seems to have developed water, but at the beginning it could not accommodate many people. And another base seems to have a problem. Everyone is devastated. Damn, then send someone to investigate. The space station master rubbed his temples vigorously. Not breathing well, send people, everyone. Just as the assistant was about to answer, he saw Chu Feng floating in the space behind the station master, and he was completely dumbfounded. The eyeballs barely bulged out. OMG, this is space. How could there be humans out there? Even if there are human beings, why is this human being still breathing freely in space? What the hell is this, everyone who? The station master is having a headache and he has no air. What's up with this assistant? When did he get stuttering? It's outer space, someone is floating outside. Station master 35. The assistant pointed at Chu Feng not far outside and said excitedly, "The astronauts are working normally outside. What's the fuss about? Contact the ground base quickly and solve the Mars thing to me." The station master didn't take it seriously when he heard the words, and said casually, "This is the space station. Which day no one will go out of the capsule." What the hell did you say? What's so strange about someone out there? No, station master, he's not wearing a spacesuit. 35. The assistant looked terrified. Without a spacesuit, how is this possible? Don't be kidding, this space radiation is so. This is impossible. The station master turned back with a puzzled face, secretly saying that there would be no fools who would go out without wearing protective clothing. As a result, when he turned around, he was completely dumbfounded. I only saw that Chu Feng was basking in the sun comfortably in space. If you don't know, you'd think he's on the sand on the ground. But this is space, not to mention the elusive cosmic rays. The ultraviolet rays of the sun can burn people minute by minute. In such an environment, there is someone outside basking in the sun. I got along the cave, a monster. Chu Feng opened his eyes and seemed to find that he had accidentally drifted to the side of the space station, and waved friendly to the station master and assistant. His mouth opened and closed as if to say hello. However, sound cannot be transmitted in space, so it is impossible to hear what Chu Feng is saying. For a moment, the entire control room was silent. The originally busy staff all stopped working one by one, looking at Chu Feng, who was waving in the outer space with disbelief. All of them were stupid. This is space. Why are there visitors outside? And not wearing protective clothing, even greet them. This is just hell, sorry. Forgot to switch to electromagnetic communication. Seeing the confused expression of the people inside, Chu Feng thought it was because he didn't hear his greetings. So he directly switched to electromagnetic communication. Excuse me, I just came out to borrow some solar wind for use. You guys continue, Chu Feng's words came out. And the sound was directly converted into electromagnetic waves and went into the space station. His voice rang directly on the loudspeaker in the hall. Crazy, I must have hallucinations. There are people flying in this space. This is impossible, this is space. He didn't even wear protective clothing. It's more than not wearing it. He can still breathe in space, we can still hear what he says. Hey, it's a monster, what did he just say? Come out to borrow the solar wind. Is he the legendary Superman in an instant? The station master assistants and everyone in the entire space station were all dumbfounded. One by one their mouths widened and their eyes widened, looking at Chu Feng's face in shock and disbelief. They never thought that there were actually people in this space. Let alone some people. Even if they didn't wear protective clothing. Even if they didn't wear protective clothing. They could even talk to them in space. Can you believe such a thing? This is simply a monster. What made them even more confused was that Chu Feng even said that he wanted to borrow some solar wind to use it. What the hell, the solar wind is everywhere, can we borrow it? When everyone was wondering, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. The storm girl Gene in her body vibrated wildly. And in an instant, the surrounding solar wind gathered towards Chu Feng in a large area. Not long after, a solar storm formed around Chu Feng's body. Bang tilde. The terrifying heat is so amazing that the heat detectors are instantly bursting. Master, it's not good. Our instrument is affected by the violent solar wind and has a problem. The assistant looked horrified. This usually occurs when a solar flare occurs, when such a shock occurs. But now suddenly there is a problem. Could it be said that the solar flare has erupted now? It's him, quick, turn off all electronics. The violent solar flare movement will release terrifying energy to form the solar wind. There is a large amount of supersonic plasma charged particle flow in the solar wind. Once it hits the electronic equipment, the electronic equipment will be overloaded and burned in an instant. Without any hesitation, the station master gave the order decisively. But now the sun's motion has not changed at all. At this moment, he finally understood what Chu Feng meant by borrowing some solar wind. For a moment, surrounding staff did not hesitate, and decisively cut off all the power supply in the space station. That is to say, this thing was done by Chu Feng, Kakaka. This guy can actually control the solar wind that the sun shoots towards the earth. This is simply evil. Chu Feng didn't hesitate. Like a huge fireball, one turned around and rushed towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng brought a violent solar storm like a meteor, burning and blasting towards Yelin City at this moment. All the zombies in the entire city of Yelin raised their heads and looked into the air when they heard the loud noise. Before Chu Feng landed, the terrifying high temperature had already illuminated the earth red. Ouch, these violent zombies can choose people to infect, which is naturally different from ordinary zombies. At this moment, all the zombies in the city felt the threat of destruction. Under the control of the virus, it began to pour out of the city. If the high-level officials of the United Nations see this scene, they will be shocked to drop their jaw. Zombies. That's a tough, fearless zombie. Such a monster even has the time to flee in fear, which shows how terrifying this enemy is. It has to be said that violent zombies can quickly sweep the world, relying on its rapid infection and mobility. Running wildly, even soldiers can't run. This is their secret, however. Even the violent zombies known for their speed did not have time to evacuate Yelin City. And Chu Feng had already fallen into Yelin City with a bang. Wu tilde boom 39 in an instant. The terrifying solar wind spread frantically around Chu Feng. A huge tornado storm was formed, roaring out and spreading in all directions, O tilde. A large number of violent zombies made their last screams before they died and rushed outwards frantically. However, under the terrifying high temperature, those zombies were already ignited while running. The temperature of the magma is usually between 700 and 1200 degrees, while the temperature of Chu Feng's solar wind reaches more than 10,0 degrees. Such a terrifying high-temperature solar storm. Zombies and viruses are all garbage. Those terrifying and violent zombies who were able to capture a high city within an hour were burned to ashes under the terrifying high temperature before they ran far. The surrounding house scars and even the high walls of Yellen melted without being able to hold back for a long time. A terrifying magma field was formed around it in an instant. In Chu Feng's mind, the system's crazy prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 100 violent zombies and get 10,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 200 violent zombies and get 20,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Kill 300 violent zombies and get 30,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the host. Killing 400 violent zombies and earning 40,000 points. With the sound of the system prompt, Chu Feng's points quickly soared from 0 points 10. 0.20000, points 30000, points 40000, points 50. 0 points, it quickly reached 100,000 points. This has not stopped and it is still skyrocketing wildly. Ding, congratulations to the Hoskill 1. 0 violent zombisand get 100,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskill 2,000 violent zombies. And get 200,000 points, ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 3,000 violent zombisand get 300,000 points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskill 4,000 violent zombies. And get 400,000 points, ding, congratulations to the host. Kill 5,000 violent zombisand get 500,000 points. Chu Feng's points are still skyrocketing 100,000 points. 200,000 points 30000, points 40000 points. It quickly reached 1 million points again. This has not stopped, it is still skyrocketing, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskilling 10. 0 violent zombies and earning 1 million points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskilling 20. 0 violent zombies and earning 2 million points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskilling 30. 0 violent zombies and earning 3 million points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskilling 40. 0 violent zombies and earning 4 million points, ding. Congratulations to the Hoskilling 50. 0 violent zombies and earning 5 million points. Points are skyrocketing, 1 million points, 2 million points. 3 million points, 4 million points. The 4 million points have not stopped. And they are still rising. 6 million points, 7 million points, 8 million points. 15 million points. The points did not stop until it reached 15 million points. Chu Feng hit the solar storm and directly destroyed the city of Yelang, killing 150,000 violent zombies, that is. Chu Feng did not collect the solar wind for too long, and the city was surrounded by a wall of dozens of meters high, which blocked the impact of the solar storm and gave the violent zombies outside the wall a chance to escape. Have to double it 10 times inside the space station. The solar wind has passed, the assistant reminded. Then why are you still standing there? Quickly. Restart the power, mobilize the satellite. I want to see where the person just went. Without any hesitation, the station master asked his subordinates to restart the power directly to detect where Chu Feng went. Such a large response. It is impossible for satellites not to record. The reboot was successful 35. According to satellite positioning, the location of the attack is Yelang City. The subordinates quickly found the location of Chu Feng's attack and said, "What? It's impossible, it's a holy place for humans. Why would he attack it? 99 count the possible deaths. Damn it, is this guy a devil? He even attacked Yelang City." When the station master heard the report of his subordinates, his body trembled. The inner city of Yellen City is directly protected by a huge city wall tens of meters high. And it is one of the cities with the largest gathering of survivors on the entire surface. Chu Feng actually attacked such a city. And it is estimated that the survivors must have suffered a lot of casualties. He has already labeled Chu Feng as a devil in his heart. That. The operator quickly got in touch with the United Nations on the ground. But the number of people they came up with made the assistant stunned. What's wrong, but more than 100,000 people died. Seeing the operator's expression trembling, the station master asked, in the era of peace more than 100. 0 people seem to be nothing. But in the world of doomsday zombie drama, there are only 100 people alive. And few cities in the world can maintain such a scale of survivors. Even the lighthouse country has moved directly to the aircraft carrier at sea. The bombing death toll just now is 0. The operator spoke truthfully. What did you say, 0? What about the people from Jellums? The station master was stunned when he heard the words, and said with a dazed expression, with such a big solar storm. He didn't understand how Yeleng City had 0 casualties. This is unscientific. Yeleng City was breached by violent zombies an hour ago. And it was impossible for anyone to survive just now. The operator said with certainty, so he's ours now. Quick contact the ground, let them find it. And be sure to find this person for me. The station master was overjoyed to hear that. I thought that Chu Feng attacked Yellen City and was the public enemy of mankind. It turned out that he turned out to be attacking zombies. So he was on the side of humans. If such a person can be used, it is simply not very good, yes. The solar storm bombarded by Chu Feng shocked the whole world. And people all over the planet were looking for Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng himself did not know. The points are enough for the final upgrade of my Magneto Gene. But I have to find a safe place. As soon as Chu Feng thought about it, the Storm Girl's genes were shocked. And the surrounding air pressure kept changing. He actually seemed to be a cannonball that caused a sonic boom and broke through the air. On the Arcadia, a beautiful girl stood on the deck, looking at the sea in the distance as always. The setting sun is slowly sinking in the west, giving people a feeling of sadness. Why waiting for him here again? Chris came to the girl and asked. No, Claire denied. Not yet, others don't know you, I don't know you yet. From childhood to adulthood. What are you carrying in your heart, brothers? I still don't understand. Running up to dozens of times a day with a look of eagerness. Who can deceive 35? Just say it if you like it. It's the end of the day, what are you afraid of? Chris and Claire are brother and sister. And Chris knows his sister well. What kind of mind can hide from him as soon as Chu Feng left? She didn't want to eat or drink. So she ran to the deck to watch the sea. What's so beautiful about this sea? Don't you still want to wait if you like Chu Feng? Just say it straight, no, it's the end. What's there to be afraid of? I just think that he has been gone for so many days. And there is no information. You say whether he will encounter any danger. I heard that there are more violent zombies in Busan. Maybe he is now surrounded by zombies. Maybe encounter a more powerful monster, X. Claire said with hesitation and worry. Chu Feng went to Busan for so long. The zombies over there are still mutated violent zombies. She was worried that Chu Feng would be besieged by the zombies. Or if you encounter more terrifying monsters, you won't be able to come back. Stop. My dear sister, what do you mean by so many days? Chu Feng left in the early hours of yesterday. It's just over a day and a half to endure until now. Those who didn't know thought he was gone for a few months. Or even a few years. As for Chris was about to cry. And he didn't seem to be worried about Claire for a year and a half after he left as a brother. The result was good. Chu Feng just left in the early morning yesterday. And it only took a day and a half. Claire ran back and forth dozens of times on the deck, looking eager to see. Also said that Chu Feng has been gone for so many days. Will he encounter danger? Hey, silly girl. What danger could it be to leave for a day? Besides, Chu Feng is so powerful, who can beat Chu Feng on this planet? Isn't this worrying? Can't you be concerned about what his brother eats at night? I'm not worried about him. He should have come back last night. And it has been delayed until now 0. Claire was shy when Chris said this and said shyly, "Only a day and a half. Why does she feel like centuries have passed? Chu Feng should have come back before dark last night. Unexpectedly, I haven't come back yet. I don't know how Chu Feng is now, okay. You wait, I'll go down first. 9 Hey Leon, how's it going? Let's have 2 drinks in the evening." Chris can't stand his sister. Thinking of 2 days as if it were a few centuries is pretty cool. He can't handle much, he's hungry. So I called Leon to prepare for 2 drinks in the evening. "Okay, I'm running out of wine, please invite me tonight 35. Seeing Chris' invitation, Leon touched the somewhat empty jug and said, "Don't worry, I found a wine cooler on the bottom of the boat. I mean, there is such a good thing you didn't call me. It's not enough, brother, be quiet. This wine is running out. Don't let Luther and the others hear it. Look at what you did, hahaha." Chris can't control his sister, who is Sichun. He doesn't care whether Chu Feng can come back anyway. He found the wine cabinet, and he has to drink a few bottles with Leon tonight. The two murmured and walked all the way to the cabin. Not far away in the rooms, Alice looked at Claire on the deck through the window and was a little dazed. And she didn't know what she was thinking. Why worried? Yes, then Claire is younger and gentler than you. And it's normal to have a sense of crisis. King Ada's voice suddenly came from the wall beside the window. "0." Alice stuck her head out and saw King Ida leaning against the wall, playing with her little daggers. "Damn, do you all like spying on other people's privacy?" Alice was a little dissatisfied. Alice didn't want to hide her thoughts, but she was annoying this King Ada. Nothing is always elusive, as if you have to inquire about everything. Even such a gossip, it's a spy who has gone crazy. Do you still use snooping for something so obvious? The corner of King Ada's mouth rose and he said proudly, "Oh, really? The changing room is so exciting, should I spy on it too?" Alice looked at King Ada with a smug look and said casually, "Damn, Jill, how dare you sell me to see if I don't teach her a lesson at night?" When King Ada heard Alice's words, he immediately thought of the scene where Chu Feng was invisible in the changing room, and gnashed his teeth in anger. Only she, Chu Feng, and Jill knew about this matter. Chu Feng leaves it is impossible to publicize this matter. Then only Jill is the one who leaks the secret. This hateful woman. The fourth person can't know about this good thing. Let's see how she fixes her at night, after all. King Ada did not hesitate and went directly to Jill to settle the account. Heights called the wall has ears. Don't think I don't know the secret deal between the two of you. My mother used to be a secret agent. 5. Seeing King Ada deflated and leaving, the corners of Alice's mouth rose, her face was a little smug. And she muttered, "Just you still want to spy on my old lady's information? I'll do it first. And I've heard everything you said in secret last night. Alas, Chu Feng, where have you been?" Seeing King Ada leaving, Alice also looked at the empty sea and sighed. Logically speaking, Chu Feng should have returned last night, however. Now that the sun is about to set, there is still no trace of Chu Feng. And I don't know where he is. Alice is not worried that Chu Feng will encounter a crisis, because Chu Feng has never encountered a crisis. What she was worried about was whether Chu Feng would bring another woman back when he went out for a trip. This was what she was worried about. She used to be the only one around Chu Feng. But every time Chu Feng went out, a woman with a heart would emerge, which made her very uneasy. Booms 35. Just as Alice was thinking about when Chu Feng would come back, a sound of breaking the sky suddenly sounded in the distance. A small black spot made a sound of sonic boom, and it roared towards this side against the sea. And its might was like a fighter jet. There is a situation, everyone is ready to fight. 99. Alice responded quickly and shouted directly, "You must know that even this cruise ship has robbed the Umbrella Company. They have armed helicopters here but no fighter planes. He has been in the army for many years, and the sound of fighter jets can still be heard. This power is very similar to a fighter plane. But the sound is very strange, 35. And what came from afar directly set off a sonic boom, approaching at a high speed no matter how you looked at it. It looked like a fighter jet. The probability of the enemy is very large and should not be underestimated. In a blink of an eye, a large number of people on the cruise ship rushed to the deck with weapons. Ready to fight. Chris, who was about to have a drink with Leon, stared at the dark spot under the night, with a puzzled expression on his face. But this person's voice doesn't sound like that of a fighter jet. The problem is that the power is similar to that of a fighter jet, which is strange. Boom, boom, boom. The black spot in the distance swept here at supersonic speed. In a blink of an eye, it was not far from the cruise ship. That's not a fighter plane, it's a person. Wait, why is this person so familiar? F***K it's Chu Feng. Oh my god, it's really Chu Feng. 5. Flying can set off a sonic boom. Doesn't it mean that Chu Feng can fly faster than the speed of sound now? Supersonic isn't that faster than a fighter jet? Flying faster than a fighter jet is simply awesome. Damn it, as expected of Chu Feng, he is awesome. 666. Looking at Chu Feng, who came out of nowhere, Alice, Claire, King Ada, Jill, Leon, Matt, Chris K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher and others were all stupid one by one. Their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. Such a 480 momentum. It must be a supersonic fighter to form it. In the end, it turned out to be a person. And it was the Chu Feng they were familiar with. They all know about Chu Feng's abilities, but they have only seen Chu Feng flying in the past. And this is the first time they have seen supersonic flight. In just 2 days, this Chu Feng has become stronger again. This progress is too fast. At this rate of growth, there is no one else, with a flesh and blood, standing shoulder to shoulder with fighters. There is no one else except to say that they are awesome. They can no longer use other words to describe the shock in their hearts. Hey, you know I'm coming back, why are they all on decks? 35. Chu Feng stopped on the cruise ship and looked at everyone's puzzled faces. He did not understand why so many people gathered on the deck. Do you mean to welcome him back, but it's not right? He didn't contact him in advance when he came back. How did they know he was back at this point in time? 66. Alice, Claire, King Ada, Jill, Leon, Matt, Chris K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher and others all had cheek twitches. Alice, Claire and Jill rolled their eyes directly at Chu Feng. With your power you can hear it from 10 miles away. Can they not know? Seeing this, Alice wanted to go up to meet her. Chu Feng, you are finally back, however at this time. Claire rushed forward and gave Chu Feng a big hug. Didn't her brother Chris just say it? It's the end of the day, so what are you going to do? Say if you like it, hug if you want. So she didn't hesitate and threw herself into Chu Feng's arms. Chris on the side secretly gave Claire a thumbs up. And the meaning was obvious, good job sister. Brother will support Yao, come on. How about you, you're not hurt, why did it take so long? I'm worried to deaths. I heard that the zombies in the country of Bangzi have mutated. And they are all violent zombies. It is too dangerous for you to be alone. While holding Chu Feng, Claire nervously checked to see if Chu Feng was injured. She was caring and asking for help. She was really considerate, feeling Claire's embrace. Chu Feng felt agitated, and listening to Claire's concern was heartwarming. When I come back from going out, it feels so good to have a beautiful woman hug and greet me. However, in the next moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt a light on his back. Chu Feng, who fused with Storm's genes, gained the ability to naturally empathize and became more sensitive to crisis. This is killing intent. Definitely Sen Leng's killing intent. And there is more than one source. When Chu Feng turned around, he found that Alice, Jill, and King Ada were all looking at him. And those eyes almost condensed into substance. Especially Alice's murderous look with resentment. Jill's loss, and King Ada's murderous aura all made Chu Feng feel different. What the hell, I just went out for a few days. How do I feel like something happened on this ship? Cough, cough. Well, Claire, there are many people here, we will Chu Feng had no choice but to let Claire go. Chu Feng, it's great that you are finally back. Bo Tao's sister Christopher saw Chu Feng let go of Claire. Her eyes lit up without any hesitation. She rushed forward, hugged Chu Feng's arm and said with concern while speaking. Xingde and Xing'er deliberately let Xingde and Xing'er squeeze Chu Feng's arm. Good, I have to say that Christopher. As a Bollywood dream-seeking actress, she's a hot figure. And her angelic face gives people a dreamy feeling. Her squeeze caused Chu Feng to take a deep breath. And when he thought of the scene of oxygen supplying her underwater in the prison elevator shaft, he couldn't help but respect her. The murderous intentions of Alice. Jill and King Ada were thrown out into the clouds. Chu Feng, where have you been? Did you encounter some powerful monsters again? Tell me about it, Kay. Matt saw that Christopher's initiative Chu Feng did not refuse. His face flashed, and he understood that this was an opportunity to challenge Alice's authority. He even greeted him tacitly, grabbed Chu Feng's other hand and said with a look of admiration, "She is very interested in Chu Feng's battle outside. I hope Chu Feng can tell some stories about going out in front of her." I have to say, Kay, Matt is a petite type, but she can't stop her cute face. That kind of feeling of being a little bird and listening to a story with a face of admiration. Even a man can't refuse. Yes, come on. Tell us what zombies you have encountered these days. Christopher also understood Matt's intention, and even directly formed an alliance to attack Chu Feng from left to right. She was already big, and this excitement was even more turbulent. Seeing Chu Feng a little dizzy, ha. It's nothing, this story is a bit long. Where do you want me to start? Chu Feng thought about it and prepared to tell the two girls about the experience of the past 2 days. Not to mention from the trip to Busan to the World War Z. From the high-speed train smashing the zombies to the solar storm melting the zombies. There is really a lot to say. And this feeling of being admired is really good. So Chu Feng can't help but float. And he has temporarily forgotten the dangers around him. Go away, Chu Feng is mine. Matt and Christopher are happy, but Claire is not happy. This position was won by her first. And the two of you are against it. And you can't bear to take it back when she just came out. He jumped up, directly hugged Chu Feng, and prevented the two of them from approaching. Don't think she didn't notice. These two guys secretly looked at Chu Feng's little eyes. 8. Where is this worship? Chu Feng wants to listen to the story. And simply wants to be close to Chu Feng intentionally. What's yours? I don't know what you're talking about. Come on. Chu Feng will tell me a good story about the outside world tonight. I want to listen too, then let's listen together. 30. The three of them even scrambled to fight for Chu Feng in public. And the surrounding Chris, Leon, Matt, Luther, Angel and others were stunned and envious. Mine. Let the fluttering Chu Feng be pulled from heaven to hell in an instant. He is mine, but he didn't know that Chu Feng, as the object of competition, was miserable. What did you say? We just wanted to hear the story. Chu Feng 35. What was even more terrifying was that the three behind Alice, King Adon, Jill had a gloomy face almost at the same time, and called out his name with murderous intent. You two, it's too much, that. Alice, Jill, Ada, how are you? Chu Feng greeted Alice, Jill, and King Ada awkwardly. Can this be blamed on him? How did he know that he would only go out for a few days? And when he came back, he would become a sweet pastry looted by the girls. He is also very helpless. Is it wrong to be excellent? Alice and Jill can say. What happened to King Ada's murderous gaze? Could it be that King Ada likes him, but that's not right? Just her spy nature, would she like him? It's impossible. Okay, you big B ******* say. When did you mess with the two of them? Alice didn't care about Chu Feng's smile, and said with a cold face, did you stab it out? And King Ada also stared at Chu Feng fiercely, and said coldly she just found Jill. But Jill didn't say anything about the changing room. And only Chu Feng and Jill know about this matter. And now Alice knows it too. Given Chu Feng's intimacy with Alice, no matter how you look at it, it is possible. You peeked and peeked, I haven't settled the account with you. And now I still tell others, can this be tolerated? What do you mean did I stab it out, what is it? Chu Feng is even more confused, what did he do? 20 He has been killing zombies outside, okay. What happened to him again? It's us in the changing room. Seeing Chu Feng's innocent look, King Ada became even more angry. And Yinya clenched his teeth subconsciously and said, it's just that the moment she said the words, she immediately realized that she had missed her mouth, and quickly covered her small mouth, swipe, swipe, swipe. In an instant, everyone on the deck looked at Chu Feng and King Ada. The originally noisy deck was instantly deadly quiet, and you could even hear a needle falling. After a long time there was a lot of noise around. It's incredible. Chu Feng is actually in the dressing room with King Ada. What are you doing in the dressing room? What do you say you can do? Damn, Ada's expected. Chu Feng is so powerful. Even an ice beauty like Ada Wang can handle it 35. Yanfu is not shallow, it is an ideal that a man dreams of. In an instant, Chris, Leon, Matt, Luther, Angel and others all looked at Chu Feng with envy. Jealousy and hatred. I didn't expect it. This King Ada usually behaved like an iceberg in front of Chu Feng. But he secretly played with Chu Feng in the changing room. Too much, bro, things are hidden so deeply. What, Chu Feng? Chu Feng, yeah, what did you and Ida Wang do in the dressing room? Claire, who was obedient to Chu Feng originally, heard that Chu Feng was in the changing room with King Ada, and her face immediately turned cold. Staring at Chu Feng coldly, killing intent pervaded. Hello, Chu Feng, she just said it. The signal she released was already obvious. But Chu Feng didn't answer. It turned out that he was secretly involved with the King Ada. Chu Feng, what's going on, Kay? Matt and Christopher both squinted and stared at Chu Feng. They were also stunned. They saw that Chu Feng and the King Ada were quite distant on weekdays. Why did they get into the changing room? Cough. It's not what you think, it was an accident. I was invisible at the time. I promise I didn't do anything with her. Chu Feng shuddered when he saw Alice, King Ada, and Jill all cast murderous eyes. Especially when I saw that the eyes of Claire, Kay, Matt, and Christopher, who were obedient, began to turn cold. I realized that these people had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. He is also innocent. At that time he really saw everything, but he did nothing. He was in a state of invisibility. And King Ada didn't know his existence at all. And it was really unfair to say what he did, quiet. Very quiet, quiet to the extreme. For a moment the surrounding wind seemed to stop. Everyone looked at Chu Feng with disbelief. They thought that Chu Feng and King Ada were serious about getting together. But it turned out that Chu Feng turned out to be invisible. Well, I suddenly remembered that there was still a wine party. So I left first, Chris. Leon was keenly aware that the chaos of things was far beyond imagination. And it was full of wind and rain. This is going to blow up, so quickly say goodbye and leave. After that, he pulled Chris, who was bewildered. Chris is crazy, this Chu Feng has always been single. And seems to be an upright man. He is a good man and trusted by his sister for life. Why has he suddenly become popular? And Chu Feng is still hiding in King Ada's dressing room. What happened to these two? Chris, who was pulled, also reacted, and found that the atmosphere around him was too gunpowder. And quickly said, yes, we haven't finished our wine yet. So I'll go first after that. Chris quickly chased after Leonevan, ignoring his sister. I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything, you go on. Yes, we are all deaf, go, seeing this Luther. Angel, Matt and others hurriedly pretended that they didn't see or hear anything. They gestured to each other and left quickly. The smell of gunpowder here is too strong. And it will explode the deck that had just been lively. All the male compatriots have already run away in a blink of an eye, leaving only Chu Feng, Alice, Claire, King Ada, Jill, Kay, Matt and Christopher. Chu Feng, please explain. What's the situation when you sneaked into Ada's dressing room? Claire was the first to attack, staring at Chu Feng and speaking coldly. Thanks to her worrying about Chu Feng so much, Chu Feng actually did such a thing. 480 secretly used his ability to peek at King Ada. This is too much, you have the ability to peek at me. Wait a minute, how could I have this weird thought? No matter, this matter must be explained to me, yes. I thought you were an upright person. But I didn't expect you to do such a thing behind your back. Will you sneak a peek at us at any time, suck? So scary, so exciting, 35 no, it's too scary. How can you do this? It's just too much. It was a surprise that time. If you really want to peek at King Ada, you don't need to be invisible at all. You can see it directly through the wall. Why is it necessary to peek invisibly? Seeing that Claire's eyes were filled with icy murderous intent, and the women around her joined in their condemnation, Chu Feng panicked and quickly explained, think about it. I can control all spectral energy. Do I really need to be invisible? I can see it through the wall. It's over, there's no need to wash this wave. Not only Claire, Jill, Alice, Kay, Matt and Christopher also condemned Chu Feng. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, the scene became even quieter. Even if he didn't use natural empathy, he could still feel the murderous gazes around him. He can control all spectral energies. Okay, stop arguing, it's a surprise. What? You can see through a asterisk hole. Yeah, tilde, sure enough. Chu Feng's explanation instantly made all the girls pale, and quickly covered their bodies and looked at Chu Feng cautiously. Originally, they thought that Chu Feng could only be invisible, but he was actually able to see through. This guy's ability is too much. Will he use it often to see them? I promise I have never used it on you. You have to believe me, I believe in you, sisters, beat him. Hey, don't fight, never did it. It's too much to only use it on King Ada, beat him. Cough cough, that's suddenly remembered. I still need to break through, so I'll go first, 99. No matter how Chu Feng explained it. A bunch of women came up to greet Chu Feng with a bunch of pink fists. And they almost didn't draw their guns. Chu Feng had no choice but to find an excuse and ran into the cabin decisively. After entering his room, Chu Feng did not hesitate. Locked the door decisively and closed it directly. He didn't care who came during this period. These women are all angry, they don't say anything. And they will be cold for a few days, alas. Is it a mistake to be excellent? Chu Feng sighed helplessly. System, start to upgrade Magneto Gene level 6. After Chu Feng calmed down, he no longer cared about the situation outside, and spoke directly to the system, ding host. You need 10 million points to upgrade Magneto Gene level 6. Do you want to upgrade now? Yes, 35. Chu Feng did not hesitate and decided to upgrade Ding. Upgrading, as Chu Feng chose to upgrade Magneto rank 6. Chu Feng rolled his eyes and fell down. Chu Feng's body fell. But his consciousness was still there at this moment. Chu Feng discovered that his consciousness had surpassed the speed of light for the first time, expanding wildly outwards. He saw the girls arguing at the door, and also saw Chris and Leon drinking in the cabin. Chu Feng's consciousness did not stop, and continued to expand outwards, and soon left the sea and climbed onto the land. He saw a large number of zombies swaying in the city, and also saw survivors struggling to survive among the zombies. His consciousness has not stopped and continues to expand. Chu Feng found himself in the space station, and he could sense the busyness of the people above. They launched all the satellites to frantically search for Chu Feng's traces. But they didn't know that Chu Feng was by their side. Chu Feng's consciousness continued to expand. Chu Feng saw the solar wind from the sun towards the earth, and also saw photons and electrons at this moment. It seems that everything in this world, as long as it is related to electromagnetic force, there is nothing that he cannot sense. Chu Feng's thoughts continued to expand toward the sun, and soon came to the surface of the sun. Looking at the huge and hot gas planet of the sun, and feeling the seemingly endless nuclear fusion, Chu Feng felt his own insignificance and the vastness of the universe. On the Earth, the sun can be seen at most as large as a disk. But only when you watch it up close can you feel the shock of this huge planet. The volume alone is 1.3 million times that of the Earth. and the planet is like a grain of sand and dust in front of it. With a thought, Chu Feng entered the quantum realm of nuclear fusion inside the sun. Chu Feng can clearly see two protons fused together to produce deuterium. Deuterium and protons fuse to produce helium-3. The fusion of helium-3 nuclei produces helium-4. The fusion of helium-3 and helium-4 produces beryllium-7. And the fusion of beryllium-7 with protons produces two helium-4 nuclei. The nuclear fusion inside the entire sun is constantly reacting, generating other elements and releasing massive amounts of energy to radiate to the outside world. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly realized, atoms are made up of electrons and nuclei. The nucleus is made up of protons and neutrons. Protons are made up of up quarks and down quarks, that is, all atoms consist of only 3 particless electrons. Up quarks and down quarks in essence. All elements on the periodic table are composed of these 3 particles. So can he directly control the 3 particles of electrons, up quarks and down quarks inside the molecules, and reconstruct them into desired elements. As soon as Chu Feng thought of this, his entire consciousness went straight back to his body, and soon returned to his body. Chu Feng, who was in a drowsy state, sat up directly with his knees crossed. Chu Feng made a move against the wall, and a piece of metal fell off the wall and flew over, floating in front of Chu Feng. The Magneto Gene all over Chu Feng vibrated wildly, and the electromagnetic force field continued to penetrate the entire metal, and began to modify the nucleus. After a while, the suspended metal changed in various forms such as gold, silver, copper, and iron, and finally turned into a piece of wood. Go. Chu Feng threw the metal that turned into wood and stretched out his hands. Living things are composed of various organs, and various organs are composed of cells, and cells are composed of atoms, and atoms are composed of nuclei and electrons. The nucleus is made up of up quarks and down quarks. He can control electrons up quarks and down quarks to reconstruct matter and change the properties of objects. Then he can also generate and reconstitute his own cells. So a strange scene appeared. Chu Feng obviously only had 1 pair of hands, however. As Chu Feng kept waving his hands, he actually had an extra pair of hands. That's fine. He kept moving and his arms kept increasing, like after images one after another. After a while, a bunch of arms appeared on his back, which looked very strange, like Doctor Strange. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, the arms behind him all merged into one, returning to their original appearance, as if everything just happened was an illusion. At the same time, the system prompt sound came from Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully advanced to the 6th rank and understood the ultimate meaning of electromagnetic force. Is this the ultimate meaning of electromagnetism? It's really cool. I feel money that I can create all things and become all things. Chu Feng was very refreshed when he heard the system's prompt sound, and stood up directly with a look of joy on his face. He took a step forward and actually walked out of himself. Chu Feng turned back and looked at the original Chu Feng, smiling almost at the same time. This feeling of looking at yourself is amazing. Chu Feng glanced at it, and directly saw Claire looking anxiously outside through the metal door, and asked in confusion, "At least the women from the gang outside don't have to fight for another pool. Wait a minute, if I do thistos that count as greening myself." At this moment there was a rapid knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Chu Feng felt the charm of element reconstruction for the first time, as if he had 2 bodies and as if the 2 bodies were oneself. What's wrong? He can take as many avatars as he wants. Chu Feng, it's great that you finally woke up. Claire was overjoyed when she heard Chu Feng's voice, and then said anxiously, "No, something happened. Speak. What's the matter?" Chu Feng looked puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. Alice left suddenly. "I don't know what is going on. King Ada is recovering. Data, come and see." Claire didn't speak out, and walked out with Chu Feng directly. Not long after, Chu Feng followed Claire to the hall. The data of King Ada in the inside also just returned to normal. And the surveillance video was directly opened. In the video, Alice was sitting in the control room when suddenly the screen flashed and a redhead portrait was revealed. This avatar Chu Feng is very familiar. It is the Red Queen. "It's you, what are you doing here?" Alice looked up. Looked at the Red Queen and said with a cold face, "This Red Queen is really haunted." And she was able to directly invade the computer on the cruise ship. It made Alice immediately alert. "My satellite shows that there are 440. Zero people left on the surface. Now the virus has begun to mutate in a new direction. Within 48 hours, human beings will become extinct." The Red Queen warned. The last violent zombie outbreak was a wave of billions of deaths. 440,000 people sounds like a lot. But it is really unstoppable in the face of a new round of virus mutation. 48 hours is her conservative estimate. What do you want? Want us to surrender? 480 you wiped out the humans. Alice asked suspiciously. Didn't the Red Queen always want to exterminate humanity? Instead, he cares about humans. It made her feel a little ridiculous. No, on the contrary, I want you to stop me. Just when Alice thought that the Red Queen was mocking her and asking her to surrender, the Red Queen gave a completely different answer. She did not come to mock a listener to gloat, nor to make Alice surrender. Instead, she came to get Alice to stop it. I do not believe you, Alice spoke very simply. Your computer wanted to kill her from the very beginning. After fighting for so long, now you say you don't want to live anymore. And let Alice kill her, no normal person would believe it. In view of history, I had long expected that you would not agree. If you don't intervene, humanity will become extinct. There will be no survivors by then. The Red Queen spoke mechanically. How do you want me to help? Alice frowned and asked. The last time the virus mutate violent zombies appeared, and the global population dropped sharply by 90%. The rest of humanity is no longer enough to take risks. So Alice chose to continue asking. Umbrella has developed a wind-borne antitoxin that, when released, destroys the T-virus and everything that is infected, including variants Red Queen Road. Does it work? Alice asked. Sure, the Red Queen affirmed. Where's the antitoxin? Alice asked suspiciously. In the Beehive underground in Raccoon City. Why are you helping me? Alice looked puzzled. Didn't understand what was going on with this artificial intelligence. How did it suddenly change for the better? My programming does not allow me to harm the interests of the Umbrella Company. But you do not have such restrictions. The Red Queen did not give a direct answer, but said from left to right. You're betraying the Umbrella Company and your creator. Why? Alice was even more puzzled. Since your procedures prevent you from doing harm to the interests of the Umbrella Company, why are you still doing it? Don't talk to the old lady about conscience, you. An artificial intelligence have a ghostly conscience. Arrived at Raccoon City within 48 hours. Enter the hive. You will find the answer. The Red Queen still did not answer Alice's question directly. I won't believe a word of yours, Alice said with a cold expression on her face. It's true, I can provide what you want very much. What is that? Alice asked suspiciously. Vengeance Wesker, he is dead, Alice said bluntly. Alice watched Chu Feng kill Wesker with her own eyes. On this ship, Wesker was smashed into flesh by Chu Feng alive. And it was impossible to resurrect. That is just a clone, his body has always been in the hive. Time is running out, I will reset your watch. Good luck, Taffy, and beep beep. After the Red Queen finished speaking, the watch on Alice's hand began to count down. And the image of the Red Queen flashed and closed. Who tilde? Alice let out a long breath and walked out quickly. Ada Wang tapped a few times on the keyboard. And another screen popped up. This is the corridor outside Chu Feng's room in the picture. Alice came directly to Chu Feng's door and knocked on the door. There was no response from the door and no response at all. Alice saw Chu Feng sleeping inside through the window. She seemed to know that the current Chu Feng was advancing and could not be disturbed. She gritted her teeth and left again. Then she went to Claire's door again, but left before knocking. It can be seen that her appearance is very tangled, finally. She directly enters the monitoring system and deletes the picture. It seems that she does not want everyone to know the letter from the Red Queen. After that, the plane took off directly into the night, and soon disappeared. That's how it is. King Ada finished playing and shrugged. The video file was missing and deleted. But for a spy like Ada Wang, it was not difficult to recover the deleted data. I don't understand. Why is she hiding from all of us when she wants to leave? Leon looked puzzled. Didn't understand what happened to this Alice. The zombie virus is going to mutate further, and human beings are going to be destroyed. Why didn't she call them on such a big thing? Also delete the information, yes. She even walked to Claire's door but left in a daze. Chris was also puzzled. She doesn't want you to die. Chu Feng knows Alice too well, needless to say. Alice hesitated after receiving the message from the Red Queen, and finally chose to believe it. She first found Chu Feng. But at this time, Chu Feng was breaking through. She understood that at this time, Chu Feng would not wake up in a short time. She wanted to call other people, but the others were ordinary people back then. 700 Alice clones with superpowers couldn't handle Wesker. In the face of Wesker's fusion of T-viruses, ordinary people only served food. So she chose to hide it and delete the data. Don't let people follow. She wanted to take everything on her own if she succeeds. Everything will be fine if she fails with Chu Feng on board. The people on board are the last hope of mankind. Damn, does she think we are people who are afraid of death? I must be there to save the world. Yes, this is a big boss. How can I miss Chris? Although they all knew that they were ordinary people. They might die if they went there, but they did not flinch. And Claire Jill Lyons. Chris and others all said that they were going to destroy Navisk and get the wind-borne antidote. Okay, I'll take a step first, and you guys will come behind. Chu Feng did not stop everyone from going, but his speed was relatively fast, so he went first, to beware of Alice's mistakes. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he stepped out and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened it again, his eyes were already foggy. Chu Feng was suspended, and the Stormgirl gene in his body shook wildly. Boom. Chu Feng ascended into the air, accelerated continuously, and quickly accelerated to supersonic speed, setting off a sonic boom, chasing in the direction Alice left like a fighter jet. Quick everyone is redigit on the fighter plane. And go, Chu Feng and Alice left. And Claire took over the command directly and kept ordering. King Ada, Jill, Leon, Matt, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher and others flocked to the combat helicopter and began to take off to chase after Chu Feng. Over the dilapidated city, a helicopter gunship began to blow black smoke directly to the ground. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire plane was directly turned into scrap iron in the terrifying explosion. Damn it, Alice stood up from the ruins covered in dust, looked a little embarrassed, looked at the plane and said helplessly. She thought that with her superpower, she should have no problem dealing with Navisk. However, what left her speechless was that the two dragons that looked like bats were shot down in the middle of the road. And the helicopter was also damaged. This wave was miserable. The ghost knows that it has only been away for more than a month. And the T-virus in this lighthouse country has evolved to such a degree. Even bats have become dragons. That thing spread its wings about 10 meters away. Although she was killed by superpowers and the rockets on the plane, she was also shot down by the other end. Alice dragged her tired body and moved on 20 miles away. There's an explosion over there. After Chu Feng fused the Stormgirl gene, he was very sensitive to changes in the airflow. Even if he was separated by 20 miles, he could still sense the airflow fluctuations caused by the explosion. In this apocalypse, there are very few survivors, and there is a high probability that Alice is the one who can make such fluctuations. Chu Feng did not hesitate and flew towards the source of the explosion. Doctor, an explosion wave has been detected over there in the city. In an armored vehicle. An investigator opened his mouth and reminded. Explosion wave launch drone probe 99 Doctor. Isaac was taken aback when he heard the words. Haven't the people in this city died yet? There's even an explosion. It seems that another wave of survivors can be caught for experimentation. Yes, the scout received the order ran without hesitation. He immediately operated in one wave. A mechanism on the armored vehicle opened, and an unmanned reconnaissance plane flew directly, calibrated its direction, and quickly flew towards Alice's crash site. Alice soon came to a lake, its water. Alice was overjoyed when she saw the water. Her body poured out strength again, and she quickly stepped forward. In the battle with the bat dragons, she used too much psychic power, which made his body a little dizzy, and wanted to wash his face to wake up, roared however. Just as Alice was washing her face, a zombie broke through the water, rushed out, and rushed towards Alice. Alice did not expect that there were monsters hidden in the water, and she was thrown to the ground without any precaution. Her gun also fell to the side. This is a mutant zombie. The whole body has been swollen by the blisters, but the strength is not small. It opened its petals and directly bit Alice wildly. If this bite were to bite, Alice would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Crack, however, Alice's luck was not bad. The zombie's legs were bound by iron chains and couldn't move too far. This bite was just not enough for the chains, and it did not bite Alice. Go to hell. Alice turned over and grabbed the dropped shotgun and shot her head directly. Call. Alice headshot the mutant zombie and then let out a sigh of relief and continued on the road. However, at this moment, sky suddenly darkened, and a huge shadow was cast directly on Alice's body from the sky. Damn it! The moment Alice saw the shadow, without hesitation, she rolled to the side decisively. Boom! A bat dragon swept past where Alice stood just now and slammed into the wall of a building in front. The sturdy building collapsed suddenly. It can be seen how powerful this monster is. If you catch this thing, it will definitely be smashed into flesh. Hoo ho ho. The bat dragon missed a Hittite's wings trembled, and the house collapsed, and all kinds of bricks were scattered on the ground. The bat dragon's wings were shaken, and it broke through the building and flew into the air again. Zero flowers. This spread of wings at least 10 meters is simply overwhelming and terrifying. Damn it, I'm really haunted. 35s. Alice was speechless when she saw the terrifying bat dragon. Does this bat dragon have a grudge against her? Go after her. She had already killed one, and the other continued to chase after her. Now that she has used up her mind power, she is very tired. Without psychic assistance, Sesh can only fight with weapons. But this thing is too big no matter how you look at it. It doesn't look like a shotgun can handle it. If she knew that the rapid mutation of the virus that the Red Queen said was so terrifying, she might as well just wait for Chu Feng to wake up. But Chu Feng broke through and slept for more than 10 days. Who knows if he will sleep for another 10 days? 0. When Chu Feng woke up, the day Lily was cold. There is not much time for her if she is asked to choose again. She will still have to take risks. Alice looked around and soon spotted a bright jeep by the street. Alice did not hesitate and rushed towards the jeep decisively. Thinking about it, Alice had a lot of bad luck, and this wave of luck turned out to be better. The keys on this jeep were actually inserted, kakaka. However, it was only the key that Alice kept twisting for a long time. But the jeep couldn't start. Please hurry up. 35. Alice was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she kept making fires. Hoo ho ho. The bat dragon made a circle in the sky, accelerated in a dive, and hit the jeep directly. Boom boom booms. At the same time, the jeep finally started. This time, the bat dragon caught the air unable to stop the car, and directly hit the car on the other side, knocking a truck into a dent in an instant. Without any hesitation, Alice hung up the reverse gear decisively, and the jeep quickly retreated. Alice had no choice but to accelerate from the new gear. However, in the rearview mirrors, she could see the bat dragon's wings fluttering. Chasing after her, the bat dragon is really a body of steel. and even the truck was smashed into a dent. This thing actually seemed to be a dragon, and it flapped its wings again and rushed towards Alice's jeep. Booms hoo-ho-ho dams. Alice turned the steering wheel again quickly, just avoiding the attack of the bat dragon. Anxious Alice stumbles upon a directional mine on the jeep. Apparently this jeep is a military jeep. The people who used it before should be the army. It was just because the army lost to the zombies that the army was defeated, and this car was left behind. Obviously, Alice's probability of winning would be much higher if she could get this directional mine. Alice was overjoyed when she saw this, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and took the directional mine with difficulty. Boom, however, as soon as her fingertips touched the mine, the roof of the car was torn apart immediately, and a giant claw pierced the roof directly and stabbed down. Damn it! Alice had no choice but to be forced to withdraw her hand from the directional mine. Kakaka 35, this monster is really huge, and its claws are as big as the roof of a jeep, and it lifts the jeep like an eagle grabs a chicken. Tear off. 480 has to say that the power of this bat dragon is indeed huge, and it can lift a Mercedes-Benz jeep. But the metal baffle on the roof of this jeep is not so strong. The fenders tore and the jeep fell out of the air again. Ah, tilde. Alice groaned and found that the top of her head was bright, and the roof of the car had been lifted off, fortunately. The jeep didn't fly very high, and although it was a little dizzy after landing, the car was fine and could continue to drive, SHH. But Alice didn't have time to be happy. The giant claws of the bat dragon suddenly split and turned into a large number of tiny spikes and stabbed towards Alice frantically. Damn! Alice hurriedly aroused her mind power and shook those sharp claws away. But she has used her mind power continuously, and if she continues will faint, but fortunately, she saw the tail of the plane that had just crashed on the side of the road. Without hesitation, Alice accelerated and rushed towards the tail of the plane. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Bat Dragon relentlessly pursued and continued to attack all the way. But it was also because it was too eager to kill Alice. And without looking at the ways, it directly hit the tail of the plane. Moving at such a high speed, suddenly hitting the tail of the plane will naturally not have any good fruit to eat. Its huge body fell directly to the ground, rolling frantically, however, even with such a collision. The bat dragon was still fine. After shaking his head, he stood up again. Alice's ruthlessness also came up. Knowing that she could not escape, she simply did not escape. With a ruthless attack, he turned on the brakes and rushed towards the bat dragon. Hoo-ho-ho. The bat dragon did not expect that a small human would dare to charge at it. The bat's huge mouth suddenly opened, making a huge roar, flapping its wings again and rushing towards Alice. Boom, boom, boom. Alice was also fierce. She stepped on the accelerator to the end and rushed towards the bat dragon desperately. Boom. The two sides directly faced the hard bar. The Mercedes-Benz Jeep made the first effort than the bat dragon. After all, it was stronger than the bat dragon. It even hit the bat dragon all the way back and hit the huge truck that flipped over on the side of the road. Boom! The terrifying impact directly knocked the bat dragon into the truck. Such a high-speed impact means that she has merged with the T-virus. Otherwise, she would be dead now. However, the results were also very good. The bat dragon finally stopped moving. Thinking that it should be dead, Alice finally let out a sigh of relief. This guy is finally dead, and if she doesn't die, she will. Roars, however. Even if the Jeep and the truck were knocked out, the guy wasn't dead. Its bloody mouth suddenly opened, and it directly bit Alice in the face. Crack, fortunately. The Jeep frame is still there, directly blocking the bite of this monster, SHH. The bat dragon flapped its wings wildly, and the giant claws kept trying to catch Alice. Seeing that the situation was in critical condition, Alice sounded the directional mine in the back seat of the car and suddenly turned to get it. Boom 99. However, when the bat dragon's giant tail lifted, it directly overturned the Jeep. Alice landed while rolling, but the directional mine had already landed in the distance. Roar, the bat dragon did not hesitate. Claws towards Alice head-on. This claw can even destroy a G-How powerful is the power. If this claw is on Alice's body, Alice will surely die. Watching the giant claw keep expanding, Alice's eyes were full of despair. If only Chu Feng was here. It's a pity that there is such a coincidence in this world. Saying that he will be gone when he is there. Alice gave a wry smile, stopped resisting, and closed her eyes to death. Boom. The giant claws of the bat dragon fell, sending out a dull impact directly. However, the pain before death that Alice imagined did not come, which made Alice a little puzzled. Could it be that at the last moment, this bat dragon suddenly showed kindness and spared her life? However, the moment she opened her eyes, she was stunned, and she was so surprised that she thought she was hallucinating. Why do you want to die then? Chu Feng looked at Alice's cute appearance with her eyes closed and waiting to die, and said with a smile after saying that, Chu Feng directly threw the huge bat dragon out with all his strength. The bat dragon directly smashed through several walls. The house collapsed and it was directly buried in it. Chu Feng, you are finally here, woohoo. Alice looked at the smile on Chu Feng's face and couldn't hold back any longer. She jumped into Chu Feng's arms and cried. Just now she really thought she was going to die. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng actually came and just stretched out a hand to block the giant claw that could tear the truck. What is even more terrifying is that Chu Feng's figure has not changed. That is to say, the current Chu Feng has not used the planetary magnetic field to charge at all. Just threw the huge bat dragon out. Oh my god. Chu Feng is getting stronger again and again. It's all right with me, woo-woo. Chu Feng looked at Alice's embarrassed look and felt a little heartache. Just as she was about to comfort her, Alice suddenly kissed Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't expect Alice to be so careless and unprepared and was kissed straight. Chu Feng wanted to push Alice away, but at this moment, Chu Feng's mind roared, and his soul seemed to have ascended to heaven. This beautiful feeling made him unable to bear to push him away. After the catastrophe, Alice has no scruples at 5'8" and just wants to dedicate her best side to Chu Feng. The two were directly intoxicated by this deep kiss. All right, wait a minute, we'll continue 35. The bat dragon looked at Chu Feng with a biting, killing intent in its eyes. As a bat dragon, it was so powerful that it was thrown into the air by Chu Feng, and it could not wait to swallow Chu Feng alive. Alice was startled when she heard the loud noise, and quickly pushed Chu Feng away, reminding her, stop. Wait a minute, that monster isn't dead yet. Just as the two were preparing for the next step, the backward building burst open, and all kinds of bricks and cement flew. Boom. Chu Feng reluctantly parted from Alice's red lips and looked at the bat dragon with a dissatisfied expression. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, you bat bug. You hurt my woman and you dare to disturb our closeness. It's just a courting death. The bat dragon didn't even die and got up again. Roar. The bat dragon roared and roared, and it spread its wings and flew into the air, circling frantically in the air to charge up, and rushed towards Chu Feng and Alice. The power is so shocking that just the flapping of the wings will send the cars flying along the way. Not to mention people. Even trucks can be crushed into scrap iron in an instant. Chu Feng, be careful, this bat dragon is very powerful. Seeing this, Alice exclaimed and reminded. Alice fought this monster for a long time, but could not kill it, but almost died in its mouth. Such a monster charging with all its strength was terrifying, which made her a little worried about whether Chu Feng could handle it. However, before she could finish her words, Chu Feng's Magneto Gene shook and stretched out his finger to lightly tap the terrifying bat dragon rushing towards him. Boom! The sixth order Magneto's electromagnetic force exploded, directly blasting into the bat dragon's body, changing the bat dragon from the atomic level. The originally mighty bat dragon kept shrinking as it charged, and when it rushed in front of Chu Feng, it turned into its pre-mutation state. The gene that was strengthened by the mutation of the T-virus was actually changed back by Chu Feng. Chu Feng, don't tell me. It's this little thing that just chased me down. What the hell did you do? Is this your new ability? In these 20 moments, Alice's whole body was dumbfounded. She froze in place, opened her mouth wide. Her beautiful eyes widened, staring at the little bat in front of her in a daze. She didn't understand what happened. This bat dragon just spread its wings 10 meters, majestic and indomitable, and turned into an ordinary little bat in the blink of an eye. It was this little thing that chased her to the sky and had no way to enter the earth. Could it be that he was just being chased and killed was an illusion? However, the houses in the surrounding streets collapsed, and the damaged planes and cars were still there, proving that he had not had hallucinations just now. This is the Bat Dragon. What did this Chu Feng just do? What kind of attack is this? It can actually make a T-virus mutate, and mutate a terrifying creature directly back to its original shape. Alice thought that Chu Feng would fight the Bat Dragon with strength, or even crush the Bat Dragon with a stronger force. But only unexpectedly, Chu Feng turned a 10-meter giant dragon into a small bat the size of a palm with a single finger. Don't say that Alice is stupid, so is the Bat Dragon. It just hovered in front of Chu Feng, and its eyeballs almost didn't protrude. It was completely stunned. It didn't understand how the villain that it had just chased and killed could suddenly become a giant. But I don't know. It's not that Chu Feng and Alice have grown bigger, but that it has become smaller. It's not a new ability. It's still electromagnetic force. But I directly use electromagnetic force to change its genes back to what it should be. 35. Seeing that Alice didn't understand, Chu Feng explained. He has comprehended the ultimate meaning of electromagnetism. Objects can be altered from the most microscopic level, not to mention changing the genes of a bat dragon and reverse it to restore it to its premutation state. Just turn it into a golden bat, a silver bat, or a wooden bat. Oh, that's it, Chu Feng, let me come this time, hehe. Alice suddenly realized when she heard the words, and suddenly became okay again. With a sinister smile on his face, he approached the levitating little bat hideously. Little bat, you have today too. I just chased my sister so fierce. Shot down my sister's plane and crashed my sister's jeep. Now let's fight another 300 rounds, squeaked Tilda. The bat dragon looked at the mountain-like giant Alice's hideous smiling face, and then looked at its cute little claws and was about to cry. Facing Alice's mountain-like devil's smiling face and her claws, she turned around and fled with her cute little wings without hesitation. Woohoo! Is it easy for me to evolve from a little bat to a bat dragon? What a change you've encountered. It can even reverse the mutation. It's just too much to bully the dragon. Want to run? Alice saw that the little bat still wanted to run, and her psychic power was activated. No matter how hard the little bat flapped its little wings, it couldn't fly. It was directly pinched by Alice in the palm of her left hand. The bat dragon struggled hard, but now it has changed back to an ordinary bat. Not to mention the T-virus enhanced Alice. Even ordinary people can't deal with it. Its struggles seemed small and feeble, snapped. Alice bent the jade finger on her right hand and flicked it directly at the little bat's head. A squeak. The bat dragon was humming in the head by Alice's finger. The pain was unbearable and it made a zizzy protest. Hey woman. It's too much to dare to play Benlong's head weight. Wait for Benlong to turn back into a dragon. And see if I won't eat you, yo, it's quite stubborn. Come again, boom. Alice even dared to protest to her when she saw this little bat. Unable to bear it, he hit the bat dragon twice with his head pump, and the bat dragon was shot like a stare and he almost fainted. A squeak squeak. The bat dragon grinned at Alice and made a harsh threat. Smelly woman, if you dare to hit my head again, I will fight with you, chase and kill the old lady. Want to eat me right? 99, you dare to be fierce, don't you? 35, isn't it okay? You still want to bite me, don't you? Bang bang bangs. Bat Dragon's protest threat was greeted by Alice's storm-like collapse. You have today this odious Bat Dragon. I just chased the old lady. I have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. You still want to grab me with those claws, don't you? You still want to eat me, right? If you don't accept it, you're still killing me, right? I play, shoot your little bat, that Alice. We haven't finished what we just did. Let's continue with 480. Chu Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw Alice violating a small animal. He didn't expect Alice to be so childish. Instead of squeezing the bat dragon to death, he bullied it back into a normal bat form. After thinking for a while that their kiss was not over, he reminded what's so fun about batting a little bat. Let's continue what we just finished. Go, go, go. The mother's business is not over yet. This damn little bat has bullied me for so long. See if I don't shoot it to death. 35. Alice bullying the bat dragon is high. If I had known, I would just kill the bat dragon with one punch. What new abilities to experiment with? Ask for a custom order, ask for a complete order, buzz. Chu Feng wants to cry. He Elisu started the fight. You can't put it out in advance. The matter of devoting himself to Chu Feng has long been thrown out of the sky. Bullying the bat dragon there on his own, and has no plans to continue with Chu Feng. Just when Alice kept bullying the bat dragon, and Chu Feng regretted not experimenting with new abilities, a harsh buzzing sound came from the sky. The moment the two looked up, they saw a drone hovering above their heads, looking down at them. Well now, this Alice is even more interested in a bat than he is. Bullying a bat dragon and getting addicted to bullying. What's going on? It turned out to be Chu Feng and Alice. Haha, I finally found you, inside the armored car, Doctor. Isaac did not see the scene where Chu Feng turned the bat dragon into a bat worm with just one finger. Looking at the picture of Chu Feng and Alice looking up from the drone is a joy. It really didn't take much effort to get through the iron shoes. But he didn't expect that he would find Chu Feng and Alice. The revenge of the cloned body can finally be avenged today. For Chu Feng's genes, they have fully upgraded their weapons and equipment in order to find and kill Chu Feng. Now that the two are found together, don't be too happy. Chu Feng glanced at the drone above, sensed the direction of the drone's electromagnetic wave image transmission, and narrowed his eyes. Just reaching out to the drone in the sky is a pinch. Kakaka 99 booms 35. The terrifying electromagnetic force vibrated, and the drone was instantly crushed. On the other hand, Dr. Isaac was not surprised by this. He knew that Chu Feng could control the electromagnetic force, and the electromagnetic force could control the metal. It is not surprising to be able to pinch the drone from the air. Instead, he seemed excited. Attention on all battlefields. Set up puncture roadblocks along the road. Activate magnetic field shields to hide. And prepare laser weapons. It's not the first time that Dr. Isaac has fought against Chu Feng. He has fully integrated the process of the clone and Chu Feng's battle. So he still remembers the last time he fought with Chu Feng. When in the casino, Chu Feng found the camp by relying on the wireless camera to transmit the picture. So just now they used the drone to transmit the footage. Chu Feng must have found their location. With Chu Feng's personality, he would definitely take the initiative to look for them, instead of taking the initiative to attack. It is better to directly design an ambush for Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng drives over, he blows the tire first, causing a car accident, and then ambush on both sides to attack directly with laser weapons. Is it controlled by electromagnetic force? As long as it is scientific ability as a scientist, he can naturally come up with a solution. Don't you use electromagnetic force to control metal? I directly developed a force field that shields the electromagnetic force, disrupting your electromagnetic force control. Can't you temporarily magnetize control plastic weapons? I just put on a laser weapon and he doesn't believe it. How can a scientist be overwhelmed by his scientific ability? Yes, the subordinates were given orders, and they began to change equipment, set traps, and prepare to ambush Chu Feng and them, of course. At this time, Chu Feng knew that the other party was Dr. Isaac, but he didn't know that the other party had begun to prepare new equipment to ambush them. However, even if he knew, Chu Feng didn't care. If it is the Fourth Order Chu Feng, it is really dangerous to meet Dr. Isaac, who has updated his weapons and equipment. But now Chu Feng has reached the 6th rank of Magneto's genes, and any conspiracy and tricks are very ridiculous in front of him. He can even reorganize his own body at will. And it is not an exaggeration to say that he is immortal. Also afraid of a bird trick. And even if Chu Feng is really still in the Fourth Order, he still has a Fifth Order Storm Girl gene, even if Dr. Isaac can really limit the use of his electromagnetic force. Another ability can easily kill him, is it Wesker. Alice saw that the drone in the sky was shot down by Chu Feng, and she didn't care to abuse the little bat, and said with a serious face, although there was no umbrella icon on the drone just now, it is estimated that only the Umbrella Company can send unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in the apocalypse. Unexpected before she got to Raccoon City, she would have to fight with the people under the umbrella. At this time Ash still has to deal with her, and it is estimated that it is only Wesker of the Umbrella Company. No, not him, Chu Feng knew the plot and spoke directly. What not him, who is that's 35's? Alice was stunned when she heard the words. Now who wants to K her except Wesker, it's Dr. Isaac. Chu Feng did not hide it and said bluntly. Chu Feng knew that the Dr. Isaac who was killed last time was not the real body. And the person who just probed was Dr. Isaac, but this Dr. Isaac is not the body, the real Dr. Isaac hibernates in the underground base of Raccoon City. From beginning to end, neither Dr. Isaac nor Wesker who appeared outside was the body. But think about it. As someone who wants to rule the new world after a disaster, how could it be possible to let ontology do things outside? Of course it'll be on the safe side. Let the clones control everything outside in this way. Even if one decent author clone can be sent to take over. That's the scary thing about these people. The body is immortal and the killing is inexhaustible. Guarantee that the entire extinction plan will not be interrupted by accident. What, it's him, didn't he have been killed by you? Wait, could it be that he is also a clone? Alice was shocked when she heard the words. She thought that Wesker was paying attention to her. But she did not expect that the person behind this was actually Dr. Isaac, who had been killed in the experimental branch. Alice is not stupid, she immediately figured it out. Needless to say, the one I killed last time was definitely a clone. Just like Wesker 660. Chu Feng nodded and affirmed. These damned guys are really smart, they even made clones. This time he must not be allowed to run away. Alice thought of that Dr. Isaac ambushing them several times. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and she squeezed the bat dragon to death instantly. Viciously speaking, she can't wait to go over now and kill this Dr. Isaac. Come on, let's go meet this Dr. Isaac. After Chu Feng said they waved his hand directly, and a red Lamborghini sports car was pulled out by Chu Feng. As soon as Chu Feng pressed the key, the doors on both sides of the Lamborghini slowly rose. Like two wings, extremely cool. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and just sat in the driver's seat. Alice nodded and stepped into the car. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Chu Feng stepped on the accelerator, the engine of the sports car roared and went in the direction of Dr. Isaac. Doctor, here they come. 35 on the overpass. A scout looked through a telescope and saw Chu Feng's windy sports car roaring toward him. Money. I see 99, damn it, this B*** D is so arrogant. He actually drove a sports car here, Dr. Isaac took a look at the telescope and was stunned. In the binoculars, he saw that Chu Feng and Alice came in a dazzling red Lamborghini. It was so arrogant. A handsome-looking kimchi country man said. Jai opened his mouth and replied, Dr. Pool 35, how is it? Jai, are you all ready? This definitely doesn't take him seriously, Doctor. Isaac saw that everything was ready. And Chu Feng was indeed driven, Gan said with a proud face. Okay, as long as his car passes by, it will have a flat tire. When we see a brand new motorcycle, we will be fooled. When we run out in ambush, we will be able to kill him by surprise, Doctor. Isaac asked indifferently when he saw his assistant come forward. The tire blower has been deployed as you requested, and the motorcycle has been placed under the bridge. It's just two people as for. With my effort, I can guarantee to solve them. Jai on the side saw that Dr. Isaac was so cautious in dealing with Chu Feng and Alice, and said with dissatisfaction before the end of his life. He was also one of the international mercenaries Ikijimi. No one can match his fighting talent. How many masters who can fight have been beaten to the ground under his martial arts? Isn't it just an ordinary person who looks like a college student and an embarrassed woman? That's it, what are you doing? You are designing. Activating the magnetic field shield. Preparing laser weapon sand ambush doing so much. Let him go out and go straight to a wave of martial arts to knock them down. What do you know? These two are new human beings with superpowers. And their abilities are terrifying. Not something you can understand. Quick. Get on the armored combat vehicle and prepare the laser cannons. We want their blood samples as a last resort. The laser cannons should not be fired. Hearing this, Doctor Isaac was a little dissatisfied and snorted coldly. He had confronted Chu Feng head-on at that time. His clone was still in the form of a tyrant. But Chu Feng was stunned to kill him with one punch. How can such a monster do without a bit of ingenuity, however? In order to obtain Chu Feng's samples, his order was to ambush 480 with the laser gun first, and then use the laser gun as a last resort. He didn't want to kill Chu Feng with one shot, so he would be killed in vain. Yes, Jai was a little unhappy, but still went to the armored vehicle hidden on the other side. You guys continue to ambush on the top of the overpass. Once Chu Feng starts to seize the car, you immediately ascend and descend with your laser weapons, and kill them before they can react, Doctor Isaac continued to arrange. Don't you Chu Feng like to collect sports cars? I have prepared a BMW S1000 XR motorcycle for you. In the event of a tire blowout in the sports car, I don't believe that you are not tempted or fooled. Yes. A group of Umbrella Special Soldiers responded and ambushed on the overpass. Medical preparation. Sampling must be done before his body is cooled, Doctor Isaac ordered to the other medics. Yes. All medical staff should be. Everyone else takes their place. Hurry up, Doctor Isaac did not hesitate and kept ordering. Others squatted in trash cans to disguise sneak attacks, while others hid behind pillars, ambushing the entire overpass up and down. The laser guns they are all equipped with. Cafe, as long as Chu Feng is close to stealing a BMW motorcycle, they will rush out without hesitation and kill him. After finishing everything, Dr. Isaac went to the hidden armored vehicle on the other side. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng's supercar roared quickly towards the overpass. However, when approaching, it suddenly stopped far away. Coincidentally, it stopped right in front of the tire blower. Damn, what's the situation? Why did they stop? Do not know. Could he have found our traps? Don't talk nonsense if he drives so fast. How can they find the tire puncture on the road? And our tire puncture is equipped with electromagnetic shielding. He can't be found. Will that find out our ambush? Nonsense, it's thousands of meters away. How can he see us? Even if he can perceive electromagnetic waves, we have been radio silent and it is impossible to detect it. Do not talk on the overpass. An ambush special soldier saw Chu Feng and Alice's strange behavior through a telescope with a puzzled look on their faces. Thought that Chu Feng found their ambush trap. But that was simply impossible. They used an electromagnetic shielding device. Even if Chu Feng could sense metal, it would not be possible to sense a tire blower on the road. And everyone on the overpass is also elite, with a strong ability to hide. They are so far apart and keep the radio silent. How could they be discovered? Come on, come here. What the hell are you doing inside the chariot, Doctor? Isaac looked at Chu Feng through the telescope and muttered anxiously. He didn't understand what was wrong with his ambush. Why did Chu Feng stop early and late, but stopped not far before the tire blower? Could it be that Chu Feng and Alice saw through his ambush? But not right. His plan took into account Chu Feng's electromagnetic ability. So it shouldn't be detected. Why did Chu Feng stop? Chu Feng, why did you stop? Alice didn't expect that Chu Feng's car was driving, and suddenly stopped it and asked with a look of doubt. There is an ambush ahead 35. Chu Feng didn't even think about it and said directly, "Ha. Ambush, are you sure your eyesight is too good?" Alice narrowed her eyes and tried to look at the distant overpass. The bridge is more than 1,000 meters away from here. And at this distance I can't see anything at all. From that far away, can Chu Feng see an ambush over there? The eyesight is great too, sure, Chu Feng affirmed indeed. At a glance, Chu Feng saw that the entire overpass was normal and there was no danger. But don't forget he is a transmigrator. Where is this doctor? Isaac in ambush, he's already cooked in this case. No matter how well they ambush, Chu Feng will not be fooled. Then what should we do? Let's kill them directly. Alice looked at the quiet overpass and said with a cold expression. She absolutely trusts Chu Feng, Alice. Although she can't see any ambush in that bridge. But for a long time, Chu Feng's ability to predict the prophet has been used too much. And she has subconsciously acquiesced that Chu Feng can be the prophet. So no doubt, but what to do next is another question. Knowing that there is an ambush. How to break the ambush is another question. With Chu Feng around, she prefers to kill directly. Anyway, Chu Feng can control both metal and plastic. Unless the enemy fiddles with some kind of black technology like a laser gun. There is no need to be afraid at all, just crush it directly. Not to mention, she was right, Doctor. Isaac really made a laser weapon specifically to deal with Chu Feng. No need, let the wind find the way for us. When Chu Feng saw that Alice was going to charge forward, the corners of his mouth rose and he said lightly, "Are you ambush us?" It just so happened that he also wanted to experiment with the power of the combination of Storm's genes and Magneto's genes. Isn't this just a chance? Let the wind find the way for us. Alice still didn't know that Chu Feng had developed the second gene. She was stunned when she heard the words. Did not understand what Chu Feng meant by letting Feng explore the way. What, aren't you electromagnetic control? When will the wind be controlled? I don't read much, so don't lie to me, Chu Feng also did not explain that the genes of Magneto and Storm in the body vibrated almost at the same time. Pointing at the overpass in the distance, a wind suddenly formed, swirling and converging into a small tornado, blowing towards the overpass in the distance. This tornado was small at the beginning, but it grew very fast in a blink of an eye. A huge tornado with a diameter of 100 meters had already formed, and it slammed towards Tianqiao. It's impossible that he can only control the electromagnetic force. Why can he create a tornado? Not good. Quickly retreat 99. Dr. Isaac was dumbfounded when he saw the tornado hit. His mouth opened wide, his eyes widened. His face full of shock and disbelief. He never imagined that Chu Feng, who has always been known for controlling metals, was still hiding something. His ability is not to control metal, nor to control electromagnetic force, but to have multiple abilities. What's even more terrifying is that this Chu Feng didn't know what was going on, but he casually saw the trap he set up. Is this person's observation skills so terrifying? After reacting, he ordered to retreat without any hesitation. Run. How to run? It's too fast, you can't run at all. Fall. Mom, comes, help, I've been rolled up. 35. Doctor. You said that his ability is electromagnetic force. And your electromagnetic force can also create tornadoes. Damn it, what kind of monster are we dealing with? Waving our hand as a tornado, this is too scary. Those soldiers were all dumbfounded, looking at the shock and disbelief on the face of the fast-approaching tornado. It is difficult for them to imagine that a person can form a tornado with a wave of his hand. What kind of monster is this person? Those special forces who were in ambush wanted to flee when they heard the retreat order. But where did they have time? First, there is no defense. Second, Chu Feng's tornado was too strong. Especially those research medical staff who are going to extract Chu Feng's gene. Haven't understood what happened. This tornado is already approaching. And it is too late to escape, damn Chu Feng. This is what you said about letting the wind explore the way. Where is the wind? It's a tornado at all. Not to mention that the soldiers in ambush were stupid. Even Alice, who thought she knew Chu Feng extremely well, was stupid. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Feng with disbelief. Didn't Chu Feng just say to let the wind explore the way? The result was a tornado. Why do you call this a pathfinder? Tornado, this is a tornado. Who the hell would use a tornado to find the way? But isn't Chu Feng's ability electromagnetic force? How can you control a tornado? Tie the ropes, everyone. As long as we get through the limelight, we'll be safe. 35. Those special forces are indeed well-trained people. Just in order to be able to quickly descend the overpass. So they all punched holes in it, the ropes are already tied. And as long as they tie themselves up to survive this storm. And when the tornado passes, they will be safe. They were right. If Chu Feng only had one ability, there would be no problem with their approach. But unfortunately, Chu Feng has two abilities. Seeing those special forces fixing themselves on the overpass, Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth with a bloodthirsty sneer on his face. Burst. Chu Feng's Magneto Gene vibrated wildly, and the electromagnetic force field distorted wildly. In an instant, the surrounding cars burst open one after another, turning into metal fragments that filled the sky, and were swept in by the tornado. Although an ordinary tornado had strong winds, it was swept up into the sky except for a few special forces who didn't react at first. There is not much harm at all in the face of those who have their bodies pinned to the bridge. However, the tornado that merged into the metal fragments turned into a blade tornado directly. This wave of power is stronger. Those metal fragments are like blades, and under the high-speed rotation of the tornado, they are like a huge cutting machine, frantically cutting the entire overpass. No, no, no. Helps, I don't want to die, Dr. Isaac, doctor. Those special forces who were ambushed on the highway on the overpass were miserable. Some of their ropes were cut in an instant, and they were caught in a metal tornado and turned into a rain of blood. Some were hanged on the spot. Either way, they died horribly, of course. The people lying in ambush on the bridge piers are much better. After all, there are bridge piers blocking them, so they can hold on for a while longer. But it only lasts a little longer. Under such a terrifying blade tornado, the bridge pier did not support it for a long time, and a large number of cracks appeared directly. No, no, no. Unable to bear the pressure, a soldier fled in the opposite direction. But just a few steps away, he was swept in by a tornado and vanished into ashes. Mom, if I had known, I would not be here. The soldiers under the pier watched as the pier was continuously reduced, and their eyes were full of despair. Boom, boom, boom. The tornado rumbled into the sky bridge. The sky bridge collapsed directly, and all the people in ambush inside were swept to death. Dr. Isaac's ambush was completely disintegrated by Chu Feng with just one blow. The terrifying tornado continued unabated, and it began to turn its angle and head towards the reloaded truck on the left side of the overpass. Damn it, fire the cannon and kill that Chu Feng, kill me. Dr. Isaac saw that his proud ambush had not yet led Chu Feng in, and was cracked by a tornado from Chu Feng. And the tornado was still coming towards his armored vehicle. Without hesitation, he ordered angrily, with the power of this tornado, if the armored vehicle is involved, no matter how thick the steel plate of the armored vehicle is, it will soon be broken open. So now he doesn't care what Chu Feng's genes are, and he doesn't hesitate to kill him directly. Kakaka. A laser cannon was ejected directly from the armored vehicle on the right. Seeing this, Chu Feng waved his hand and was ready to crush the armored vehicle and the people inside it across a kilometer. However, when Chu Feng pinched it, he found that the electromagnetic force field had an energy chaos when it poured into the armored vehicle. A pinch did not succeed, obviously. Dr. Isaac's magnetic field shield worked, and the electromagnetic force controlled by Chu Feng was disturbed. Go to hell without any hesitation. Jai aimed directly at Chu Feng and fired abruptly. Whoosh. This wave of lasers carried hot energy and shot directly at Chu Feng. This is a modified version of the laser channel, and the power is not known how many times stronger than the laser in the laser channel. The power of this blast was astonishing, and the speed was extremely fast. Ordinary people don't say that they are hiding. But they can't react, Chu Feng, be careful. Alice was startled when she saw the laser shot, and hurriedly reminded hers. However, the laser was too fast to dodge at all. Just when Alice thought she was about to be bombarded by the laser, Chu Feng's thoughts moved, and the Lamborghini next to him directly blocked them. Boom! The laser blasted on the Lamborghini and quickly heated the car. In the blink of an eye, this Lamborghini was shot by a laser and began to melt. But after this time, Chu Feng finally escaped the laser's attack while holding Alice. But unfortunately being interrupted by this, the blade tornado lost control and collapsed, allowing Dr. Isaac to escape, turn on cutting mode. Seeing that the blow was effective, Dr. Isaac ordered it decisively without hesitation. The blow just now was a single shot, and now he wants to directly turn on the burst mode. The laser in this mode is directly continuous, like a light knife which can cut everything, yes. Jai Delling did not hesitate to switch the cutting mode decisively. The muzzle of the laser cannon turned red again, and a laser beam shot directly at Chu Feng. The speed of the laser was fast enough to avoid it, but the speed of the muzzle rotation could not be the speed of light. So Chu Feng flew Alice at supersonic speed at the moment when the muzzle blasted. The laser hit the place where Chu Feng had just stood, directly burning a huge black spot on the ground. And the cement road turned red. Hey, 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 the show is on. Let me see how strong your so-called superpower is. Jai did not hesitate, and directly controlled the laser knife to cut upwards. Chu Feng directly took Alice to fly in the sky, and Jai's laser continued to follow. This time the laser was in the burst cutting mode. All the telephone poles and cars along the way could not stop the terrifying power of the laser and were cut in half. Damn it, this damn doctor. Isaac still has a laser, Chu Feng, what should I do now? Alice looked anxious when she saw that the laser knife kept following them and wanted to cut them in half. She just scolded that Isaac in her heart, saying that unless he could make a laser cannon, he would not be able to deal with Chu Feng. The ghost knew that he had a crow's mouth, but he didn't expect the other party to really mess up. But think about the laser channel and you will understand. The Umbrella Company had this technology from the start, but no one needed them to retrofit their cars now. In order to deal with Chu Feng's, they even installed it directly on the armored vehicle, which is really dangerous, that is to say. Chu Feng has integrated the genes of Storm Girl, and the flying speed can exceed the speed of sound. And it is not easy to aim. Otherwise, it is estimated that this wave of attacks will have to be cut in half. It's okay, he can't shoot me. Chu Feng can control all spectral energy, and this laser is also within the scope of spectral energy. Chu Feng can naturally be directly controlled. So even if he was hit by a laser, nothing would happen. The reason why he kept flying and dodging was not that he was afraid of the laser, but that he enjoyed Alice's hug very much and didn't want to end so soon. Zero seeking flowers. So he didn't have any worries at all. And there was still time to comfort Alice. Open the control cabins. I want to control the laser cannon myself, Doctor. Isaac was dissatisfied that Jai couldn't kill Chu Feng by himself for so long. He also sat directly on the controller and personally controlled the chariot's laser cannon, intending to flank Jai on the other side of the overpass. Zalom. The two heavy armored vehicles on both sides opened fire together, and the two laser knives directly attacked Chu Feng from left to right. The situation turned out to be to block the space where Chu Feng was hiding and kill Chu Feng with one blow. It's not good, Chu Feng, what should I do? Alice saw two lasers coming, her eyes showed despair. The hands holding Chu Feng are even harder. One laser cannon is not easy to dodge, and now there are two. Who can stand it, hey? These two guys really thought I was scared of them. Chu Feng originally wanted to take the opportunity to continue the endless tenderness with Alice justifiably. But it turned out well. Then Isaac really thought he was afraid of their lasers. They even attacked together twice. If the tiger doesn't show his power, he really treats him as a sick cat. Chu Feng, who had enjoyed the same, did not hesitate, stopped directly, and let the two lasers shoot at him. Yeah, tilde. Alice was shocked when she saw that Chu Feng didn't dodge, and thought that Chu Feng was tired from flying and couldn't escape. And her eyes were even more desperate, alas, well. Since I am doomed to die, I have nothing to regret if I die with Chu Feng's zero. It's a pity that I haven't been with Chu Feng yet, ha ha ha. Can't fly. I knew that supersonic flight must consume a lot of energy. So Dr. Isaac saw that Chu Feng did not dodge. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a triumphant smile. He could already see the scene where Chu Feng was about to be cut into two pieces by his laser cutting. He took Chu Feng's broken body to extract genes, obtained Chu Feng's ability, and reached the pinnacle of his life. However, at the moment when the two lasers were about to hit Chu Feng, the Magneto Gene vibrated in Chu Feng's body, and when he stretched out his hand, he actually blocked the two lasers. The two laser beams hit Chu Feng's palm and were refracted back. Damn it, Dr. Isaac and Jai, who were controlling the laser cannon in the armored vehicle, said two words almost at the same time and wanted to escape. SHH, however, the two armored vehicles were so heavy that it was impossible to avoid them, and they were refracted back and cut in half by their own lasers in an instant. Boom boom booms 35s. The terrifying explosion instantly blew up the two armored vehicles, and no one inside was able to escape, and was drowned by the terrifying sea of fire. It's over, it's over. Alice looked at Chu Feng's relaxed and free hand wave, and let the other party commit suicide, and she was stunned. He opened his small mouth and widened his beautiful eyes, with a look of astonishment and disbelief on his face. I thought I was going to die here, but Dr. Isaac and Jai, who had just been invincible in the world, were shot to death by their own weapons. What the hell? Chu Feng, are you already that awesome? Can it still reflect the opponent's attack? Otherwise, what do you think? Chu Feng's face was calm, but he didn't kill Dr. Isaac and Jai's joy at all. In his opinion, killing them is worse than killing a zombie. At least you can get points for killing zombies, and there is no gain from killing these humans. Besides, he is a Magneto rank 6 man, and he can't kill two mortals with one move. So why not have a showdown? If that Dr. Isaac becomes a tyrant, he can still fight a dozen times. The current Dr. Isaac has not even become a tyrant. Killing him is not that simple. That's not right. Since you are so strong that you can kill them in seconds, why did you just run away with me in your arms? Wait. Damn it, you did it on purpose. Just wanted to see me screaming, right? Alice saw that the enemy was completely destroyed, and suddenly thought of a problem. Chu Feng was chased by Alice all the way to Raccoon City. That is, since Chu Feng is so strong and can control all spectral energy, why didn't he use it directly at the beginning? And he kept running with her in his arms. Alice was so angry that she greeted Chu Feng with a fistful of fists. Boom! Not long after Chu Feng and Alice left, inside the flaming chariot, a mutated arm broke through the flames and caught it outside the chariot. Oh, don't fight, don't fight. This abominable Chu Feng has actually learned to take advantage. Thinking of the moment when Chu Feng held her, Alice suddenly realized he did it on purpose. Just wanted to see her screaming in his arms.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.